Buff Nation, what up? My bandwagon buffs. That's right. My bandwagon buffs. What's going on? I hope you had a great weekend. Welcome to TLP Sports Club. I am your host, Harry B. You are now watching TLP Live Monday Night Football. Here we talk about Colorado football, all things Colorado football, Coach Prime and the boys. That's what we do around here. So I want to welcome you, all of those who are new around here. We call ourselves bandwagon buffs, BWBs. We ain't ashamed of being who we are. We understand that we are here because of Coach Prime, and it's okay with us. The new and the old fans, if you don't feel, well, thank you for welcoming us. We appreciate it. All right. We got a big show for you tonight on Monday Night Football or TLP Live Monday Night Football. There's a lot going on now because the spring game is now over. There's a lot of movements. There's a lot of things going on around the Buffs. If you are a fan from another, well, let's just say if you have your own team and you're just kind of like, spying on us, welcome. We give you a lot of information here. You see what I'm saying? We give you a lot of information here. This is an information-packed show, or at least this channel. We give you a lot of data that you can walk away with that's either going to help your team or hurt your team, if you know what I mean. All right? So tonight's show, we're going to start off with breaking news. I'm sure you've already heard it. Breaking news, we do have a breaking news. And in our breaking news, we have one of our DBs. He's decided to move on. And it's okay. This was kind of like, I posted that in the YouTube shorts. I didn't want to do a whole video because I felt like, man, the TLP Live Monday Night Football is almost going to start in a couple of hours. So why do a whole video, have to edit it? Let's just go ahead and talk about that in TLP, you know what I'm saying, in the TLP Live Monday Night Football. So the breaking news is Omarion Cooper. He will be entering the transfer portal, he announced. Cooper recorded 37 tackles last season, started his career at Florida State. So that is our breaking news. Cooper is deciding to enter the transfer portal. I'm not sure how many of you guys remember. I believe it was either last show or a couple of shows ago, we said that Cooper was going to enter that transfer portal. And I don't know who I'm supposed to give the credit to. Was that who do I give that credit to? I feel like it was maybe it wasn't. I don't know if it was Tim. I think I might give that credit to Tim. But anyway, Cooper is deciding to enter the transfer portal, and it's not a surprise to, if you are a Buff fan or if you are a BWB and you frequent this channel, you frequent the TLP Live shows, then you're not necessarily surprised that happened. So it's what I would say about it is I'm a little confused with certain transfers. I'm a little confused when certain guys enter that transfer, because what does it do for you? What exactly does the transfer do at this point in what he has left on eligibility? What exactly does that do for him? Is he looking to either step down and play for a lesser team or step up to the level of Colorado to play? Because it doesn't make sense to me. I'm trying to figure out, like, what is the significance of the move, and how does that move help him? Does the move help him to get playing time? Tim said it wasn't him. Okay. I know we said it. I know we said Omarion Cooper was gonna jump into that transfer portal. But yeah, I'm confused about this move. At this point, the guys that leave now, which is not surprising because, like I said on Friday's show, that I know somebody was going to jump. I did say it was going to be a big that jump. I don't know if I consider this a big, but at this point, when players like Cooper jump, now I'm wondering, like, okay, what is the motivation for jumping? We got to consider uh, more playing time. If you're trying to seek more playing time, I understand, but with the eligibility, like maybe you're not necessarily going for the NFL, and you just want to go to a place where you can ball out. But where would that be? I want to hear your thoughts in the chat today. Where would he end up to get playing time? Because the scheme around here, around Colorado, is that we're going to be doing a lot of committee play this year, which is perfect. Because if we look at Sean Livingston's style, Sean Livingston is like, man, I want to evaluate every single game, every single opponent, and put them in their own little bracket. Like I can just imagine his wall. If you're a filmmaker, you got a wall and you got the characters and their motivation, the things that you want them to do and how you're going to use them and stuff like that. So I can imagine Livingston having such a wall, right? He probably doesn't. He probably has some little sketchbook or whatever he has. And he's drawing up these different schemes, and he's like, all right, so this group of guys do this in practice. This is their strengths. But this other group of guys, they do this thing very well. When I call this type of play, I can see this guy's head going this way. So this group can give me this. So when I see certain things happening on the offense, I'm going to call this and I'm going to put this package together. So where does Omarion Cooper fit into that? Or where does all of the players fit into that? I would say you stay in that system because you know you're going to get playing time. And then you got to consider the fact that coaches get tunnel vision. If you're balling, man, you're on that field forever. They're not taking you out for the sake of the package if you're balling out. I'm sure the coaches are smart enough to know that maybe one person is balling out very well in that package, and he may just pull the other pieces from out of that package and keep that one guy that's killing it. But I don't never see a coach taking a guy out of the off the field that's really doing it, like that's giving it to the wide receivers or that's really going after that ball. I don't see that happening. So the fact that Shermer's going to do the package game, and then the DC Robert Livingston is going to be using the packages as well. I think it's advantageous for a lot of these one-year guys to just stick around and just ball out, bro. If you ball out, this is your best chance to be seen. There are going to be some games that people are not going to check out. But I believe that every single Colorado game is going to be checked out because everybody's always checking for Colorado. So if you're a one-year guy that's not really high on the depth chart, where is your best interest to be at? Or what school do you think is your best interest to be at? Especially knowing that they're going to be packages and you may fit into some kind of package. Would you go into some school that you'll fall into oblivion and nobody's going to recognize you? Do y'all even remember some of the names that left Colorado? And let's just say they went somewhere and they balled out. They did really well. Do y'all even remember any of them? Is anybody saying, well, that guy, he's balling out. He's from Colorado. Maybe only the one guy from Florida State. That one guy, I saw one clip that says he's a Colorado transfer and he's balling out. Like, that was it. The rest of the guys, the cornerback that went to, Oregon? Nico Reed? Do you even remember Nico Reed? You know what I'm saying? Like, bruh, I'll give you this. Colorado has a built-in, okay, for all of the players, your moms, the dads, and all of the media, everybody that's watching and listening. Let me say this statement right here. This is business, guys. You got to start thinking business now. Forget about the outside noise and focus on the business of college football. Focus on the business. If you are a guy that's going to be 2 or 3. Let's just say you are 2 in a possible. You know what I'm saying? You're in there. But you know you might get some type of playing time. What is your best shot? What school at any level, what school is your best shot or your best place for you to be at? It has to be Colorado. You know why? Because of all of the cameras. It makes sense. Okay? And if it makes sense, it makes dollars too. It makes sense because your tape is every week. Either we're going to be covering it, Well Off is going to be covering it, Reach the People Media, all right? The pregame show, the CU Buff channel. Like, we have so many cameras at Colorado, we catch flack for them. But it's your best shot for the guy that's not such a big name. So at this point, somebody like Omarion Cooper leaving is like, bro, what's your problem? Like, I don't care how bad they're treating me, bro. Maybe okay, maybe I would care. But like, come on, bro. Like, how bad could it be treating you in Colorado for you to leave? You started off at Florida State. You came to Colorado. You did your thing last year. We know your name. And then you're going to leave all of that and get into the transfer portal where it's not sexy, where teams are not hurting for DBs, and you're going to go somewhere and just fall off the map? Like, did you call mom and dad on that one? Like, what did you talk to your uncle? Man, this ain't making no sense, bro. Stop. Like, who does your uncle even know anything about football business? Forget about he maybe played like Al Bundy in high school and he scores four touchdowns, giving you advice. But well, dang, man, like, bruh, it makes sense to stay at Colorado, or it makes sense to come to Colorado where your tape is on display. Bruh, you do anything good for Colorado, it's making news, instant news. It can't be that bad, I'm telling you, I promise you. Unless they cut you, then I get it. Unless they cut you. Now, if they cut you and it's not on you, you wanted to stay, which Cormani hinted on, saying it wasn't on him in one of these chat rooms. I think it was Twitter room or Twitter chat room. He was talking to some guys using foul language, a lot of foul language. And it was like, yo, you messed up your opportunity. And he was like, y'all boys is crazy. I'm over here. My dog is listening to y'all. It's entertaining for my dog. And he was like, bruh, it ain't on me. It was like, when you go back, he said, it ain't on me. It's on them. If it's not on you and it's on Colorado, I understand. If they cut you, they're like, yo, we don't need you. We're going to bring some guys in because we're trying to win and you don't have a place right here. Maybe it's best for you to jump. If that's the case, then you can't do nothing. But if that's not the case and you were going to see the field, then, bro, come on, man. Like, come on, man. Like, on any given Saturday, bro, you want to be at Colorado. There's too many cameras. If you practice, if you do well in practice, bro, we're bigging you up. If you do anything in practice, we're bigging you up. The guys that were not signed, that were not drafted in the NFL draft, that were connected to Colorado, I'll post this question for y'all. Do you think they got signed, right? Do you think they got signed because of Colorado? Do you think that hype helped them out? Let me see what y'all saying in the chat. Do you think that hype helped them out a little bit? Colorado, everybody's checking for you. If you catch a pass over here, I mean, it's broadcast around the nation, around the globe. If you catch a pass over here, if you make a tackle, if anything you do at Colorado goes around the nation. So you're telling me that it's not better to be over here if you can forget about the clown stuff and the distractions that everybody wants to pinpoint at? Oh, it's a clown show over there. Nobody wants to go there, which is not true, because if you look at the next segment that we're going to have is who's coming. Bruh, like, have you seen, like, Colorado is closing, like, nobody's business. If they get you on campus, it's a wrap. What? Look on your screen. Colorado is closing these guys on your screen. A bunch of 4 stars, 1 5-star, and a lot of 3 stars. This is the trenches of Colorado of football. Your 3 stars and your 4 stars. That's your meat of college football. That's where it's at. That's where you're going to find your most, contributors. Your 3 stars and your 4 stars. If you get a 5-star, hey, that's icing on the cake. But your biggest contributors are going to come from the 3 stars, and the 4 stars. And Colorado has a bunch of them coming to the school. And when they leave Colorado, they cancel their other visits. Bruh. I'm just saying, make it make sense to where Colorado is not the best place to play college football if you are about the business of college football. If you watch the draft at all, and you are a beast of a player, I would like for you to make it make sense where even with the clown show over here, even with all of the distractions, tell me, somebody convince me, and I would love for you to call into the show to convince me why Colorado is not the best place to play college football. And in that case, join TLP Live at gmail.com. Right on your screen. This way. Come on. It's backwards, Harry B. It's backwards. If you want to point to the left, you point to the right. Okay? Join TLP Live at gmail.com is the email. If you are a football fan, you could be of any fan base, I don't care. I want you to call me or email me. I'm going to send you the link to the show. You click on it, you come on here, let's debate. And you can try to convince me, if you understand the business of college football, if you can convince me that Colorado is not the best place to play college football. All things considered, every single thing. Recruiting, development, playing time, the lights, the hype. I submit to you that Coach Prime helped Michael Penix Jr. to get drafted in the NFL draft. Coach Prime made some noise for him. When Coach Prime tweeted out, Michael Penix Jr. is not getting the type of coverage that the other quarterbacks are getting, and then subsequently getting drafted by a team that just gave their QB1 $100 million. Tell me if Coach Prime didn't play a part in that. I'm telling you, the business of football has multiple elements. And I'm starting to now that I've went through one NFL draft with Colorado just this past weekend, right? Now that I've gone through a whole cycle with Colorado, now I'm starting to understand more so what Coach Prime is doing. And now I can make a valid argument based on data that I believe Colorado is the best place if you are a dog. And if you are not such a dog, to play your college football. And I want to talk about that. I want to debate on that for a little bit before we go to the next topic. I want to debate a little bit on why Colorado is the best place to play college football. Because if you watch the NFL draft, if you know anything about the media, a lot of the players, I would also submit to you that Caleb Williams who went number 1 overall in the draft. The reason why that happened is because of the coverage. I promise you, somebody can come on here that is really intrinsic into college football, into the DNA of college football, will tell me that they know at least 2 quarterbacks that's better than Caleb Williams. And if that's the case, if Caleb Williams is not better than 2 quarterbacks that they know from these top colleges, then why did he go number 1 overall? The media plays a huge part. Coverage plays a huge part. If you look at LeVar Ball and how he was able to get one of his kids to go number 1 overall, it was the hype. You need the hype. You need to know how to play. And then you need to make sure that you have good people around you. If you couple all those things together, you get a Caleb Williams. And you go number 1. Or you get drafted. So think about it. If you're a top player, you're going to have your 30 catches if you're a wide receiver. If you're a lineman, you're going to get the stops you need, your footwork, your arms, and everything's going to work. Don't you need a place where you get reps, on-camera reps? Everybody's talking about you. More and more people are talking about you. And you have the hype machine behind you? From well off to all of us? Can anybody argue against that? I want to hear that tonight. Join TLP Live at gmail.com. Anybody can come on here and make a really good argument. Argue the opposite. Like, that's not good for college football. The hype is not good for college football. And it has to make business sense. If anybody can come on here and argue and give me a good reason, then I will listen and I may concede and say, okay, I got what you're saying. I understand it. But I would like to know. Let me check the email and see if anybody's coming on here. Please, anybody, just come on. Just email me. I want to know, because now it's clear to me. It's not like it wasn't clear before, Harry B. It was clear before, but now it's much, much clearer. I understood it before, but I think I almost succumbed. Whatever. I almost succumbed to the naysayers about the cameras. And I was starting to wish, like, man, I really want Colorado to get, to be considered serious again. But I wasn't really thinking about the business side of college football. And Colorado is being taken seriously by those who know what's really real. Colorado is being taken seriously by recruits. The fact that Juju is still considering us and he's committed to one of the best quarterbacks, he's committed to USC and he's still considering Colorado. The fact that Colorado is closing on some of the top recruits in the transfer portal, it lets you know that Colorado is still being taken seriously. Rispers is killing it right now. Like, from FAMU, was it FAMU? Rispers, who came over from FAMU, like, Rispers is killing it right now in the recruiting business. Like, I'm telling you, the big names are recognizing that Rispers is doing his thing. He is doing his thug thizzle. For sure. So Colorado is really on it when it comes to this recruiting game. How are they closing these players? When Coach Brown goes out, he sends his message and say, I ain't got time to develop you, bro. You just come ready to play. The young men are responding. Yo, GT Massive, what up, man? Thank you for your membership. The young people are responding to the message. They're getting it. They're like, yo, no matter how much I say, Coach Brown, they tune it down, the more he talks, the more the kids listen. Maybe I'm wrong. Just let Coach Brown be Coach Brown. I started off like that, and I was like, yo, Coach Brown be you. Then I started listening, and I started saying, that one hit a little hard. But Coach Brown said, I ain't coming to your roach-infested house. People, they came running to him. He said, bro, I ain't going to develop you. You on your own. He didn't say all that. I'm joking now. He's like, I ain't got time to develop you. Come ready to play. They came running to him. So at this point, I'm like, well, dang, bro, like, just say more than. I mean, at that point, just cuss their mama out or something. I don't know. Maybe just be more belligerent. Like, I don't know. What the heck? The more he does that stuff, the more they keep coming. Dad, go to let Coach Prime go, okay? Straight up, Pharaoh. Moses was Coach Prime. Let my people go. Dad, go it, bro. Let Coach Prime go. Let him go. Let him do his thing, man. Coach Prime, do your thing. All right. Let me go ahead. Let me see who wants to come on here and debate the opposite of that. Or just talk to me. The argument is there. What fan base or what fan is out there that's a college football fan that can debate me tonight and convince me? If you are willing to, if you are a rational business person, not just any loose person that's a cynic that has no idea about business and they can't get out of their own way to see it. I'm not talking about a Coach Prime hater. I'm talking about a centrist or somebody who may like Coach Prime, but you may like Coach Prime and you don't like his cameras. If you can come on here and debate me and convince me that Colorado is not the best place to play college football, if you can do that, man, I'll give you thumbs up. I want somebody to convince me tonight because now I'm like, hold up, wait a minute. Y'all thought he was finished? Coach Prime ain't finished, bro. Say that again, Harry B. Hold up, wait up a minute. Y'all thought he was finished? Bro, as soon as the portal opened and dudes started jumping, what was the first headline? Nobody wants to go to Colorado. Nobody wants to stay at Colorado. Nobody wants to play for Coach Prime. And then after that, right after that, massive recruits are coming in. 4 stars, 3 stars, 5 stars. Man, well, if you weren't paying attention, right? Do we have a new member? Another member? Wait a minute. I think we got another one. I don't want to miss that. New member. Can't be. There we go. New member can be. Salute to you, can be. Becoming a new member. How do you become a new member of TLP Sports Club? If you're on your computer, I don't know if you can see it on the phone or on mobile yet. I don't know how to get there on mobile. You just hit that join button, and then I got different tiers of membership. But y'all come on here, y'all. Let's talk. Let's get this thing cracking. Let me bring on some people. I'm gonna bring y'all on a little bit at a time. And I want somebody to convince me that Colorado is not the best place to play college football. Pending the business, not pending, but understanding the business aspect of Colorado. And then I'll bring my regulars on too. I want my regulars to whether they agree with me or they got pushbacks, I'm with it. Let's come on here and somebody convince me that Colorado is not the best place to play college football. I'm about that life tonight. I got time tonight. Let's go. All right. I'm trying to send the link. I'm trying to send the email link to the people that have just requested to come onto the show. So just give me a second, guys. Let me go ahead and do that because out of these guys, I want one of them or somebody who has, who has some data, can connect the business data with the other kinds of data and tell me and convince me whether Colorado's not the best place to play college football. See you, Buff Dynasty. Welcome to the show, brother. I appreciate you. How you doing today? You might have to unmute whenever you're ready. Hey, yo, Scoop Brooklyn, what up with you? Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you calling in today.
What's up, Harry B?
What
What's
it
the
do,
word,
man?
my boy? Ain't nothing
All is
cool,
well. All
man.
is well.
Can you hear me, Eric?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you, Buff Dynasty. How you doing today?
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna just sit up here with you today, man. I'm waiting for somebody to try to convince Will.
Okay. So you want to
When
be
you
convinced as
have,
well?
yeah, I'm waiting to see what's going on.
Yeah. Because now let's
So
the end goal it starts with Pee Wee and then it ends at the NFL level. So the end goal is just the NFL. Now that we've had a full cycle with Coach Prime, now it's time for us to put it all together. Let's see who can
right,
convince us tonight. There's a couple of us tonight. Let's
cause
see
see,
who can convince us
cause see,
tonight. Go ahead.
cause see with me, when you can get, I think it was two, maybe three players from JSU to get a look. One of them got signed. I think another two got an opportunity. And then when you look
Yeah,
at
your audio is
Colorado
really
and
bad.
the short
Your audio
span
is
of
really bad.
time. Okay, hold on, I'll be right back.
Yeah. Your audio is real bad. Marie, what's up with you? Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you calling in. Are you here to convince me tonight?
Hey, Harry, no, I'm not here to convince you tonight. I just wanted to
Okay.
speak on a little bit on Marion Cooper, from my opinion.
Oh,
Okay, go ahead.
Marion. You left, right?
Yes, Marion, that was the breaking news. I started off with the show. Yes.
Oh, damn.
So, my opinion with the Marion Cooper, I think he was a good player. I think I think he saw the writing on the wall. There was a lot of new players coming and that have come in, and the folks that's actually coming, he probably slipped down on the depth chart.
Mm-hmm.
But I wish he would have stayed because he did produce for us. But I wish him all the best at whatever school he goes to, because I can tell you that he always spoke well of Coach Prime, and I think my opinion is that he really wanted to be here. But if he only has um 1 year left, then he has to go somewhere and show out. He has to hit the field. He can't risk it with not seeing the field if his goal is the NFL. So with that, I
See, that's the thing.
understand that.
See, Marie, that's the thing. Can you suggest where that could be? Like, I'm interested in understanding where that could possibly be based on what I'm trying to do tonight, as far as understanding the business of college football. If it's your last year, where could he possibly land that will give him the kind of shine, even if he beats out to get to the NFL?
Okay. There are a lot of teams that don't have great DBs like him. I think he's a good DB. I think he can hit the field. I mean, I don't know, maybe Syracuse, maybe those guys will give him a chance. I'm sure there are teams out there that are given an opportunity because he does have good playing time on film. He did, come through for us. But I think Coach Prime is probably looking for some guys that are a little bit more seasoned, but no one can say that this guy is trash, because if they are, they just hating.
But
So
here's
I
the
think
problem.
that he's
Let me tell
okay.
you.
Go ahead.
Let me tell you the problem. All right. Let me tell you the problem here, and then see you above Dynasty. I got you, Willie. I got you. Give me a second. Here's the problem. In order for you to go somewhere else, if you have NFL aspirations, in order for you, if you go somewhere else and ball out, this is what has to happen for you. You got to beat out all of the SEC DBs to get the kind of look that you need to be able to be drafted or signed or even invited to a practice squad. Now, you go somewhere else and you ball out, that's going to be okay. You stay with Coach Prime and you ball out and in your limited capacity, that's way better than any other scenario that I can think of for you. That's my argument. That's why I'm like, it don't make sense at this point for somebody at his stature who hasn't been balling out all his career to leave Coach Prime to go ball out on another team, and nobody's gonna care. That's what I'm saying. That's where I'm at. See you, Buff Dynasty. Welcome back, man. Is your audio good now?
Harry,
You
do
may
you
have
want
to
me
unplug.
to answer that? Or are you moving
Yes, answer
on?
that. Yes. No. Answer that.
Can you hear me good now?
We can hear you good. Let
Can you hear
Marie
me good?
get her thoughts. Yeah.
Okay, cool. No problem.
All right, Marie, go
So,
ahead. That's how I feel.
okay, so again, I believe that he's leaving because if this is your final year, you can't afford to ride the bench just because you're with Coach Prime. You know, I'm a huge Coach Prime fan. But
Mm-hmm.
if that was my son, and he only had 1 year left, and he know that he slipped down on the depth chart, like he's number 4, and this is last year in order to shine. Although we have
Mm-hmm.
a good relationship with Coach Prime, number one, I'm not going to burn any bridges. I mean, he's not going to burn any bridges on his way out the door. So just because someone goes to another team doesn't mean Coach Prime is not going to reach out and try to help this kid to his ultimate goal. Number two, he could have had a real, because Coach Prime keeps it real with all of them. Hey, dude, I mean, this could have been the conversation. Hey, you see these DBs I done brought in, and these are the guys that I'm still bringing in. So you're right here on a depth chart, you know, go somewhere where you can get the opportunity to ball out and possibly make a team in the NFL for next year. So with him leaving, I don't have any issue with him leaving, because he did what he needed to do, in my opinion, you know, to the best of his ability here at CU. I don't have an issue with him going, because he needs to, if this is final year. If you ever listen to this guy at one of those little press conferences that they hold for the players, he's been on there a couple of times, and he really wanted to play for Coach Prime, and that's what he did. But if you fall again, if you got 1 year left, come on, man, you can't expect this man to just ride the bench to say, I'm riding with Coach Prime, I'm just gonna sit here and not try to get another opportunity to play, so actually NFL teams can actually see him play.
But I don't think he was going to ride the bench, because
Well, I'm
Livingston's
not
trying to
saying he
do
was going to ride the
committee
bench,
team.
but he wasn't going to get the playing time that he got last year. Let's be real.
Right, I get it. See you, Buff Dynasty. Do you want to chime in? Scoop Brooklyn, do you want to chime in?
Yeah.
I just want to say, go ahead, see you. Go ahead, see you.
Okay. Hey, how you doing, Marie and Scoop?
What's good, bro?
So,
How you doing?
Marie, it's not about the amount of plays. It's about what you do with the amount of plays that you have. So, speaking in reference to Amari, I think he should have stayed stable, because if we're going to use the things that you were saying, like this is his last year, XYZ, why would you jump in the portal into a pool of speculation? You don't really know what's going on, if anybody's going to pick you up. So I would have stayed. I would have stayed still. But back to the first topic before I got cut off by my phone. Somebody's going to have to convince me as well, Harry, because to get a couple of players or looks from Jackson State, which is HBCU, and then to turn around in a short year at Colorado and get some players who, on a normal basis, wouldn't even have an opportunity to even be invited to anything, and now it's up to like what, 3 or 4 guys. You're going to have to convince me that whatever he's doing is not working. I'm eager to wait to see what this entire full session is going to be next year's draft. So it's going to be hard to knock me off my block that this is not the best place for some of these kids to go.
Yeah, and let me make another argument. Like think about it. The people that are getting signed, or at least getting invitations, number one, to get an invitation is not easy at all. We all know that the draft, if you get drafted, you're guaranteed something, right? It's not a guarantee that you'll make the team, but you at least get some type of guarantee. But at the end of the day, like there's so many much better players that didn't get drafted, right?
Right.
So now they got to go to the to go undrafted free agency. So think about the SEC players that did not get drafted, who people always say are the best in the nation. They didn't get drafted, so they will get the undrafted free agent signing, right? Now
Right.
think about it. for Coach Brown to put people, for Coach Brown people to even get that over some of those players, it lets you know that the hype is real and it works. Because there's no reason why they should get that at all.
Also, let me drop one more nugget that we may have forgotten about. And I can't say that this hasn't happened before because we haven't had an in-depth look at programs like this before. But, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, what coach that if you're hurt during the NFL day and then you're hurt during the day that this scouts come to the college, he can reschedule you an entire day by yourself and still get 12 or 13 scouts to come after all of the madness is gone and over with. I personally don't know of any other coach that is able or has done that before, but I don't have full knowledge on that. But to me, that's freaking amazing, man.
But KMS, listen,
what happened with Xavier Weber? Getting him an entire day by himself? That's crazy.
That's what I'm saying. So Prom didn't have the only UDFA. I get it. But Prom shouldn't have any UDFAs. if you look at the trajectory of how everything worked during the season, Prom should not over some SEC players that are still undrafted and they're trying to find homes. Like look at the entire. I'm so hyped today. I got to calm down, guys. Let my blood pressure calm down. Let me bring on some of my other guys because my eyes just got open to something real. It's real. Tim Smith, welcome to the show, brother. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you.
Yo, what's up, Harry? To the rest of the panel.
What's good, Tim?
I say what's up.
Let me jump you in with this question right here, Tim.
Mm-hmm.
KMS says Prom didn't have the only UDFA. Tell me, as far as a UDFA is concerned, right? Mm-hmm. The next from draft, then you get UDFA, then you get invited, right? I think that's kind of like the sequence, right? That's how it works in the NFL, right? Okay.
Right.
And if you didn't get any of those, then you try to finagle your way in there so you can get on somebody's practice squad and then show off that you can play.
Mm-hmm.
So it does not make sense, or the argument is not plausible that Prom going 4-8, being his first year, having those guys come in here, that UDFA is like the next big thing. And he shouldn't get those because there's still a lot more SEC guys and a lot of way bigger programs out there that should have got those UDFAs. Am I not thinking in the right way? Or maybe I don't know enough about this draft system.
Xavier Weaver got 250.
Yeah, Xavier Weaver got 250 to sign with Arizona. So I mean, at the end of the day, you just want to regardless of what school you come from, you just want to get the opportunity. You know what I mean? But I look at it as this, like I think CU Buff said, this season, I'm gonna be looking for guys to go higher in that draft. I don't want to see I don't want you to have to do what you did this past season, which I give you grace because of how the season. I mean, you had to overhaul your roster and do all this other stuff. I give you grace, but now you got a whole full season. I want to see who's going to go in the first, second, and third round. I have my picks on who's going to go in the first round. All of us understand that clearly, but I want to see who else can you produce. Some of these other positions, if that don't, come. Yeah,
that's gonna happen in a major way. Let me bring on Waldo. Waldo, welcome to the show. Okay. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you.
Well, that's coming. Will, trust me.
Hey, blessings, bandwagon buffs, blessings.
What's up, Wild?
So, what up, Wild?
Yo. All right, so well, KMS say I'm low-key saying that Zay was trash. No, the reality of the fact that he didn't get drafted. So he's not low-key trash.
About that.
I'm saying if you don't get drafted, the next best thing is to get signed. And then to be getting guaranteed money on signing and they can cut you. So you're getting $250,000. There are mothers and fathers that don't make that, and they got college degrees. They can't make $250,000 just like that to get an invitation to go try out for a team that may cut you. Like
he got it in his bank account the next day.
Right. So I'm not low key saying he trash. I'm just saying for Coach Prime to get that for his guy, it's a plus when you consider who else did not get drafted, and you stack up all of the colleges that are way ahead of Colorado. If you do that, then Colorado should not. No player from Colorado should get considered because of the arguments that we have with college football fans all the time. Am I crazy, Wild Dog?
No, you're not crazy, Harry. But you're not crazy at all. But sometimes when you make too much sense, you know what I'm saying, it just rubs people the wrong way. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody wants to be right. You know, and then your energy and passion behind it doesn't make it any easier for the haters. You know what I'm saying? Then your passion strokes the haters' passion, and then that's when we have it's all good to have a whole fallout. And like you said, calling people out, let's talk about it. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm with you, but I emailed you some pushback. I had emailed you before, but I know, you're a busy man. But my pushback, even though I'm with you, is that there are some better options depending on the situation that players are coming from, right?
Okay.
And then, so that was what the email was about. And then, when it comes to football, I'm a diehard Steelers fan, Steeler Nation. And our thing is, we don't care how great of a coach you are. We don't care how great of a player you are. We might even draft you. But if you are not a fit into the organization, not just the football program, the complete organization from top to bottom, you not staying. You're not going to be here. Period. You have to be a fit. And then when Tomlin experimented with it because of Antonio Brown's, great talent, we see how that worked out. But still, it was a weighing of the cost of having someone that great and it being effective on the field, but then us going away from our true identity, then the backlash, right? So that's where I'm at with it. Cooper could be there. Cooper could be there and have every reason to stay, but if he's not a fit, guess what? That's what the porter's for.
Hey, Harry.
Right. Let me get some business in. Let me get some business in before you go, Tim. William Barry, excuse me. Thank you for the super chat. $5. See you guys jumping in the TP transfer portal racing from challenges. Hodge and McKinney was Omarion's new comp, and he didn't want that challenge, but I hope the best for him. That's all. Yo, William Barry, man, you're singing like the choir be singing. You're singing that note that the choir sings. Nobody wants the challenge. Tim, go, and then I'll get Tennis Channel in here. Go ahead, Tim.
Okay, just to piggyback off of what Wild Dog was talking about, and also something for you to understand too. Now you see those scouts and stuff on the sidelines at some of those practices. That don't just happen at CU. Coach, there's this out here in the SEC and the ACC that has connected.
Your audio's coming in bad.
Oh, can you hear me better?
Something about the SEC. Something about the SEC. Can you repeat that line? All right. So Tim, log off and come back in because your audio is not coming in clearly. Tennis Channel, Willie, what's up with you? Thank you for calling in. Willie, are you good? If you're speaking, then I'm not hearing you. But okay, so you guys just hold on for a second. If your audio comes on, just hold on for a second. So Wild Dog, all right. So I kind of understand the essence of what you and Tim are trying to say. I'm not saying that there aren't good programs, right? I'm using the idea of a good program versus the business of football, college football, and I'm trying to couple those together. And now I'm coming to a new conclusion that you need exposure. You need a heavy dose of hype around you. You need exposure And you need to be able to have somebody who can fight for you behind those closed doors. And the person that has the deepest relationships can probably get you into doors that you probably wouldn't have gotten into if you weren't with them. So now if I couple those things together and I look at the landscape of college football and how the business works, I come to the conclusion that Coach Prime is probably one of the best places to learn at if you are a dog, if you're the second dog, and if you are a dog in you are a possible dog. All three of those elements make Coach Prime the most sexiest. I'm not gonna say pause either, because he's a sexy man, right?
No Diddy.
Yeah, no Diddy.
I don't care. I don't care. He is a sexy man. I'm good. I'm good with with myself. All right, no Diddy. All right, no pause. I was wilding for a second there. I was wilding, but still, Colorado is the sexiest place to play, and I want somebody to like use the business, use the metrics that I just set up. You gotta use the metrics. If you don't use the metrics, then what you're going to end up doing is saying, well, look at all of the top programs where they can go win. If I was to just use that one metrics, then I would say, well, Michigan won the championship. Their quarterback barely got off the board, right? And I would say the SEC is the strongest program. Their players are all out there, and now they're going to be in somebody's cubicle. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, at the end of the day, if you look at the draft, it don't matter, bro. It don't matter. You need relationship, you need hype, and then your film. Your film is not the first thing. Forget about Steelers fan with Wild Dog. Your film is not number one. I don't know if you don't know the business, your film is not number one. It's the relationships. Somebody's gonna call somebody and say, who am I getting? And who do we know is working on character, is working on personality, is working on all of the intangibles? Who do we know that does that openly? It's Prime. And then he got the cameras, he got the hype, and he got football Hall of Famers coaching on his staff. Bro, use everything. That's all I'm saying. You got to use the entire spectrum of the metrics that I'm talking about. If you leave one out, then you're just saying it's better to go play for Bama or it's better to go play for Georgia.
I'm back.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Did Cooper not think he could get back his spot? It's only like May. It's so early. Did he not think he can compete and try to get back on the charts, like somehow?
I don't know. That's crazy.
Can you hear?
Why would
That is so weird to me. I'm really here thinking
Yes, sir.
about it. That's my
Okay,
vibe.
good.
I'm like, damn, bro.
Yeah, like, so somebody said, yo, this was funny. I had to bust out laughing. Somebody said Kwamani's going to end up working at KFC. Yo, that's.
I think he got. He
to
posted something earlier though that he got signed to
Huh?
something. He posted something early on his Instagram that he got signed to to something. I can't remember what it was. I gotta go check it out again.
Bro, like
Yeah,
if
posted
it
it
was
earlier.
USC, you would have remembered that. If it was anybody big, you would have remembered that. That's the whole point. You see what I'm saying? Like
I think
you can't.
it's like an NIL deal or something.
Like the whole fall from grace is crazy because now you got Dylan Edwards, who just went to Kansas, right? There's a lot. Now, is there anybody out there that's watching in this land, in this college football landscape, that's watching me and saying Harry B, yo, you a wild boy. You wilder than Wild Dog himself. Like Harry B, you crazy. If anybody's thinking that, email me. I'm gonna put
I think
the
you
email
wilding
right
a little bit. I ain't gonna say you crazy, but I think you wilding a little bit though.
Yes, thank you, Tim. Please, Tim, come and talk to
Yeah.
me, please, Tim.
Okay,
Let me
because I don't.
get the email. Let me put the email back up because I want to have this conversation and I'm ready for this tonight. It was not my theme for the show, but it just kind of fell me. It just kind of fell into my lap. Join TLP Sports. Join TLP Live at gmail.com is the email. If you think I'm wilding like Tim, if you think I'm wilding, come argue with me. Give me a good pushback. Let me know what exactly I'm wilding about. But you got to use the metrics. If you use the metrics, then we in the ballpark and we're on context. So we're in context. Join TLP Live. Write it down if you're going to call in later. Join TLP Live at gmail.com. That's the email. I got to take it off the screen. All right, go ahead, Tim. Please
All right.
convince me.
I like to pick things apart just a little
Uh-huh.
bit. And
Yep.
I play the devil's advocate today. But okay, the metrics that you said relationships, then film. I
Mm-hmm.
disagree with you on that. I say film, then relationship. Because any high school coach is looking at the film before they contact the school or the coach
Okay.
to get the information that they need about the player that they want that they would like to bring into their program. No different than the NFL.
Can we take a bit by bit?
So,
Like when you
so
make a point, let's
I got some
discuss.
pushback on that.
Hold on.
Okay.
Well, can we take it piece by piece? Like you'll make that one point, and then we can discuss that one point. So go ahead, finish that thought.
Okay, and then it was one more thing that you said at the end. You kind of made me forget my thought, but I guess we could touch on that. If it come back to me, I'll bring it back up.
All right, so let's take the first part you said. Okay, so after they see that you can play, what is the very next thing to do? After they say, oh, this person can play, what is the purpose of the film? The purpose of the film is to see that you can play, right?
If you're going to be a good fit for that for their program,
Right.
based off
So,
of your skill set.
right. So they can see if you can play for their program, right? If you can play, right? If you can fit into their playbook, their scheme, whatever, right? Okay.
Right.
But after they consider like that would be everybody's film. That would be everybody. Like they're not looking at anything other than if they're not looking at anything other than film, right? And everybody can play. What is the thing that they go to try to make sure that you can actually fit into their program?
Well, I mean, they're gonna inquire about the type of student you are, the type of player, the type of individual you are, what type of kind of like the coach did with Carmoney McClain. You know, he thought Coach Prime was a good fit for him. He thought Coach Prime would be a good fit for Carmoney McClain. But he didn't say anything about Carmoney being a good fit for Colorado. And now you got a kid that is and I just picked out little bits and pieces. He said that he's kind of isolated. So with an isolation going to a school that's heavily media attention, that was a total bust for him to go there. Now he's in a situation that he's in, but he put himself in that situation. But
now he's making YouTube videos and trying to get back that attention that he had. So
right. But
you want to play for clicks, but you need those clicks right now, brother.
Exactly. But what I'm saying is he was a 5-star, but it did more harm going to Colorado than it did good. Based off just the little few things that I just stated. I see you.
Okay, so look,
what you thinking, Wild Dog? Your eyes in the air, man.
Hold on.
There's something on that
so
mind.
Look, hey Tim, let me take it for a second, right? Give me a second. Look, listen. I'm thinking it from this standpoint. Obviously, when you are in a sport that talent is the first thing that you're going to look at. But I'm talking about when it comes to the business, right? When it comes to the business of football, right? I'm leading with relationship because I'm considering, let's say all things considered, you know how to play. Because they ain't no, just like him would come on here and say, ain't no top program hiring no bumps, or they're not recruiting no bumps, right? Let's say all things considered, talent is the obvious thing in the room, right? Without talent, I don't care what type of relationship you have. Without talent, without your skill set, we're not even having a conversation. So let's just say talent is out there, all things considered, right? So so if you look at it from that standpoint, then yeah, you got to say talent first. But I'm saying after we consider that, we must move on to relationship being the very next thing. Okay. Who would you say crushed Cormani McLean's dreams the most? Coach Prime or his high school? No. Let me change that. Who would you say crushed him in the transfer portal thus far the most? Would that be his high school coach's statements or Coach Prime?
It was Carmoney McLean's statements when he went out there and made that second video on YouTube to draw the narrative to allow them to speak up and defend themselves. If he wouldn't have stated anything, I don't think they would have said anything. But to answer your question with the question, you said you used the word business.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm looking at this from a business standpoint, if I got a high turnover rate, I got the same amount of skill set as other individuals. I may rethink my choice of going to that company because of the high turnover rate.
Oh, but that's what I'm saying. The high turnover rate, there's an answer for that, right? You can come in here, and if you are the Wolf of Wall Street, right? You go to a company that has a high turnover, and you're like the wolf. You're like, what was he tripping about? When I get there, I'm saying, what in the world was he tripping about? Son wasn't about that. I know what I need to. I know what I need to do to get what I need to get from this company. I know exactly what they're trying to do over here. But as much as we preach it, as much as we state it on these channels, these kids still come here and then they get a culture shock. Oh, shoot. He requires a lot out of me. Oh, shoot. I got to go to class. Wait a minute. I need to say, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I can't sag my pants. Wait a minute. I know a school over there that's going to make me have to do that. That's not going to make me have to do that.
I disagree with that. I think it's the hype mixed in with the old tradition. You know what I mean? This portal thing haven't been going on for 4 and 5 years. So therefore, I feel like kids are trying to adjust, but in the midst of their adjustment, they're making bad decisions, self decisions.
That's
They're
what I'm
making
saying.
bad self decisions.
But that's the business part of that I'm trying to drive through tonight. If you're thinking about the business, then
Right.
you will get out of your feelings. You will set your feelings aside and say, how do I really feel about my decision? What do I really feel about this program? What is it? Why am I really leaving? Right? Because if I'm leaving to go ball out somewhere else, I'm saying that I'm putting my tape over the other aspects of the spectrum, okay, of the metrics. So if you ball out somewhere else, right? If you ball out at Syracuse, nobody will care as much. Then that means somebody now has to go and look over a DB that balled out at Syracuse, but he didn't really do that well when he was here at Colorado, and then at Florida State he left. So now I got to consider him versus a Toledo DB that balled out like he was really that about that. So I got 10 DBs to consider. Do I consider the DB without the hype, but he did ball out at Syracuse in his last year? Or do I consider somebody who has the hype, the everything? If he's balling out here, business sense tells you that hype is going to get you more looks than you may have gotten from Syracuse if you ball out. Business sense.
Harry,
No, I disagree.
I don't think the recruiters, I don't think those
Colorado ain't.
recruiters care about hype. They care about what those kids are doing on the field.
Look how
That's
many
what's going
kids
to
in the
get you to the
portal, man.
NFL,
Look how
not
many
the
kids
hype
receiving.
train.
Look how many kids still. The only one that got picked up really recently was what? The only one that left CU that I felt like was dominant was Dylan Edwards, and he's going to ball out next year at Kent State. Mark my word.
Okay, so this is the question for y'all. This is the question. Think about this question keenly, okay? Do you believe that there are other better quarterbacks that were in the draft than Caleb Williams?
Yes, but at the end of the day, it's all about the team who's choosing first and what they're looking for, what they need on their as far as depth. What are they looking for? Who are they losing? Like the center from Philadelphia that retired. You know what I mean? It's not all about necessarily who's the best. Now, as far as the Bears, for example, they picked Caleb Williams, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that they may be looking for a more of a mobile quarterback who can get out and kind of do what what you call is doing over at KC, Patrick Mahomes. They may not be looking for a pocket quarterback. But I think that boy from Michigan, in my opinion, is a better pocket quarterback than Caleb Williams. But
So
I like
so
Penix
that's
over
the argument
everybody.
though. So Caleb Williams went number 1. I personally don't believe he was the best quarterback in the draft. And Chicago was up, right? Chicago had a choice between Caleb Williams and all of the quarterbacks that got drafted and their need, right? That's what I'm submitting to you. That Caleb Williams had all of the elements, everything that I'm talking about, the whole package. He had more media time than any of the other quarterbacks. More media time, more hype behind him. His train was well oiled. He had the swagger. He went through the whole combine process without any. He's like, I ain't doing this. I ain't doing that. I'm not doing this. Deal with it. If you want me, you know where I'm at. Come see me. Like, he had everything behind him, and he got more coverage than anybody else. You're telling me that the better quarterback was chosen because he was just way better than every other quarterback that was chosen?
No, I'm not saying that, but I don't think that the
hype played a part.
The hype don't. No, I'm telling you, I don't think the hype plays to these owners in the NFL. I feel like, I mean, that's just my personal opinion. I don't really think that they look at the hype part of it and say, well, man, this dude is he got everybody watching his videos and everything. He got 20 million views and all this stuff.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
You talking about
when you talk about coverage. When you talk about coverage, the coverage sends a message that this is the best guy. The coverage, the constant coverage, is helping those guys to make their case. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the coverage. The constant coverage is always helping these guys to look at this guy, look at his tape. They're pointing to it. They're saying, take a better look at him because he could be that guy. Let me bring on him. He's been waiting
staying relevant. Is what you
stay relevant, right?
Hey,
that's what I'm talking about.
Hey,
Stay
Harry, can I say
relevant.
something real quick? Can I say something
One
just
second.
real quick? One statement.
Go ahead.
I saw a comment, and I saw, I think it's Himothy or something like that, made a comment. The reason why all that attributed to him getting it, he was a Heisman winner. He was a Heisman winner.
Thank you.
Caleb.
Thank you.
But that gives exposure. Even if
No,
you don't win,
that's
it's
no. He was
So
balling
that
in
still plays into
Oklahoma.
Harry's argument.
He took Spencer Rattler's job at Oklahoma. He transferred. Spencer Rattler got drafted too. Took his job. Transferred to USC. Won the Heisman. Okay. I mean, y'all seen what he did to Colorado. He put like 48 points on them in like 3 quarters. Is he not the real deal? Like, come on now.
But that's what I'm saying. I said, listen. See, what I don't want to happen is to take one side of the metrics and say, well, this is why. I'm saying the metrics works in its entirety. Because you can go, what you're talking about is the tape. You're saying, look at the tape. I'm saying he is the real deal, but the hype also helps to sell that player as well. Because
I want to push back the 10 before we get too far.
If you look at the quarterbacks that were available, they had statistics. They had the tape as well. But if you have the hype machine behind you, it helps to propel you in front of everybody, and then more and more people are going to help sell your case. So if you have 2 Caleb Williamses in the draft, what pushes that next player? Yes, Tim is right on what the people need, the culture and interviewing and doing everything else. But if all things are equal, you need all 3 elements. Go ahead, see you, Buff Dynasty.
Yeah, did Tim say that it was tape then relationship? Was that the statement? So I kind of bet the different. I say relationship and then tape because it's so many players out here that's tape that the tape never makes it to the desk that it needs to make it to. So I think you need that relationship to bring that tape, to bring a lot of these tapes forward. Uh, it's the same business. You can work, you can grind as much as you want to, but sometimes it's who you know that'll get you that leg up. That's all I want to say.
That's a good point, and thank you for bringing that up, because so at the end of the day, your tape is your tape. That's what's gonna keep you. Your tape is gonna keep you. Your relationship is gonna get you where you need to get. Your tape is gonna say, okay, this guy,
There's two truths I want to bring up that I've learned in my life. This life is about relationships, right? And when it comes to sports, it's sports entertainment. With entertainment in all caps, neon lights, and a searchlight coming off of it.
I like that.
Because
it go both ways.
It
go both ways. It go both ways.
If everything is, if the factors are much greater. So even if I have a comparable quarterback, this quarterback might be better than this quarterback, but this one has played at USC. That's California. A lot of exposure. A candidate or winning the Heisman Trophy, a lot of exposure. We've had a lot of Heisman Trophy busts. That's not automatic, people. Winning the Heisman Trophy is not automatic.
Yeah, because you look at Tim Tebow, then Tim Tebow
in the NFL. But it's going to. But what it always does, right? Being a Heisman candidate or Heisman winner, it always puts people's butts in the seats. It sells tickets. What it always does, it sells jerseys. It makes money regardless.
It gets them drafted high as well.
Not always, man. Not always.
But do you realize if you're in the Heisman conversation, you wanted to
because you had Heisman Trophy winners.
Exactly him. That's what I'm saying.
That's the point y'all missing. I understand y'all want to discredit the Heisman, but the Heisman is a trophy.
No, nobody's discrediting.
No, let me.
It's not. I don't want you to discredit any part of the metrics. That's why I'm trying. Let me reword that. Let me reword that. What I'm saying is that I hear you saying
the exposure.
You don't think that there's more?
Yeah, but please let him cook. Everybody keep talking over, and please let him get his point out.
They do that to me every time, man. I'm used to it. But what I'm saying is that you have to understand that just because a guy in the high, like you say, Heisman don't matter, right? So let me give you an example. You remember a guy named Manti Te'o, a linebacker, Notre Dame?
Went to the Chargers, yeah.
He was in the Heisman. He was probably the last defensive player that they thought they was going to win the Heisman. Anyway, the point that I'm making to you, he went to Notre Dame. His talent got him on the Heisman. He had talent at Notre Dame, nobody would have known who he was. You understand what I'm saying? So for you to, like Joe Burrow, another one. At Ohio State, he wasn't even starting. Nobody knew who he was. He come to LSU. He a Heisman of the national championship winner. You know what I'm saying? But all of it goes together. I heard you say it was more quarterbacks in the draft that was better than Caleb Williams. I totally disagree on that. Because for one, the guy showed you that he wanted the Big 12 with Oklahoma. He wanted the Pac-12 with USC. Not only did he win, he had his teams in the college playoffs, and he won the Heisman. So I don't think you can say no other quarterback in that draft that had that rap sheet. Wait.
All right, let me ask you a question. What was the subsequent what was the consequences, or what was the benefits of the Heisman?
I mean, you get money off the field, you get drafted.
So exposure, you're saying. So you're sort of making my point without making my point. Like, I'm trying to tell you, if you win Heisman, right, the Heisman gives you further exposure, because you're using the Heisman for that exposure that you get for free with Coach Prime. You need the Heisman if you're a Manti Te'o for that exposure. You're getting that for free here. I'm saying don't downplay one aspect of it. I'm saying, yes, the tape is going to keep you in the building. The hype, the relationships get you in the building. If you look at everything you're saying Your play gets you more. If you ball out in a specific 7-on-7, 1v1, whatever, it gets you more exposure. A lot of the players are always looking for that exposure. I needed some. Dylan Edwards was like, I needed somebody to look at me. So I went everywhere I could go to get somebody to look at me because I can ball. So you need exposure, even if you are the best player.
Hey, I'm back. But look,
Okay, well, let me ask you this question, Harry, and to the panel. What you're just talking about, it don't always, the Heisman don't always get you there, that number one pick overall. So
it get you in the top 10.
Yeah, it may get you in. It'll get you. I agree with you on that part. But like Caleb Williams, for example, someone said that he won the Heisman, which got him in the position that he in, which was the number one overall pick. So if the Bears have a flop year and they have the number one pick, and Shador coming out next season, and he win the Heisman, do the Bears pick him?
No.
Okay, that's all I wanted to hear.
You have
Shador not going to the Bears, even if they would.
But what point are you trying to make?
Remember the MVP from the spring game last year, Lamonius Craig? He went
Wait a minute.
Go elsewhere to get more eyes. Have anybody heard anything on him? I haven't.
No, Tim, what point was you trying to make?
So you're making my point again. Hold on. See you buff down the seat.
But no, I mean, no. He been had the exposure. He got all the exposure. Shador, he got all the exposure.
No. I'm talking about Lamonius Craig. You missed that part.
No.
Him just said Lamonius Craig.
No.
That was me.
Him just said about Lamonius
what I'm
Craig.
asking.
What? Hold on. Don't change it. Let's stay right here.
Wait.
Let's stay right here for a second. Stay right there for a second. I'm telling you, I'm making my overarching argument here. Think about it. Lamonius Craig was a nobody until he caught 2 touchdowns with Colorado. Yes or no?
Yes.
True.
And that helped him to get to where he's at. When he got there, he disappeared into oblivion. But guess what? He actually played over there. He balled out. So if he had done what he did over there, here at Colorado, that dude would be a hero.
I disagree.
Okay.
First of all, he didn't ball out. And the guy that we replaced him with, Xavier Weaver, actually balled out. You understand what I'm saying?
No. I'm saying in his own right. I'm not talking about.
No. I'm saying I'm
talking about in his own right. He played. Like, he got playing time.
I know.
And he did play with a good team.
If you put his stats next to Xavier Weaver, you can see that Coach Prime.
That's not what I'm talking about. You're missing my point. My point is not that we got a better player or we got a lesser player. I'm talking about the player himself. Himself. Because people are leaving to go and get better opportunities other places, right? So let's just take let's just take Lamonius Craig in his own element, him by himself. If you take him, he went over there and he did play. What I'm suggesting to you is that the play that he got over there, let's say he does that same thing over here, nobody knows it over there. Over here, people would have hailed him as a hero. You don't agree to that?
No.
Okay.
Because you keep saying he balled out.
You're not listening to the business part.
You're not understanding what he's saying.
But you put some false information. You said he's balled.
You're not understanding what he's saying.
I'm looking at his stats. He had 28 catches, 300 yards, and 3 touchdowns. That's not balling out, bro.
So he's not. He's not specifically talking about the stats. What he's saying is whatever stats that he had at Arizona, those same stats at Colorado would be amplified because of all the madness around Colorado. That's what he's trying to say.
Okay. Yeah, but then again,
you see what I'm saying?
Because he left because he wasn't gonna get those stats.
Bro, how many? Say that again. Say his stats one more time. Say his stats one more time.
He had 300 yards and 3 touchdowns for the season.
300 yards and 3 touchdown catches. At Colorado, we would have been talking about that a lot more.
Yeah.
Like, but ain't nobody making no videos on that.
Like y'all did Dylan. It's the same thing.
Those are the same thing.
All right, Harry.
But I wanted to ask Tim something before it got too far away.
Let me bring my guy on. 614 startup. What up with you? Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you, my librarian brother.
What up, though?
You just jumped directly into this conversation. Maybe I'm being misunderstood the way I
Interpreting
am
it.
presenting this. Maybe I'm being misunderstood. But before you go, if somebody got like some type of loud background sound, it sounds like somebody's washing dishes.
Yeah, in the shower
Um,
or something.
all right, so Rodney Dickens said, thank you for the super chat. Nobody has more hype than two. Will he be drafted number one next year? The hype is going to help him. The same thing that went with LeVar Ball and his son getting drafted, and now he's probably not even, who knows if he's going to play. The hype helps out. But
Okay,
go ahead.
start right there, Harry. That's why I disagree with you. You keep using the word hype. 3,000 yards and 30 touchdowns is not hype. That's real live stats. That's not
You're
hype.
missing it.
No,
You're
but
missing it. But
hype is something that you're saying that they're
you're
blowing
not
him up.
understanding what the argument I'm making.
Harry, I get the argument you're making. Let me cook for just a second. Can I?
But
Just
before
dig
y'all
in.
do, guys, I just brought on my guest. Let me give him a chance to say hello and let him get his first statements in, and then we'll circle back around. Go ahead, 614 startup. What's up with you?
All right, what's up, Harry B? What's up, everybody? It's good to be back. Y'all showed me love on the last show. I picked up some subscribers on my channel, so it's facts, man. Everybody on TLP Sports eats, so I appreciate you guys. But forgive me, the conversation has gone in a lot of different directions.
Yes.
Help me recenter so we're all talking about the same thing. So what is the topic on the floor right now?
Right now, I have 3 metrics to help a player to maximize his opportunities to make it to his final destination if it's the NFL.
Okay.
Right? Those metrics are: you need relationship, you need your film, and you need hype or exposure.
Mm-hmm.
You need those 3 elements to work in conjunction in a perfect storm or perfect synergy to propel you to be in a higher position for where you're trying to get to.
Mm-hmm.
And that's and I say that, coach, if you look at those metrics without trying to minimize one or the other, they all work in synergy, then Coach Prime arguably would be the best person to play for, or Colorado would be the best place if you are using those metrics and you're concerned about the business of college football. And I want somebody to argue either against it or help me to make that point.
All right. So, those things are important. I agree. But winning is everything. Being part of a winning team is a major part of where you go in the NFL draft. I heard you guys talking about Xavier Weaver before. If Xavier Weaver put up the stats that he did and Colorado had gone, 9-3, I say he gets drafted. 3rd round, maybe. Just off the win. I think I agree with you in that if players want to get on the ground floor and want to claim that they were part of the foundation that's going to build this juggernaut that's being built in CU, this is a great place to come because you're going to have that claim. But in terms of getting players to the NFL, which is why Prime is in this portal so heavy, he understands that his players are on the clock, he is on the clock, and if he really wants to get them there, he has to give them winning teams. Shador needs to be on a 9-3 team, right? Part of him going high in the draft is not going for it 4-8 again. No matter how well he plays, no matter what he puts on tape, he needs to lead a team that is a bowl contender because winning still matters. That is my opinion, and I think I might be arguing against you in this case, Harry B., but that's where I stand on this. Colorado cannot claim, or I think he will be less successful than he might be otherwise if he doesn't put together an 8-4 win season, or a 9-3 win season would be even better. But that's kind of where I stand on that issue.
Good.
I
Now, I'm glad you
disagree.
said that. Hold on, wait. I'm about to tell you why you're only using one part of the metrics. I said you have to consider all 3. Winning is part of the tape. Winning is part of your film, because you can make the same argument for players that got left off the draft that were on winning teams. You see what I'm saying? But that's part of your tape. You didn't argue any part of the 2 other parts of the metrics: relationships and your and the hype, right? So you only use one part of the metrics in your argument. You because winning has to do with your tape, your film. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but
So
but
let's
but
so
listen,
let's say you
Harry,
you
we
have
we
you
don't.
have to win it on film. You have
I
to win it on film, just like everybody else that was in that draft on that draft board. Michigan got a lot of their players drafted, right? So that's part of their tape. You see what I'm saying? There's a lot of players that were on winning teams that makes their argument for their tape. But what else could have helped a lot of those players that didn't get drafted? Other parts of that metrics.
Hey, Harry,
Yeah,
can I
but
say something? Can I say something,
if
Harry?
Shador would have went top 10 this year with a losing record, though.
Somebody
Yeah,
messing with their microphone.
yeah.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Go, let me get okay. You know what? Tennis, you go first because you've been waiting for a long time, and then DC go.
Okay,
I'm gonna go after DC.
All right.
okay. Hey, I would look at. I'll take the first part of that matrix where you said relationship. Unless you have a relationship with with the players and the coach, that will take you a long ways. For example, I'm not going to use the guy's name because he's gone and that's it. But because he didn't have the proper relationship with the coach can't vouch for you. If you have a good relationship, even though you're a good player, that carries a long ways. I think just by your relationship with them. And Coach Prime talks about it all the time. He tells us all the time. It's all about relationship. That's in everything, you know? It's all about relationship. If you don't have a good relationship, you can have all the good tape all you want. You're gonna struggle a little bit.
There's 1,000 players in that draft, bro. There's so many like with good tape.
It's
Thousands.
3,000.
DC, go
3,000.
right. More than. All right, go ahead, DC.
All right, so you say your metrics is winning, relationships, and hype. So let's go ahead and look at winning.
No, that was 614's metrics, not mine.
I thought you told him he missed those two, and the two he missed was relationship and hype.
Well, no, winning is not my. I wasn't leading. Winning is just an element in the tape, on the tape, but it's
Right.
tape. Tape as a general part of you just playing football.
Okay, but the other two are relationship and hype, correct?
Relationship and media hype or
Okay.
exposure, however you want to put that.
So let's get into this. Let's look at viewing. Alabama was number one in viewership, followed by Ohio State. Colorado had 6 million views. Georgia very close with 5.9. Michigan 5.6. Tennessee, Oregon, Texas, Florida State, Notre Dame. Let's take a look at who drafted what. Michigan 13 players. Texas
Hold
11.
on. Go back to your thing. I got it on the screen now. Go ahead.
Okay. That I said that when you look at the top 10 team visibility, that Colorado was third, Georgia very close. You have Michigan, Tennessee, Oregon, Texas, Florida State, and Notre Dame. Of course, Alabama, Ohio State were the 1 and 2. All right. So, and then if you look back and see at the draft, Michigan 13 players, Texas 11, Alabama, Florida State, Washington were 10, Georgia, Oregon, Penn State were 8, Notre Dame, USC were 7. You notice there's some theme of viewership versus also being selected for the draft. We can even get down into Auburn 5, Utah 5, 4. So we could pick out here. Colorado State had someone who was drafted. Air Force even had someone drafted. So here's the point that I'm getting. To say that Colorado is a good place to get hype, and I'm going to just take a quick dip into when JSU. You know that when Coach Prime was at JSU, a lot of folks I knew went to the game just to see Prime. They weren't interested in what was on the field. They were more interested in Prime. I would have you say is that more of last year and their visibility was what to see Prime in there and support a Prime, not necessarily that they approved of the product that was on the field. Now we're going into year 2 when there is, to a certain degree, more hype with though the team is better, more hype on the coach than necessarily is the team from bottom to top. Not saying the team is bad, not saying that Coach Prime is not building anything. What I'm sitting here saying to you is that it is way too early in this thing to say that Colorado is the place for the business model. Because it's clear that there are a lot of other places that beat Colorado out and then quite a few that match them. It will get there, but from your metrics, I would say checkmate, Harry B.
I would say no. I would say you prove part of my point. That's not checkmate because I'm a darn good chess player. You see, you didn't know that, but I'm a beast when it comes to this chess game. And I'll tell you, what you just proved to me is that you're proving part of my point. Because Alabama got a lot of their players in, and guess what? They were number one in viewership, right?
Right.
So the hype played a part, correct?
No.
Your initial argument was that Colorado was the best place. I just disproved that. Now it's a good place, but not the best place. Check.
I said, so listen. If you are, let's just say you're a beast, right? Let's say you are a number 2, or you're a 2.5. You're about to be a 3, but you can fight your way into a situation. Let's take the guy that just got the let's take Omarion Cooper. All right. Let's make the argument with Omarion Cooper. Omarion Cooper is going to go somewhere and he's going to play. He's going to ball out, do whatever he has to do to get playing time. His argument is, I want more playing time, right? In Omarion Cooper's case, getting more playing time, he'll be more benefited if his goal is to get to that NFL, because the second and third part of the matrix, or that first that first half of the matrix, because whatever he does over there or elsewhere, it ain't going to be as much as impactful because he doesn't have that train behind him. He doesn't have the media shining a light behind him. He doesn't have a whole YouTube army behind him. He needs somebody to be able to highlight those things for him. That's the media aspect of it. So these legacy programs that you just tried to checkmate me on, these legacy programs they already have their own built-in hype. They have their own built-in machine. They are the everyday on your mind. If you are just a casual fan, you would know about Alabama. You're going to hear about Georgia. They have their own machine behind them. So a lot of players go there because of that hype or that exposure that they already have from their winning.
Well, you
understand what I'm saying?
You just framed a new argument, not
Yeah,
the
you
one
kind
you
of all over the place,
additionally
Harry.
had.
Yeah,
The new argument, we can have that discussion, but the initial problem statement or premise that you framed is not true. Now, as far as so now, I can go into that one and say I will agree with you if there are players that are struggling to get visibility and they're kind of right on that cusp of, let's say, for example, I might be able to get drafted or I might want to be in a UDFA or something in there. Then that's where that comes in, because you are going to probably get more spotlight than, let's say, a scout for the Cleveland Browns showing up to a practice at UTEP on a Thursday. Different ball game. I get what you're saying there. But as far as the program as a whole, it's not quite there.
So when you say it's not quite, when you say it's not quite there, you mean like the exposure that Alabama, Georgia, and those legacy programs have. That's what you're saying is not there.
Right. I think it's not quite there yet. I think you guys are progressing, but again, I think that first year hype was we all wanted to see Prime and see what Prime to do. We all have to admit that.
So let me renew my argument. So you can understand where I'm coming from. So think about a player. Think about how those players, those teams are, let's say, stacked, right? Now think about all the best players in the portal, high school players coming from high school, or just players just trying to find a place to be relevant, right? There's so many players that can play, depending on the position, that can play for these legacy programs. Like, you can't have all the DBs in the world. You can't have all the wide receivers in the world. You can't take every single player, right? There's a billion players coming. That number is crazy. But there's a billion players coming out of high school, out of different places every single year. So if my argument is Colorado is the best place for you to consider is because they're not legacy, right? You will have the best chance to play right away. You will get all three of those matrix right away. That's my argument. This is the best place for you to come because you would get it. You would get everything right away. The thing that you want,
Harry, there's so many factors to it being the best place for every player. So, for example, not all players play well in every scheme. So you could have somebody who's a generational talent, but if you put them in the wrong scheme, they're not going to be able to, or if you don't know how to use them properly, they're not going to be able to perform at their optimum. So I do understand what you get, right? The Alabamas, the Ohio States, they're going to rack up on the 5 stars. Most of the college game right now is in the 4 and 3 stars, right? Can you find that diamond in the rough and develop them and take them to the next level? I think the point that we're trying to make is Prime is just getting started. And a lot of these arguments, it feels to me like it might be a little bit premature. Like the people who hate Prime thinks he's an absolute failure, and the people who love him thinks this is the greatest program already. There's still a lot to be determined.
I'm making an argument based on metrics, not just feelings. I'm trying to say business. My idea is business. So I get what you're saying about people just thinking Prime is the greatest thing, but I'm making an argument. And listen, I took an L on some part of my argument, but what I'm saying is, if you are a player, you're stuck in that portal. If you are a new player or you are a player, you need to consider Coach Prime. Coach Prime should be high on your list for these metrics reasons, because Coach Prime, he's not only going to give you what you need. If your destination is the NFL, he's going to give you the exposure. He has relationships. They got 127 years of NFL experience on that team. So Coach Prime, even though he's only in his second year, Coach Prime is a place that most of these players need to consider. And you may not even get to be recruited by these legacy programs because they're already stacked at your position. So I think it makes sense that a lot of these players forget about the outside noise and think about the business aspect that is in front of them. If the NFL is your final destination, then all things considered, Coach Prime should be considered. That's my argument. And I don't know. I just feel like based on the business aspect, Coach Prime is a really darn place. It's a really good place, or Colorado is a really darn place to play. And we don't have to stay on that argument. If I took an L on part of that argument, then it's because of the legacy part of it, which I have to concede and say, yes, the legacy programs, they have everything you need. But all right, who's the second option? Your second option, like Coach Prime is a great option if you're stuck in that portal, like straight up.
Let me ask you
it's not that easy to go to
I
Colorado.
like
You're
that.
making it sound though.
Yeah.
He's not just taking anybody. You got to be some kind of good to go to Colorado.
Yeah, you do.
Definitely.
Can I get some clarity on
what I want
something?
to tell you is, I think you mixing up what Nick Saban and the SEC at Alabama did to get to the NFL and what Coach Prime is doing for exposure. See, you go to Alabama to get to the NFL because they know Alabama produced a lot of NFL athletes. But it's just like the Instagram name on the back of the jersey. You go to Colorado to get your followers up and get your name out there. If you ball out, you ball out. But it's like Dylan Edwards. We wouldn't know who Dylan Edwards is if he would have went to Kansas State last year. We only know who he is because Prime was so popular last year that we damn near know everybody on the team name. And before Prime, you didn't know who they were. You feel what I'm saying? So it's
That's
kind
part
of
of my
like
argument.
I
That's part of my
understand your
argument.
argument. It's just you're rewording it wrong. You're using Prime. Prime don't got the rap sheet to send players to the NFL just yet. Nick Saban does. But as far as exposure, far as TVs on game day, back-to-back weeks, like that's Colorado. That's the new hot school. That's Prime.
Yeah, but Nick Saban is the
like
tape.
you can look at Jackson State. He did the same thing at Jackson State. The same thing.
Hold on, guys. Let me bring on Nate Lassick. Nate, welcome to the show. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you, Nate.
I appreciate you too, man. I agree with you too. I was listening. Those big time programs, they already have a lot of exposure just from their winning.
but Colorado hasn't won a lot, but they're getting a whole lot of exposure. I mean, the more eyes, the better. You know, if it's easier for a scout to go ahead and see your games every day on TV, and you're so popular, you know what I mean? It's a little easier for you, but you still got to ball out, and winning is going to help too. So, you know, everybody's argument is pretty much right.
Yeah, because
I
at the
mean,
beginning of the year last year, he had all eyeballs in the good way. But then when they lost 7 in a row, oh, he probably ain't ready. They overrated. Da 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 da. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like you
right.
can't
So
have
it's
it both
like
ways.
that's what I'm saying. But okay, so I'm gonna leave this argument. We're gonna go to the next thing, but it's the argument of a perfect synergy gives you your best opportunity on the business end of it. The perfect synergy, not heavy on one side, not heavy on this side, because if all things equal, given that all things are equal, you do have a lot of players that go to really big programs that don't get drafted. Then that means some of these little programs should never get anybody. You know what I'm saying? Should never put anybody in. But what I'm saying is a player from a smaller program with the best exposure gets a better opportunity than a player that's doing very well with a program that doesn't have that exposure.
Well, hang on.
Hey, can I ask a question?
Yeah, my bad. See you, Buffs. Can I go in real quick?
Go ahead, bro.
I,
Go ahead.
yeah, I think part of the thing that's going to be even more amplified in the transfer portal era, Harry B, what you're really saying is not every senior from a major program is going to get drafted. So college football before the portal, if you were a 5-star, you went to Alabama, you knew you had to sit. You were going to be sitting for 3-4 years before you even saw that field. Why? Because you had rows and rows and rows of dogs ahead of you. Okay. And,
That's right.
you know, a good number of those
Your mom
guys
took
in
it.
front of you were going to go to the NFL.
Yeah, y'all really got her a little pissed today.
What you're
Zane didn't help the case either.
I think Nate, you
Hey,
might need to mute.
hey, him, are you
Hit the teacher.
who's talking? Who's talking?
I think that's
Oh,
Nate.
my fault.
Nate, mute your mic. Go ahead.
That boy handling business. Listen, yeah, so that I think we're talking about two different eras, right? Maybe that might bring Harry's argument, and I might align with it a little bit more. In the transfer portal era, is CU the best program to go to if you want a one and done and go to the NFL?
Yeah.
Now, I can see that all day, Harry B. In a one and done or two and done max, CU is built for the portal. This is Deion's world, and that's the way he's doing it. But if you're talking about college football as some traditional fans might still think of it, they're thinking like, to your point, not all seniors are going to get drafted from Alabama. We understand. But if you
Right.
sit and you're a dog and you come up in that system, you got a much higher chance than going to a
That
Toledo
what
or
yeah.
Kent State in that system if you make it all the way to your senior year and you are a dog. So I
Thank
think
you.
maybe the argument we want to talk about is
Yeah, but not
CU
today,
the
right.
best place to go in the
In
transfer era. And I'll give you
in
that.
today's environment, in
I'll give you
today's
that.
football, in today's football, CU, you can make the argument that if you're considering the NFL, then CU is very sexy to go to. At the end of the day, like in today's era, like CU has all of the things that you need on the business side, in the business of football. I understand the legacy programs are built for that, and thank you for bringing that to my attention, DC, and him. Y'all bringing that to my attention, and then 614. But my argument is mostly based in this era where Coach Prime, since he's come here, if you take a step back and just look at it, just from a business standpoint, yo, like especially if you are a baller, like there's so many ballers that are pissed right now that they don't have a chance for the NFL. So many ballers that are out there that are like, damn, bro, I did it
They
the
not
right
no, they
way.
not. They in the XFL now.
Yeah, you got the XFL there too.
But
So
see,
I
hey,
mean,
614. Let me ask you a
We're talking
question
about
because
the
I started a
NFL. We're not talking
conversation.
about the XFL. I'm saying take those same ballers and put them at CU, and they're not in the XFL. They're in the NFL.
so that's only
But Harry,
for
the
what you
XFL
see.
is like
Let me
another
ask you a
college
question.
for the NFL.
Go ahead. You asked me a question, Tim.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you. So you saying that if for those transfer seniors that one and done, it'll be good to come to see you.
And no, I'm not really sticking it on one and done.
No.
I'm saying you can be a one and done. You can be in the portal, and you can also be a beast coming out of high school, right? Because the thing is, Jordan Seaton is now a household name. Cormani McLean is a household name. And somebody made the point that Dylan Edwards is a household name because of CU, right? And if he went to K-State the first time, he probably wouldn't be a household name. So if you're coming over here and you are that guy that's going to the XFL and you ball out way, way better than a whole lot of places in where you were at, you be a household name with that balling out that you did.
Well, let me
You see
give
what
you
I'm
an
saying?
example, Harry.
Jerry Rice's son is a household name. And he
No, he
left
wasn't.
that
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, but
No, he
Jerry
wasn't.
Rice's
Don't
son
do
was
that.
a
Household.
ball
Do you know what a household name means?
Let me give you a household
I
name.
mean, you bring the house down.
So-
Let me give you a household name. Bear Alexander.
He's only in one room in the house, in the kitchen.
Bear Alexander came from Georgia, transferred to
No,
USC.
he said Dylan Edwards. I'm basing off of what he's saying.
Oh yeah,
So-
no, Dylan Edwards not a household name.
That's not I didn't make the statement. I'm just going off of how the statement was presented to me.
Yeah, I understand. You're right.
So
You're right.
so therefore, that's why I say, okay, Jerry Rice's son left CU before Dion got there.
Yeah,
And-
but they
and
had a
his-
cornerback that's named Gonzalez, played for the Patriots.
When Dylan Edwards ran for that 75 yards, when he ran for that 75-yard touchdown at TCU, he became a star that day.
In Colorado
So-
fans' eyes, not in everybody's eyes.
Colorado fans dominate the internet.
Yeah, they
Right.
do.
Colorado
and like
dominates.
Kim just said.
But you being here,
Colorado dominates the internet. How many USC videos do we click on every day?
I mean, depends on who
I mean,
you go
I
for.
don't click on those.
How many of these top players are breaking news? How many of these top players are breaking news on where they're going?
It's
Dylan
not
Edwards'
breaking-
video. You know how many
Not
creators made a Dylan Edwards breaking news? He's going to K-State.
Yeah, but they
Everybody.
making that. No. See,
They making that for the
using that
internet.
they using that to make it seem like Dion program is falling apart. That's why you see them talk about it a lot.
No, they
No.
using Dion name.
No, wait. Hold on.
Get
No,
paid.
The
I
pushback.
disagree.
This the
Ain't
pushback.
nobody-
Let me finish. This the pushback. This as much as videos that make about Dylan that was leaving. You don't hear him talking about Amos and a running back from Ohio State as much, do you?
No.
That's my
What?
point. You don't hear them
What you
talking
say?
about the 1,000-yard back Amos and the running back from Ohio State. You don't see that many videos on them like you
Hey,
see
hold
on
on.
Dylan.
Now, is it fair to say yet?
No, what
Yeah.
I'm saying, no.
I would
Listen to
say
what I'm
yet,
saying.
not
Listen
yet.
to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that they talk about him losing players, but they don't really talk about him bringing good players. Is what I'm saying.
They
No, but
pushing the
you're not
narrative.
You're watching
Like
a
for
lot of.
instance, hold on, wait. Let me make my point. You gotta let me finish. The cornerback today, second team. Everybody.
Well, you
started
gotta
bringing
identify who they are. You're saying they, but I'm not.
Well,
I don't know who
everybody
they
who
are.
put out YouTube videos on Dylan Edwards. That's what I'm saying.
That's
And
not
this
true
dude,
though.
And this dude Cooper
You're not
today.
telling the truth.
But wait, let me finish. Let me land. Like Cooper today. We got cornerbacks from Ohio State, Liberty, Hunter. Nobody really was talking about Cooper. They was talking about the other dude that left early in the portal. But what
Man,
I'm
Cooper's
saying is
a big
that
loss.
who was a big loss?
Cooper.
Not
Cooper's a
see, you see
loss,
what you
bro.
just said? No, wait. You see what you just said? But you're
Now
not
you're
gonna say
switching the
how good of
conversation.
a game the cornerback from Liberty was. You see what I'm saying? That's the give and take in this. You talk about one side, the bad side. Tell about Liberty was
No,
undefeated last year.
I'm not
Talk
talking
about that
about
cornerback.
I'm not talking about the bad side, bro. I want to see them win. So I'm talking about everything from a whole. Losing
Facts.
depth.
You're right.
Losing
My
depth.
bad.
So
My
I'm
bad. You're
not
right.
just
You're right.
talking about is
You're
he
right.
better than the other. I'm looking at, okay, how we gonna get to a national championship? That's all I care about.
But
I care about anything less.
But what I'm
But
saying,
Tim,
I'm
let
making
me
the
answer
point
that first part. Hold on, him. I'll let you talk, but you saying that everybody's saying bad stuff. But do you know how many CU creators like myself are out there leading the charge? Because I don't know which YouTube videos you watch,
No, I'm
but
saying
I push back. I push back to let you know it's not everybody that's making Dylan Edwards videos is trying to speak poorly on the fact that Colorado's losing a lot of players.
Facts. You're right, Harry. I'm not talking about you here. I'm talking about the big programs that get the 200,000 views, the On3, the 24/7s, those YouTube channels. What I'm saying is that they dwell on.
But you're not.
Go ahead,
You're not thinking about what the business aspect I'm talking about. How many breaking news aspects? The fact that they're breaking news, it gives them shine. Now people are becoming aware of these players, whether it's bad news or good news. It's publicity. So
yeah, but it's not all good because if Dylan Edwards go to Kansas State,
and they probably wouldn't have gotten that publicity if they weren't here. It's
but
publicity.
If he goes to Kansas State and fail, what kind of publicity is it?
And what if he wins? What if he does not fail?
Sports marketing 101. There's no such thing as bad publicity. You spin it one way or the other.
No, what I'm saying, like the hype word you keep using, the hype you saying Dylan Edwards was this, was that, with this. If he go to Kansas State and don't do nearly what he done in Colorado, wouldn't you say he was overhyped? And they was talking about him a little too much, like they lost a big piece. He really wasn't that good. Wouldn't you see videos like that?
If you do, right? Let's just say hypothetically, if you do. But let's say if you do, right? Before Dylan Edwards, if he had gone to K-State the first time, he would not get breaking news. The fact that he's going over there is helping his stock for people to watch him, for people to pay attention to him. Whether they're saying it to crap on Coach Prime or not, I'm trying to tell you the business aspect of that helps him out because now people is helping the college football world to put notice on him to say, look at this player.
I got pushback, Harry. I got pushback, Harry.
Hold on.
I agree with you.
Let me bring JR Boxing on. He's been waiting.
That ain't
That's
true.
a fact, Harry.
That's not true.
JR Boxing, welcome to the show. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you.
That is true, bro.
Harry B, what's up, everybody, gentlemen
Hey,
and
Mr.
lady
Boxing, how
that's
you
on the
doing?
panel? How all of y'all doing? I hope y'all doing, having a blessed day. But Harry B, sir, I will say I do have a little bit of pushback for that. I do not believe that Colorado is the place to be, and I just have two reasons why. My first reason why is player development. So at these legacy schools, players go there to get developed. Easy pipeline to the NFL or the professional ranks, right? And then projection. So I will say for the University of Colorado, and I'm a CU Prime supporter, but what we have not seen from Coach Prime as of yet is a consistency to get young men developed and into the pipeline of a professional league. So we can say one player from Jackson State, but one player from Jackson State does not move the needle. I believe this next year coming up with Shador and Travis Hunter and Shiloh and maybe one or two other players possibly getting drafted. We know for sure 2 players will be drafted for sure. That will definitely help the hype train of Colorado because now you can go to a young man and say, hey, this is what we've produced. This is what we've developed. He's developed Shador since he was in diapers. He's developed Travis Hunter since a freshman. He can go to players now and say, this is what we have produced and put into the NFL ranks at first round draft pick, whatever, wherever they go in the draft. We're presuming they're going to go in the first round. But it's about development and projection. So if you're a young kid, which several young kids, when they look at going to schools, they're looking to be developed so they can go to whatever their dream is, whether that's in the professional ranks of sports and athletics.
What year are you talking about? Which year are you talking about? What year?
This year. So after Colorado finishes this year, when Shador and Travis are eligible for the draft to go into the draft, this will be the biggest year, the biggest hype train year, because you're putting players into the draft. There was a lot of speculation to say Xavier Weaver will be drafted. That was one player There was no other player that we talked about on Colorado's roster from this previous year on speculation of being drafted. No other player. None. Nobody ever
But you
mentioned Jordan
are
Dominic being
what
drafted.
aspect
Nobody ever
what
mentioned.
aspect of the matrix of the metrics are you arguing against? Which aspect? Because remember, most of your arguments are arguing like one aspect of that metrics, which I literally said you gotta mesh the three together. They gotta marry for you to have your best thing. But right now you're arguing for legacy programs. And 614 Startup kind of broke it down for us and said, he gave us if you're talking about the transfer portal, most programs are going to be using the transfer portal in the near future. You can't help it. Even Nate Saban came out and says, I can't do this. This is not my style of football. So a lot of these legacy programs are losing players to this transfer portal idea.
And
it's
that
Thank you. That was my pushback. So you already said it for me.
that I understand, but player development is key. So players in the transfer. Look, I've been a NCAA collegiate athlete in basketball. I hurt myself at the University of Houston. I had to transfer down to a lower level at Oral Roberts and play basketball. But I was still looking for development as a player. I didn't have dreams and aspirations to go to the NBA. I knew that was far-fetched for myself due to talent. But development as a young man going into my adulthood, that was key. That is
so then
key.
you're proving my point then. Then you are proving my point.
But what has CU developed into the professional ranks? That's what I'm saying.
Let me push back to you. Coach Prime has only been at CU for last year. That's it.
Yeah.
No.
But don't say no. Don't cut me off. Let me tell you. Let me answer your question.
Okay.
What you're trying to lay out is to say CU should be putting out the same amount of players that Alabama's putting out in the draft. Like CU should be competing with Alabama with their 11 players, and they should be competing with Georgia's on development levels. If Coach Prime comes in here, he just landed last year. December, he got off the plane, didn't have enough time to even catch his breath, and had to get right away, get to work. So you're trying to use that argument and saying, who did CU develop into the league? You don't find that to be a little disingenuous?
So I didn't say anything about who CU developed in the league. I said, who did the coaching staff, Coach Prime developed in the league?
It doesn't matter. The coaching staff and CU is all the same, bro.
I never mentioned Colorado. I mentioned Coach Prime because his collegiate.
How can you separate the two?
They are the same thing.
His collegiate career dates back as a head coach at Jackson State. So when he was at Jackson State, who did he put into the NFL?
That's an anomaly, bro, because not many players go to the league from
Hold on.
What I am saying is that development
Miller and Huggins.
Development.
Thank you. Say it again, man.
I said maybe one or two players. That's why I said this year will be the biggest year, the biggest spring forward.
You're missing the argument, though.
Wait a minute.
You're missing the argument.
He also wait, because I've been waiting for like 45 minutes. I had a point to make about something Tim said, and it's not even relevant right now. But he also got a cornerback that was drafted by the New England Patriots. His name was
Bolden.
No,
Isaiah Bolden.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes. Yeah. And that's what I said. I said one player, Isaiah Bolden.
Aubrey Miller went to Miami Dolphins.
Is Aubrey Miller on the NFL roster? Aubrey Miller got invited.
The same thing. Xavier invited. Same thing.
He got invited to a camp. But that's what I'm saying. Player development.
What about Huggins active.
Player development is key. Wherever you go, if you have talent, that talent needs to be developed. And development is key into getting into the professional ranks. Are you using the metrics that I gave you? Are you using the metrics that I gave you? Yes.
So how long do you think?
The development has to do with your film, right?
No, conference have to do a lot with it. People from the
how long do you think the development process takes?
How
Is it
long do I
longer than
think the
one hot shot
development process
season?
takes?
It depends on the
It
player.
takes it
Is it
takes
longer
Yo,
than
that's
one
what your
hot shot
audio is
takes
cutting
season?
as
out.
long as
Really?
the
Depends
player
on the
can
player.
adapt. It depends on the player. Can the player adapt to what is being taught? So either you're being taught correctly or incorrectly. I don't know, but that depends on the player.
Okay,
Is
so
that not part of your
here-
tape? Is it not part of your tape?
What?
How can
Development?
development not be part of your overall tape that you put out when you are going to when you go sit before a recruiter for the NFL, right?
Mhm.
You're telling me that they're saying, "Were you developed?"
They want
You're
they want to know. Yes, they want to know if you are
yeah, but
developed.
is how
If a
what percentage
quarterback if a
of that is helping them to make their decision?
a lot. That's why
It
they
goes
have
back to the
scouts that watch
conference, bro.
film, Harry.
It goes
If
back
you're a
to your tape.
quarterback,
It
if
goes
you a
No,
back to
no,
your
no,
tape.
no. It goes back to the conference. Just like somebody was saying the other day that the dude that ran for 1,000 yards in the MAC, it don't mean that because it's the MAC. Jackson State was in the SWAC. A lot of SWAC players don't get drafted. You're not gonna get the
There
eyes
you
of
go,
them.
low
If
percentage.
you in the
No,
SEC or the Big 12 or the Big 10 or whatever it's called, you're going to get more eyes. Don't matter if you're second or third string, you're developed. It goes back to the thing I said the other day when y'all
and that
called me crazy.
you
The
just
running back from Ohio State is a dog. Ohio State's and top programs do not recruit 2 and 3 star players. You have to
Hence
be good.
exposure, guys.
No,
You're
He
no,
coming
he
hold
just
on,
said
hold on,
360
hold on,
eyes.
all
hold on.
over again.
Hold on,
He
the
just
guy
said eyes.
he's talking about
He just
Exposure
said
is
eyes.
eyes.
no. It's
Exposure is
not
eyes.
eyes. Nobody. The third string running back of Ohio State didn't have that many eyes, bro. Stop saying that.
no. This is how you can determine if a player is developed or not. Number one, like Harry said, okay, it's by the film. You watch the film, then all those basic elements that he needed or he should have gotten will show up in his will show up
In his
in the
film.
tape.
and his
It will
film.
show up, and that's one way you can tell where this player is, where he's not. CU has we've got over 128 people
Years of
that was
experience.
years of experience. It ain't gonna have it ain't you'll be able to see it this year. I guarantee you at the end of the year you'll be able to see it. Okay? But for to say well when have CU ever done it before? Come on, man, give them a break.
I,
give
I
them
got I got
I
a
never
quick question
said
for the
CU
panel.
tennis channel.
I, I
I
got
said Coach
I,
yeah.
Prime.
I got a quick question for the panel though, because everybody's talking about Bama and all those programs who have the 5-star there now. But do you guys think with the transfer portal, there's going to be a shift? There's going to
No,
be a shift in these powers,
no,
and these people ain't going to be able
It's
to keep
already
these
happening.
5 stars
Oh
staying
yeah.
no.
behind them and all that. They're going to
You know
leave, and they
why?
ain't going to have that. You don't think so? Yeah, tell me why.
Bro, the best
Hey,
freshman in the nation left Alabama and went to Ohio State. Same thing.
hey, going to
Yep.
these. Can I say something real quick to
Go ahead.
everybody?
Go ahead.
Going to the big schools and Ohio State, Alabama, and all that. Yes, it sounds good. It sounds good, but that don't mean anything all the time because I could give you one guy, Ladarius Sneed from my hometown. He went to a small school. He went to Louisiana Tech. It's not no Ohio State. It's not no LSU. It ain't no
That's a big
Bama.
university. That's not a
Hey,
small
bro,
school,
it,
bro.
it ain't
Yeah,
no
Tech is good.
LSU. It ain't no LSU. It ain't no Alabama, Georgia is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
But he got, just given the opportunity, he went to the league and he got his opportunity and he didn't won 2 Super Bowls. He got 2 Super Bowl rings. And he got 3 Super Bowl appearances. So the school don't mean necessarily anything, but they look at that film though, Harry.
And
And
that's
stop right
I'm
there.
just
Hold on, I
saying
got
this.
to
that's
push
I'm
back
just
why I
on
saying
that.
this,
said
and him
player
and him push
development.
back against what I said. I'm just saying this. Watch and see now with the transfer portal and with things are going now. Watch all these big power 5 schools, the Bamas and the Georgias and all them. I guarantee you, within 2-3 years, there's going to be a change.
Yeah,
Watch
but
and see.
what you
Absolutely.
just said about
Yeah.
Snead was
Abs-
incorrect
It's
because
it's already been
Louisiana
absolutely.
Tech
projected.
is a
But
big
listen, I
university.
I have some people that want to come in, and but 614 had his hand up for a while, and I couldn't get to him because everybody was talking. 614, get your thoughts out. Let me get Dre in the room.
Yeah, I lost it, man. Let's bring Dre in the room.
All right, so
yeah, I had it. I lost it.
Dre, welcome to the show. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you.
Hey, appreciate you, bro. Hey, thanks for having me on. No, man, I think we're just talking in circles, man. I think it all goes hand in hand. I think, Harry, you're right. It's a lot of stuff that goes into getting drafted. But the only pushback I would have is that, like, this whole development thing, that Prime is not developing players. Like, I think that's nonsense. Like, even if you take the HBCUs, they're so underfunded. Like, it's not even, you can't compare them to an Alabama. So Prime, what, like, at HBCU, what, he got like 2 or 3 players drafted or into the league? And you got Alabama now. What do they have? 8?
Yep, every year.
Come on, man. You can't even compare. It's not even close. So to say they're not developing, that doesn't make sense. Like we have to come up with a term and truly understand what developing a player means. So we all know.
In my eyes,
hold on. Let me finish. So we all know everyone is not going to go to the NFL. A very small percentage of players are going to go to the NFL. So, like, it's not just develop them to go to the NFL. It's a lot of stuff that goes into it. And so I would say, hey, yes, CU in many ways may be a good fit for people who want to go to the NFL, but there's other programs that would be a good fit as well. So I just think it's I mean, we're just talking in circles.
So say for instance, like the defensive end.
No, hold on. 614, he said he remembered what he was going to say. Let him jump in here because I was getting him go ahead.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. And the conversation is great. But I mean, like, you know, everything there's a little bit of nuance. So to Harry's point, what we're talking about is CU the right place for a player that wants to go to the NFL because of 1, relationships, 2, what they can put on film, and 3, probably the multiplier effect of Prime, which is the exposure, right? But let's go, because not all things are created equal. Let's go position by position. All right. And let's start with the quarterback. If you are a quarterback out there, you know Shedeur is a lock, right? He's projected by everybody. I mean, not everybody, but a few experts that are respectable out there as potential, if he plays well enough this year, to be the number 1 pick. So if you're a quarterback, right, and you're thinking, because you're going to need to replace Shedeur, behind him is Staub, I think Walter Taylor, but now I think it might be more the other kid from Kentucky now. If you're a quarterback, or you might be Juju out there, given what the argument that Harry is making, do you choose CU as the place to go to the NFL? And then we could go by position, because I think I don't think it's all created equal. Just because you play football, it may not necessarily translate to your particular position. We could go around the horn for that.
Yeah, I'll answer first. I would say yeah, but I'm saying, like, when we say that, though, we're not saying CU is the only place. Right, there's plenty of schools out there. What I'm saying, like, if I'm a quarterback, I know for a fact they're going to throw the ball, right? And then I know who I'm being developed by, a guy who was in NFL. So I know it's going to be like a lot of, I'm like I say, it's going to be a lot of exposure on me. So yeah, I would say yes.
I would say no. I would go to UCLA.
So 30 seconds. Let's go around. And who was that? Him?
Yes, sir.
All right, 30 seconds. Let's go around. Let's get everybody's position. Him, you got 30 seconds.
If I'm a quarterback,
explain.
I'm looking for people like Eric Bieniemy. That's at UCLA. That's a proven winner. Coach was the best. He's a great football player, coach, and a quarterback developer. I mean, Patrick Mahomes, they won this year without him, but the other championships and other success was most likely Eric Bieniemy calling those plays. So I don't think Colorado has a coaching staff member like that he can teach you quarterback skills. You know what I'm saying? So I disagree. I think Colorado gonna take a major hit for a couple of years after Shedeur leaves, because it's hard to find a good quarterback.
Wasn't Eric Bieniemy a Colorado running back?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So why is he the best quarterback though?
Because he helped Patrick Mahomes become who he is today.
You talking about as
so he still was an NFL player from a different position, and he helped Patrick Mahomes.
Man, no, that was more of Andy Reid. He wasn't.
He was an offensive
You know,
coordinator.
thank you. I would take Andy Reid.
Wait, hold on, because Andy Reid ain't win nothing in Philadelphia.
I would just say,
hold on.
Just keep going to the next person. Your 30 seconds.
Okay. Say that then. Once I start cooking, I know that y'all.
Yeah.
Why
what do you mean once you start cooking?
I was gonna let him talk. I was gonna let him talk for a little bit more, but
Man,
why
they
y'all
know I
doing
be
him dirty
right.
like that? I apologize on behalf of TLP, man. They shouldn't do you dirty like that. They should just let you, breathe out your last few seconds. But I'll let you finish your thought. Go ahead, him. Finish your thought, and then I'll go to the next guy.
No, I'm just saying, like, what's the quarterback name from the coach from USC? He put Heisman in the league. He ain't play quarterback in the league. He ain't even play in the league. Lincoln Riley. So that don't
Exactly.
mean nothing because your position you played in. Like, what does that mean? That don't mean nothing.
I
That's
All
what
right.
we.
concur him.
That's what we were saying to you. It doesn't mean anything. So what? Eric Berman was a running back. So Deion Sanders is a quarterback. Was a cornerback. Doesn't mean he can't develop a quarterback. He
But
got
what
All
I'm
right.
Shador.
saying is,
So he's
It's
if
fair,
developing.
you
it's fair
watch
to
the
say. Let me move
Kansas
on to the
City
next guy.
Chiefs,
It's fair to say.
That's his
It's fair to
son.
say. Let
It's
me move on.
different.
Tennis channel, you got 30 seconds.
Okay, I think it would work in the kid's favor if he qualifies to go to CU, because CU you'll become a well-rounded person. From what I've seen and watched the video and all of that stuff, even from the morning classroom sessions, the stuff that Prime is teaching, then you go from the classroom to the field, and so I think it would be, and like Gary said, you got the three things that we talked about there. I would say that would work for the average player, plus the one that wants to go to the pros.
All right. Wild Dog, it's your turn. Do you remember the actual question? Somebody might have to mute, guys.
No,
Can you mute your
I
microphone?
I was in the chat, but still, no, I got lost in the sauce.
All right, let me go to the next person, and then you'll pick up. Nate, what is your answer? And 614, it might need you to repeat your question, but let's see. Nate, do you remember the question?
No, repeat it.
Yeah,
All right,
real
Nate.
quick.
614, go ahead.
So Harry's point that we've been debating so far is CU the best university to go to if you want to make it to the NFL? And the three reasons that we're debating right now are: CU has the relationships, they give you the ability to put your best work on film, and the multiplier is the exposure of CU. So if you're considering going to the NFL for those three reasons, CU is the best place to go. Now, all football positions aren't created equal. So now we're going position by position. If you're a high school kid or you're in the portal, for these reasons or otherwise, if you're a quarterback, do you go to CU? So far, the voting right now is 2-1. 2-1 people say if you're a quarterback, CU is the place to go. So if you're next up, you got to give your opinion on that.
Absolutely, I agree. If you're a quarterback, you're going to get CU just for those reasons you stated. Exposure. They're going to develop you if you stay. So yeah, I'll say yeah, absolutely.
All right, JR Boxing, you're up next. What are your thoughts? You got 30 seconds.
My thoughts are no.
You don't have to just say yes, but you can back it up with some type of,
No. Yeah,
some,
my thoughts are no. Shador has been developed by Coach Prime since he was a child, so that's his son. If you saw the CU spring game, you were not impressed with any of the backup quarterbacks. So who's actually being developed outside of Shador? And like they said previously, USC, Lincoln Riley, 3 Heisman Trophy winners, 3 first-round draft picks. If I was a high school kid, that's where I would go.
that was him
all
who
right.
said that.
All right, Dre, what are your thoughts?
I mean, are we saying the absolute best or like with the potential? Like, what are we saying here? Like, is it
Now,
the best
it's
for a
just
quarterback?
it's a simple yes or no. If you're
I'm
a
saying,
quarterback,
brother, I got to understand the question. Is your question saying are they the absolute best to go to, or no? What are you saying?
well, Harry is saying that they're the absolute best
Okay, is
because of
that the
these three
Well,
question?
reasons, and we're
I
going
didn't hear him say they're the
position.
absolute
That's what
best.
I'm saying. You got to clarify your question. But if we're saying is CU the absolute best for a quarterback, I will say no, simply
Not
because
for
you
a
have.
quarterback, but you're not consider not just to say
That's what I'm saying.
CU, not to say CU's the absolute best for a quarterback to go to, but if you are in that scenario, you got to
Right.
use the entire metrics. You got to use the whole metrics. I don't know if you guys can just
Yeah.
add it all together, not necessarily just
I'll
for
I'll
just
just make it
one
simple.
aspect, because you may be just thinking about the legacy aspect of it, but I'm
Right,
talking
right.
about everything.
That's
Consider
what
everything.
that's why I wanted to clarify the question. But I mean, I'll just stick with this question. I would say no, simply because, like I said, you have USC and Lincoln Riley. Like I said, he's Heisman Trophy. I mean, if you're a quarterback, that's what you want to be. So I mean, that's pretty fair and simple. But yeah, there you go.
All right. So DC, what are your thoughts?
I wouldn't say they're the best, but I will sit here and tell you this. And this is why I rock with you, and I absolutely agree, Harry, on this end, is that Dion brings in a lot of NFL mentorship on and off camera, like wide receivers and quarterbacks and different people out there. So those kids are able to go and ask some of the gold jacket greats thing. That's phenomenal. That's huge, because that can sometimes be a catalyst for a kid to be able to like put it in another gear. They can ask about different workouts, stuff like that. Do I think, when you start looking at stuff like, nutrition, strength, and conditioning programs and stuff like that, there's some work on Colorado side. But as far as like, I do say that there are better programs at the moment, but if you're looking for that NFL mentorship and being able to talk to greats, Colorado is a phenomenal place to go to, and there's a lot of places you're not going to be able to get that.
All right, Warren G,
Tom
you're
Brady.
up next. What are your thoughts? Warren G, welcome to the show. Thank you for calling in. You are up
Yeah.
next. What are your thoughts on that question?
So, if you don't mind, I would like to take more than 30 seconds. I've been waiting for a minute, but I just want to say, please share, like, and subscribe to this channel.
Thank you. Are you trying to butter
Salute
me up
to
so I can
every.
give you 30 more seconds?
No, no, no. Yes, sir. I'm trying to get that extra. Salute to
Okay.
everybody on the panel, everybody in
All right.
chat.
You just bought yourself more
So,
time.
so,
Go ahead.
the word hype, we're going to just use the word exposure. So let me throw some dynamics in there when we talking about exposure. When you can take your kids to the Super Bowl and sit them before general managers and executives just on the GP, you talking about the arm reach of prime is way deeper than just that. So let's get away from the 10%. We talking about the 93 other percent, or the 98 or the 90% of the players that may or may not make it to the NFL. When you
Okay.
can get that type of exposure, and you can get in, when you got seating, when you walking with Supreme and you're seating, walking into the Super Bowl, and you sitting and you socializing amongst executives, that's heavily exposure. Let me go there. Give me some moment to flush this out a little bit. When you're talking about Dion knowing networks and news media and coaches and general managers, so you may, for some whatever reason, might get your feet through the door because of the relationship that you have with that particular staff. You're talking about a coaching staff that got Warren Sapp, who has his arm reach into the NFL too. So words can take you a lot, may get you there. So I'm not talking about the 10%. We know they gonna find a home. We're talking about the 90% that may not be guaranteed to get a home. So if I'm in that 90% and I'm being honest with myself, and I can play and I can hustle and I think I can make it happen if I could get my foot in that door, then Colorado is clearly, without a doubt, the exposure that you can go get that at. Let's talk about the other thing. What was the other one? Relationships. So I combined them two. So exposure and relationships. So relationships are very important. And we're noticing that, when you get, whether it's good or bad, whatever exposure Prime is getting, guess what? You're getting that too. Secondary, third, it don't matter. You're getting looked at. And if you balling too, you're gonna get looked at.
I'm
So you
totally
That's
just
my
talking about
cook.
clarified.
quarterbacks.
Hey,
That's my cook.
614, you can help me to communicate this a little bit better. But you just clarified, like, I guess what I was trying to articulate was Like, you just think about that. So 95% of the college players on that team are not going to the NFL. So if we focus our attention on the rest, so we're not worried about the 5%, right? So if we just say, okay, let's take the top 10% and focus on 90% of college students or high school students. If we focus on those people, then if we rephrase the question and say what's the best place for them to land, or where they should consider when you take all aspects of the college football business end of it, then my argument is CU is the best place for those people, because they're going to get everything they need, and it's going to be a fast motion. What's the word I'm trying to? It's going to be fast motion. All right, whatever they're looking for, and thank you for saying that, Warren G. Thank you for saying that. That's 614. Help me out here, and then I'll
And
go to
that
Wild
was,
Dog.
I understood your question completely. I understood exactly what you're saying, but from a business side, even if I don't make it in the NFL, I still have those contacts where if I need to get in front of a person for a good quality job, or
Fast
or
track.
or a or or
Yeah.
or a career, guess
Mhm.
what? That resume, or that person that's endorsing me, name is like gold. Oh yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, he good, he good. Yeah, yeah. You can, yeah, take him as a coach, take him as a trainer or something, you know. Yeah. Take
All
him
right,
as,
go
yeah,
ahead.
take him
Go ahead.
under your
Six one
wing.
four. Clean that up for me,
That's
and
it.
then we'll throw the Wild Dog so we can get his opinion.
All right, yeah. So hopefully this is a topic that's interesting, because I think when we were talking about the broad generality, you could argue one way or another. But when you start to bring it down to position by position, you can see why individual players might be making the decisions that they're making. So I was keeping count. I think we lost
Somebody need to
somebody.
mute their mic.
Yeah, somebody's
I think that's him. Him forgot to mute his mic when he went away.
I got him.
yeah.
I got him.
Yeah, so this is a great conversation, but when we go position by position, we can kind of put ourselves in the shoes of the players, or maybe even their parents, as they're making these kind of decisions about whether or not they're going to come to see you, or whether they're going to go in the portal. So I was keeping score. I think we lost one person. So in terms of the feedback, at least from the panel, I know the chat has its own opinion, but if you're a quarterback, 5 out of 4 panelists are saying you should choose CU,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because of the relationships, because of the system and what you're able to put on film, and most importantly, because of the exposure. So, as far as the panel goes, we're skewing that if you're a quarterback and you're in that portal and you need a home, or you're a high schooler and you want to come to college, CU is one of your best bets. Maybe not the absolute best, but one of your best bets if you want to get to the NFL. So that's kind of how we're centering the conversation right now as we go position to position, if that makes sense for everybody.
And then Wild Dog, before you go, I like the fact that Warren G just also added another dynamic and say, if you are part of that 93 or 95%, if you are part of that percentage, we can throw that in the argument also and say that your chances, if you're caught into that percentile, your chances are much better here, because then your opportunities are fast tracked. And thank you for
Harry,
AK for helping with
but
that fast track.
I think that all that goes into development as well. So developing players is not just getting them to the league. So I mean,
Well,
that's
we're not just stuck on one aspect. We're talking about the entire spectrum. If you keep saying development has to do with what you're putting on film. So that's development is just, if we talk about sickness, it's part of the symptom, right? It's just one aspect of what you end up putting on film. Because just like I think it was Willie that says, if you look at a player's tape, you can tell how he was developed to a certain extent. So development is part of your film. But go ahead, Wild Dog.
All right. So when speaking on first I want to reset, because a lot of football fans have a bias towards FBS or even Division I football. But it's as little as 2% of all college players who make it to any level of pro, whether it's pro or semi-pro participation. But as far as the QB position, let me be specific in saying going into the 2025 season, and then after what we saw in the spring game, if I'm a QB, or if I'm giving advice like I do to players to a QB, whether you're a high school recruit or you're potential transfer entering the portal, CU is in the top 5, and I would make sure they stay in the top 5 as far as consideration because of the exposure, because of the relationship, and when it comes, and then I want to push to the kidney when it comes to development. No shot to any high school or college coaches. When it comes to development, you have your individual workouts, which we've seen plenty of video evidence of, right? I played in the trenches, right? In my individual workouts, I had a former offensive lineman from Purdue working with me, right? When it came to the defensive side of the ball, right, I had a former player from UCLA working with me. So on this development, and even Shador himself, with Coach Prime as his father, Daryl is from Select QB, is his QB coach. So let's move on from that.
Yeah.
All right, so I want to thank Prime Sports Media for the $5 super chat piece and respect, brother. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
All right. Just real quick, Harry B. So can we just analyze the QB room real quick? I'm going to run through the QB roster, right? Because another factor is who might be ahead of you, right? So one, this is a great school. We 5-4. Yeah, we lean CU. So naturally, we're going to have the tendency to kind of confirm our own biases. But let's say you're a quarterback and the decision has been made. I'm going to go to CU. Let's look at this CU quarterback room, right? If you do transfer in, where do you think a decent player might fall in, and what's the quality of this quarterback room? So QB1 clearly is Shador Sanders, right? QB2 right now is Ryan Staub. QB3, according to order of play in the spring game, was Walter Taylor. QB4 is Destin Wade, and QB5 is Colton Allen. I don't know who he is, but he's listed here on the spring roster. So if you're a quarterback, you've already made the decision to come to Colorado. What do you feel like your chances are to play or earn a spot on that QB roster? How confident are we in this Colorado quarterback room after QB1?
We talk about this year?
I'm running to Colorado after what I've seen.
You talk about next year or this year?
Let's run it backwards.
Right now.
Let's run it backwards. I'm going to start with Warren G. Warren G, we need your thoughts on that. Do you understand the question?
We talking about next year, right?
Yes.
After QB1 leaves,
with all the elements, if I'm including all the elements, I'm going to see you.
No, he said which quarterback would he choose, right?
No, he said, if I was a quarterback that was in a transfer portal or I was coming out of high school and I needed to land into a spot, what am I going into? Based on all the elements that's at CU and plus with the quarterback that's there now, I'm going. If I'm thinking I believe I'm not that dog, I might have to be redshirted if I'm a high schooler, but transfer portal, I'm expecting to go in there and take somebody's job. That's the way I look at it.
All right, so thank you, Warren G, for your thoughts. Coach McKinney, welcome to the show. We're gonna get you right. We're gonna get you right out and going. Do you understand the question? Thank you for calling in.
Yes, sir. All right, so here's the thing I'm listening to everybody talk about as far as development. If you look at the landscape of college football, everything college football does translate over to the pro style. If you know what Coach Prime did was he went and got pro offensive and defensive coordinators. So if you guys want to talk about the quarterback room itself and developing a quarterback, who better to learn from than a former NFL head coach / offensive coordinator? Now, Pat Shermer may not have been the best coordinator ever in the NFL, but he was a damn good coordinator, or he was a very good
Oh, you
coordinator.
owe money.
I know. I got you. I always say one. I always say one. My bad. I sent it to you. You know I will. You know I will. I sent it to you.
1
But
minute in, got him.
yeah.
Oh
I
man,
sent him $15 last time. So it,
he was paying three up
yeah,
to three.
yeah,
Lunch
yeah.
money,
Yeah, I
man.
went
That's
and got
lunch money
I paid
there.
extra. Yeah, I paid extra. But the point I'm making
Oh
is
man,
this.
Even
you
I
got
had to
20
pay
more
into the
seconds.
swear jar, so
Hey,
don't be embarrassed, Coach.
Right.
hey,
The
no,
point
nobody cuss. Hold on. Nobody say any. I don't want the money. I want the kids to listen without hearing those words. So
I
nobody
got
cuss
you.
on the panel,
I gotta
please.
work on it.
Hey,
I
coach, you
didn't
got
even
20
curse,
more
and I still had
seconds.
to pay into the swear jar.
And I know because you said the second word that sounded like a curse. So let's. So coach, you got 20 more seconds. Land your
Okay.
plane.
All right. So land the plane. Listen, if I'm a quarterback, and like one of the guys just said, if you're looking at the CU quarterback room, I will run the CU because Shador's leaving, Stobbs is a solid backup,
Hmm.
Walter and the other kid, the Wade kid, and the other kid, the Collins kid, I could beat them three out easily. Plus, I've got a NFL offensive coordinator that's going to teach me NFL lingo and skills so that I am prepared for the NFL. Because that's the thing they look at. NFL teams come in, look at they want to know, can you learn our system? Can you learn our word knowledge, our terminology, and all those things? Well, you already got to jump on it because that's all you're learning. You're
Yeah.
learning what the NFL is teaching from a former NFL head coach. And then on top of that, the connections you guys keep bringing up. Pat Sherman got connections to a lot because we all know. Look at the NFL; it is predominantly white offensive coordinators. So it's the good old boy club. They're gonna look out for each other. So now you got a Pat Sherman that can call a coach at a certain team and say, "Hey man, you really want to take a look at this kid coming out?" Because I'm telling you, they're already doing what you're doing. I'm sure Pat Sherman's already telling. There's teams calling him asking, "How good is your door? Is he worth it? If I got to make a move next year to move up in the draft to get him, will it be worth it?
All
Don't
right,
tell me
time.
because you're there."
Time. You took extra time because you just got here, so I'll let it go. But we got 30 seconds, guys. I want to thank our new member GT Massive for the $20 donation and the $20 super chat. Can Colorado be the best? Yes. Is number 2 gonna win? Yes. And just to piggyback on that, when Colorado starts to win, man, I'm telling you right now, when Colorado starts putting W's on the board, this argument is going to be legendary. I'm going to tell you right now, this argument right here, this conversation we're having is going to be legendary because the floodgates are going to open. And I'm telling you right now, Colorado will be the best place for you to come because now you're adding winning on top of that, the exposure, the relationships. I'm telling you, Dre, it's your turn. You can disagree. You can agree. I don't care because I'm feeling good right now, Dre. Come on, stop. Come on, Dre.
No, just responding to his question. No, but am I flocking to CU if I'm a quarterback? Absolutely. But I'm like I said. But then again, I'll flock to Illinois. I'll flock to Alabama because their second, third, fourth string back call me quarterbacks aren't much. So yeah, so I'm absolutely going if I want to play right away. Absolutely and compete. That's why they're going so hard after Juju Lewis because they feel like he's going to come in and win the job easily. So yeah, I'm absolutely flocking there.
All right. So are you, but Dre, I'm going to give
Yeah.
you 10 more seconds. Are you flocking there? Who, you just said, I don't know if you said 3 or 4 other teams, but who
Yeah.
wins in the other 2 aspects that we're putting on the table?
No.
Who
I'm flocking.
wins out? Colorado or there's other schools?
I'm flocking to CU. What I'm saying is that, Bama don't have good quarterbacks, second, third, fourth string. You know what I mean? A lot of teams don't. But what I'm saying is, if I want the exposure, CU, like I say, and all the hype around me, as a quarterback, I'm absolutely going there because I know, as me, I want to throw the ball. I'm going to throw the ball. They want to throw the ball. So, absolutely, I'm going to CU.
Copy that. JR Boxing, your turn. What are your thoughts?
So based on the way the question was structured, it is now we have made the decision that the quarterback is going to see you. So I would still be, as a young man, wanting to know the word development. Am I going to be development? Again, Shador Sanders has been raised by his father since he was in diapers to be a quarterback. So he is leaps and bounds ahead of all the other quarterbacks in that QB room, as you can tell from that spring game. None of those other quarterbacks looked competent on that field this past Saturday. So again, will I be developed as a quarterback? So to make the choice, since it's already been made, I'm going to see you. But my first question will be, how will I be developed as a quarterback in your program?
What do you mean the choice has already been made? Hey,
The way the
614.
question,
What did you phrase the question as saying the choice has been made?
Yeah,
no.
so it wasn't phrased exactly like that, but I understand why JR Boxing is coming from that perspective, because what the first thing that we discussed was whether or not, based on the three factors you named, CU can be a place where quarterbacks can go to the NFL. So now that we've actually determined that, based on who is playing in front of you, opportunity-wise, as a quarterback, do you feel, oh yeah, I'm excited, I'm going to go in this room and I'm going to take a spot?
And
Okay.
so that's why I answered the question that way. Based on
Copy
what
that.
I seen this past Saturday, yes, I would go and be like, will I be developed at this school? Because what I saw on the field this past Saturday, outside of Shador, everybody else looks a little bit shaky.
Okay, stop right there. This is something that y'all all forgetting. I was waiting for somebody to
Hold
say
on. You
it.
can't jump. You
Hold on,
can't
wait. This
jump.
the
Oh,
main
yeah,
key,
yeah.
though.
We're
This the
coming to
main key, though,
everybody.
Harry.
No
Back up out of
jumping.
here.
No jumping. We're coming to everybody. Write down your answers and get ready to unleash. Okay, Nate Lastic, it's your turn. What are your thoughts?
Well, as far as development, let me do the development real quick. The quarterback coming in is going to be developed because Darryl is Shador's quarterback coach. So
Thank you.
they're going to definitely make sure that he has a quarterback coach. So that's what I was saying. And the reason why I say I'm running there, because what I've seen in the spring game, these guys ain't ready yet. So I know I got an opportunity to step up in there and win. And like they said, if I'm a dog, man, I'm running to see you. You kidding me? And I'm gonna get all the exposure. I'm gonna have a personal quarterback trainer. I got a NFL guy in every daggone aspect of offense. Come on, man. I'm running there so quick, man. Shoot. I can't wait. I can't wait to get my sneakers on. I'm going there right now.
You don't
You
have
gonna
to
wear
be at
sneakers?
CU,
You
though.
gonna wear sneakers on the field? You might need some cleats, man. Those first brown cleats.
Hey,
I want to go to see you.
I'm running to get to the field first,
I
though, so
want
I
to go
need
to
some
see you.
sneakers.
Cam Ward
Hey,
played for Miami. They got the same quarterback
hey,
coach.
hey, him. Hey, you got 30 seconds. Now you can unleash. Go ahead.
I disagree because the quarterback coach also works with Cam Ward, the same quarterback for Washington State. He worked with the quarterback for Virginia Tech. He's a quarterback coach. He played quarterback at SMU. He's from Houston. I know him personally. The point that I'm making to you is, it's like Carson Palmer, brother. There are some players who used to be quarterbacks. There are great quarterback coaches. You just got to find them. Just because Shador great there, that don't mean the next player is gonna be great. Ohio State looked for a bunch of Terrell Pryor and Braxton Millers, and it never worked. Just because one player is great gonna be there, don't mean every other quarterback come there gonna be great. I disagree.
My point exactly.
Well,
And
well,
So
he,
I
you,
Tim,
haven't
if you
seen
in
much
Whose
Texas,
point
film.
exactly?
I mean,
exactly right.
I got three great quarterback coaches in my Rolodex right now.
So Wild Dog is on you. You got the microphone. Was that your statement? Are you gonna stand on that, or should we move on? Or that was you were just jumping in?
Go ahead.
I
You got the
jump in and
mic.
keep it short and let it roll.
Hey,
I'm good.
you skip Willie. You skip
I'm
Willie.
good. Again,
No, I didn't say Willie. I'm going backwards. Willie's next
Oh,
after Wild Dog.
all
So
right.
hey,
Wild Dog,
no Diddy, skip
do
Willie,
you
no
do you
Diddy.
want to elaborate? You got Wild Dog. You got 30 seconds.
Again, I'm just doubling down on this development thing. I mean, yeah, again, it's about relationships. If you've been playing ball, even if you started, your junior year in high school, you immediately thrown into a whole football whirlwind, and all you got to do is say what you need, what you're looking for, and the football program, football nation, football fans everywhere are going to help make sure that you get the best available for you, regardless of the position. So if you're coming in as a quarterback and you want some, individual quarterback training, man, there'll be people that'll work with you, no questions asked, no money. It depends. For every situation, there's a solution. So, again, I'm hoping that we'll move on from this development thing because that's really an individual thing. Program level development, sure, but truly the development is in the players and his team's hands. That's on them 95%, on the player and his team. His
I think
his
that's where
personal
Well,
team.
I got pushback on
not
that,
his
but
player
I
I think
team.
wait.
that's
His
where a lot.
coach team.
Wild dog.
Yeah, his
What you
family, his
doing?
friends, his
Every time I
colleagues.
think you finish, you start again. Okay. So this is what I think. I think when people hear Coach Prime say the development thing, I think even when we had that discussion, I think people are missing the part where he says, not for right now, but we are developing young men in this program. I think people miss that part, and then they're thinking like it's an indictment on development, like we're not developing nobody at all, and that's just not the case. Please understand the entire conversation, not just don't take parts of the conversation and then get stuck on that and say there's no development. You know how hard it is not to develop young men when you're like development has to do with how invested are you in their entire life, not just the football aspect, but the entire life. You're preaching to them every day. You're giving them NFL guidance every day. You're bringing in TO. You're bringing in all of these NFL players to give them advice. You're lining them up with the new guy that just came in to give them NFL. If you want to go to the NFL, let's start talking about the road to the NFL. That big guy, nobody knows his name. What the heck is that dude's name? His name is so hard to pronounce. Hagerman?
Yeah.
Okay, so Hagerman comes in, right? Hagerman is another piece, right? Because he is the liaison between the players and the NFL. That's called development, guys. That is like I don't know. I think when you say development is a shot,
I have a
on
little.
Prime.
I have a little
I think
pushback on that.
that's fine. I think when you're talking development, that's on Prime. Like y'all really think Prime is just out here just trying to win football games. You don't care about these kids, which is so far from the truth. And I just want you to stop that. Tennis Channel, give us your thought, and then we'll have a free for all. Give us your thought, and then I got to come back to 614 so that he can give us the tally. He can tally this up and see where we at. Go ahead.
So who's the OC at for us this year? Pat Sherman?
Yes.
Okay. Didn't he work with the quarterback when he was at Philadelphia? Same Pat that was at Philadelphia, right?
Who was the Philadelphia coach?
Yes.
Who was the Philadelphia quarterback?
Who's the quarterback?
He was with Philadelphia and Minnesota.
Okay. Who was the quarterback?
Kevin Cobb.
Donovan McNabb.
Donovan McNabb. Michael Vick. So he worked with quarterbacks before. So enough said on that. We've got that covered.
He didn't work with Donovan McNabb, so that's a false narrative.
Well,
he did not work with Donovan McNabb.
Okay. He was there that last year. Donovan was there when they
He worked with Kevin Cole, quarterback from University of Houston. That's what he worked with.
Okay, I stand corrected on that, but this is the point I was making. Right. Along with the personal quarterback that Shedeur has, he also has an OC that have worked with quarterbacks before, so he's calling the plays. He's right there with the player. He's in the player's head. The player's in his head. So enough said.
So I have a question. Did Shedeur not throw for 3,000 yards when he was at Jackson State? So was he not developed before he even got to the University of Colorado?
Right, but see, your case is for the 5%. If I'm that 95% and I'm a quarterback in that 95%, and I'm looking and we're talking about all the elements, you guys are just putting bits and pieces of certain guys are taking bits and pieces, and you're making your argument around it. I'm talking about all the elements, exposure. I'm talking about exposure. I'm talking about relationships and my tape. My tape is within my tape. I have my development. I have my what I put on film. In my film, I'm sorry, in my tape, I got the wins and the losses in that. But the point is, if I'm in that 95% and it's gonna be hard for me to break through that 5%, at least I might be able to get my foot in the door because of the relationship with Pat Sherman, with offensive line coach, all of these guys. I mean, we just had a guy on Well Off Media come in and said that how he made it through the combines was because of somebody else off of somebody else's back. And he said, if it had not been for that relationship, I forget his name. If it had not been for that relationship with that guy, I would have never made it to the NFL.
Mark Slurs. The guy that the guy from Washington that played with
And that's
him,
all I'm saying.
offensive
If
lineman.
I'm that 95%, I got to go where I can get as much as I can for what in that 95% and try to push myself, my marketability up or my exposure, or somebody take a look at me or do relationships. Well, I met an executive while I was on the practice field or something. We had a little chat. He might remember me. I don't know, or I might need to ask Coach Pat Sherman, do you know somebody to let me be a walk-on? Can you call a couple rounds for me? And based off my relationship with Pat Sherman, he might be, what? I'm gonna stick my neck out for you because I remember how you play. I remember how you worked. I remember how you put your nose to the grind. So yeah, I think I'll get back with you.
All right,
I would say that's
all right.
a very feel good story that Mark Schlabach told to them, but that's like 1 in a million. So that's not happening all the time. In the professional ranks, it's about output. It's about what you produce. It's about what Harry B said, what you put on tape. That goes back to development. Are you being developed? Are you putting something good on
But
tape
he's
for
talking
a
about the second
team?
element. He's
No,
talking about
but
the second
what
element, the
what I'm saying,
Thank you.
relationship part.
That's
what
all I
I'm
was talking
saying,
about. Yes,
what I'm
sir.
saying is relationships. That's a one-off
Harry, I got a
thing.
question for
He
you.
gave a
But
great
that's
story.
we got
That
three
guy,
elements. That's what I say.
he
You're
gave a great
arguing on
story.
one aspect. What
He
what
gave
Warren G is trying to bring us to keep us honest is we're talking three elements. But if your argument is only one element of that three, then I get it. Then you're right because you can argue. If I was to have a show right now and just argue one element, we can go argue pound for pound all day. But if you think about it, if you're arguing three elements, then argue the three elements. Warren
that's
G,
what I'm
Warren
that's
G
what I'm
is just trying to keep me honest and saying
that's
yes.
that's what I'm
Consider
saying.
everything because that
That's
is
a
relationship. You can't
that's a
discount relationship.
that's a great touching fact to say relationships, but production.
Can we
They're in the business of
That's your tape.
production.
can we
Production
You
is your
provide
guys,
tape.
clarification?
So
Hey,
you
can I
can
say
you
No,
say
no,
guys
something?
really,
I get it. I
relationship,
get it. We got to
but
do
move
you
on. We got to
guys
doesn't
really
produce
think that
before.
your
Deion
get
Sanders
there.
Hold on.
is
Hold up,
not
hold
going
up,
to be
hold up. Not
developing players?
everybody's
That
talking.
just
Not
doesn't even make
everybody's
sense.
everybody's
Harry,
talking out of
Some
term
people
now.
think that.
We got to keep the conversation honest. We got
Harry,
to
Can I say
keep it
something?
honest.
can we
Can I say
provide
something,
some
Hold
guys?
up, hold
clarification
up.
real
We
fast?
got to keep the conversation honest. Let me go to my co-host right now because he's ready my co-host right now. 614, please give us the skinny.
Oh yeah, I'm about to throw the panel some red meat, man. All right, so the title of this video. All right, I want to get to the title and put it in context because every
Of what we're
time,
talking about right now.
yeah, every time they think Colorado is down, we pop right back up. So here was the vote from the last poll, the last runaround, right? If you're a quarterback and you're looking for opportunity and you think you can get some playing time, a great place to run to is CU. The vote was 7-1. All right, so the opportunity is there. But the quarterback room has been one of the most stable rooms at CU. There hasn't been a lot of exits. Nobody is jumping in the portal. However, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Meaning, how do we grade this CU quarterback room? And then we'll move on to other positions or we can talk about anything else. Because if everybody is saying run the CU because that quarterback room ain't looking so good, what is our quarterback grade? This is football. Anything can happen. Backups might need to step up.
And let me further just let you know, guys. Please, if you're not able to argue 3 points, let me know. Because I feel like, it's easy to argue 1 point. You can't keep driving the same point. Like,
Gotcha.
if you cannot include 3 elements in your argument, then you're just arguing 1 point, and it's not making sense to the rest of it's not helping the rest of the panel.
Quick
I just want you
question, Harry. Is
all right.
Ron stopped getting to the NFL based off of a
Okay, see?
phone call?
So let's stop.
Would
We
he
gotta
get to the
stop though. That
NFL based
question
off
is
of a
not
phone call?
genuine. That question is not genuine because
But that's what you just said, my man.
we're asking 3
That's
elements.
not
You're
fair.
saying
That's
then
not a
you
fair
you're
question.
He's
now
not
you're
even
asking
eligible.
me right now you're asking me about one element of the 3 things we're trying to discuss. Which you know what I'm saying? Is he gonna get a phone call? Oh, you're in?
Harry,
That's not genuine to the question, to the
can,
conversation.
can
No
we
one does that.
can we do some clarification though? It was some guy on the panel said Schumer didn't work with McNabb. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Yes.
That's completely false. He worked with McNabb for a year. And
I
he
said
said,
that the
and
last year.
McNabb, wait,
Yeah, I said it did. Yeah.
hold on. And his passing rating before Schumer, he was at 77.4. When he worked with Schumer that year, he was at 86. Pass rate.
Data.
That's just data. That's just facts right there.
Gotcha. When,
Okay.
but I'll ask you this: When did
We
he
love
start?
data here.
When was he
That's right.
promoted to the QB coach? It wasn't at the
He was
beginning of the
no.
year.
He was the QB. He was the QB coach.
He wasn't.
Was the
He was.
cornerbacks coach.
He didn't start off
Yes.
as the QB coach
Does
at
that
the
matter?
beginning of the
What
year.
does it matter?
He
You
was
said he didn't work with the
it
McNabb, and he
does
did.
that does matter because he
Why?
held a dual role as the offensive line coach. The
Well,
QB coach was
but that's
removed,
advantage.
and
That's
then he
advantage him.
picked up
If
the
you tell me
additional
he only
title.
had a short period of time to change him, so that's advantage him.
Oh, okay.
He
That's
had a
that's
lot of
good stuff.
titles, man.
Tell
He
me
was
that
a
don't
head
make sense because I
It's
don't
not
want
a
to lose
All
loss.
right.
This is a live show. It's not an L. It's not a loss. We celebrate and lean on the data here. So
It's just
there's
data.
no
It's just,
knocking
it's
anybody.
just
And
Thank you
it's
for
just
the
data.
data.
Right.
Shador is going to
we bring
benefit
the data.
our quarterback going to benefit this guy from having him there.
That's what
Along
Willie
with
was trying
him.
to say. That's what
Yeah.
Willie was trying to say. And then if you say he didn't have enough time to work with him, that's advantage him because that means that he's really dope,
All right.
right?
So Shador was not already a made man before he got to Colorado. As far as
Oh, now you're changing the
a
question, and
quarterback.
let's
Oh
move
my
on.
goodness.
You're
Okay.
changing the
I'm
goalpost
just
continues to
asking.
move.
I'm
I
asking
The
like
real
that.
goalpost
easy
continues
So,
to
questions.
move. You
Before
can't do
reset
that.
us, please, Harry B. Harry B. Can
but the
614
Yeah.
question was
reset us,
about
please?
it was not about Shador. It was about the other quarterback. What's his name again?
Exactly. So that's why I
So
said,
Quarterback
did Ryan
why
Staley
we keep
get to the NFL?
Shador's 5%? Let's just take the 5%. Y'all are arguing. Let's talk about the quarterback that came in when Pat Sherman had to take over the team, and he did a pretty good job for the time that he was in there. Now, you
They're not
saying
going to
with
agree because
NFL? Wait a minute,
Ryan
let me
Stubb
finish.
was
I'm gonna
really
land it.
good.
I'm gonna land it right quick. You saying that the NFL may not call him, but Pat Sherman's relationship with him, depending on that relationship, could lead him as a practice quarterback on the team.
I
Now,
have
he
a
may not be a
question.
starter, but
Who
he
was the
might be one of
who was
those
the
guys that can come in and help the other squad get together, right?
who was the QB coach last year for Colorado?
We're moving the goalposts and we're moving the conversation. We got to move on. We
I'm
cannot
trying
Sean
to
stay on
ask.
this
Lewis.
line.
I'm
Sean
trying
Lewis.
to
No,
rebut
because
to his question.
Sean
no,
There
Lewis.
isn't
because
one.
but listen, you got a narrative that you're
Sean
trying to
Lewis,
push.
right?
You got a narrative you're trying to push, and you
There isn't
cannot
one.
dominate my conversation. I can't do it. I cannot allow the narrative to continue to change because you're going to stay on this factor. You're not arguing the entire spectrum. You're just arguing one point and then continuing to drive it. That's not
I'm
fair to the conversation.
I'm
It's
arguing the
not.
whole point, Harry B.
You're not.
You
You're
you
asking one
I
question and then you
answered your
keep
question.
driving.
if
I answered
I'm
his
not
question, Harry B.
mistaken,
He asked a
If we
question.
answer
I
your question,
Let's move on.
you're just gonna keep driving deeper and deeper in that same vein, and that's not the entire conversation we're having.
if
And
I'm
that's just
if I'm not mistaken, the three things were exposure, tape, and remind me of the last one,
Relationships.
Relationship.
and relationships. So remove
The most important one.
remove QB1 from the equation. He is a made man. He is a made man. He has been developed throughout his life to be in this position. We are
okay.
seeing the young man coming into the program. How will that young man benefit from those three factors? If I'm Ryan Staub, I've come into your program now. How is Ryan Staub benefiting from that? How is Taylor benefiting from that? How is just the Wade boy benefiting from that?
They must be
Shador may
benefiting because
be
they ain't in the
in. The
portal.
other
Yeah.
three behind him, how are they benefiting from that factor?
This is how
How
they
does that
benefit.
get them
This is the
closer to
first.
whatever their goal may be? We don't know what
And
their
they
goals
learning
are.
from Shador.
Yeah, and Ron Stubb was there last year. You got to remember, he played last year. So
And who was this
then
QB coach, Willie? Who
the
was his
same
QB coach?
the same person that was the coach for last year.
Who was his QB coach, Willie?
What is the overall?
Yeah,
Hold
He had
up.
to be.
Hold up,
bro.
because
You don't even have a
Willie,
point,
stop.
bro.
Stop. Wait. What is your overall point that you're trying to make by asking these individual questions?
My overall point is, if Shador is already a made man, for the overall well-being of a young man going into that program, what direction are they going to put that young man in to meet his goals? I never said that CU doesn't develop. I just said paint the picture for that young man coming into your program. How will you develop them? And
They
develop
just
them off of exposure. That's not helping him meet a goal. We'll get
that's
you
So
exposure, but we
that's not
don't
all they
need
so
said
other
though.
criteria.
so
What
the
saw
guy that's in charge of
That's not
social
all they
and
said.
development.
everybody saw the spring game, and
But
nobody
that's
on this panel
but
can
that's what
tell
I'm
me
saying.
that they
I'm
will
telling
feel
you that you're
confident
arguing one aspect. You just
going
keep
into a
saying
gotta push
year
back.
with what's
Harry,
on the roster and the
Harry, hold on.
QB room.
Let me throw
all right,
something in
man.
here.
Oh my
Cause
goodness.
my man keep throwing
That
in
was a
Shador,
3-minute monologue.
taking. Yeah, my man keep throwing in Shador and want to take him out. Guys, let's just be honest about this for a second, because somebody brought this up earlier too about Lincoln Riley. When Lincoln Riley and them pick their quarterbacks, they're not picking scrub quarterback, guys.
Facts.
They're taking the best quarterback in the nation. They're not taking scrubs. Like, you guys are putting so much onus on, or you're losing the fact the 3 points that Harry bringing in. When you are taking the best kid in the nation to be your quarterback, those
Yeah.
three factors means a lot, because a lot of kids don't know how to speak in front of cameras and not well diverse on and speaking and talking. Some kids do need those relationships to understand how the game is played on the next level. Then
Yeah.
when you're looking at the skill set, anybody can coach a kid that's good. You have to suck to be able to not coach a great player.
Yeah.
Like, you really have to suck. Like, guys, I'm a high school
Coach
coach.
is going
I
in right now.
Well,
I get more, as a high school coach, I get more pleasure coaching a kid that don't know nothing than a kid that has all the talent in the world. Cause
yeah.
that's easy. Who can't teach that? When he's already 6'5", can run a 4.3, throw 300. Throw 100 miles a mile an hour ball. Who can't coach that and tell him where to put the ball at? Take a kid that can't do that and develop those skills.
Oh,
That's coaching. What you're seeing in college right now is the actual art of coaching is going away. The coaches are getting lazy. They're getting talent, and they're trying to claim that they're coaching something when they're really not coaching nothing.
Belichick. Let's use Belichick as an example.
There you go.
hey, want me to tell you how you develop a player, that quarterback? You surround them with.
No, that's not the question on the
I know what I'm
board.
saying.
He's sucking us into that.
Okay.
JR Boxing is sucking us into one aspect of this entire
No,
conversation.
I'm not.
About to end with that dagger.
I'm proving a point.
You're not proving no point because you're only
Coach just
arguing one
said.
aspect.
Like
Until
Coach
you
just
can prove to me that you can
Coach,
answer. Until
Coach
you can
just
prove to
said.
me
This
that
is a
you can
panel
answer all
discussion.
three aspects. Okay?
Coach.
Until you can tell me that you
It's a
are
panel
using
discussion.
all three aspects, you're not using all three parts of the argument. You're only using development. That's tape. I don't know how else to even tell you. Like, everybody is trying their best to try to include all three aspects of this conversation. You're only stuck on one. That's your
I'm
tape.
not stuck on one. I literally stated all three and asked
614, can you
how
reset us,
the
please?
backup QBs are
Everybody else mute.
If
614,
Hey,
can
let
you
me add
reset
this to
us?
it, guys.
Everybody else mute, please.
All right,
Mute, please.
everybody stop for a
Mute,
second.
please.
Everybody stop for a second.
Mute, please.
Everybody
Reset us,
everybody
please.
stop for a second.
614.
All right. 614, I need you to try your best to get
It's
us
all
back
good.
on
It's
track.
all good. Hey man,
All right.
it's a show. Sometimes it's a free for all. It's a Royal Rumble, but we get it. But I think at the end of the day, we're trying to see where we stand as a team and have an honest and objective conversation. Right. One of the tendencies about every channel that's about CU is that we all drink the Kool-Aid. What might be very, very unique about TLP is that you can come on here and have an alternate opinion and still have your voice heard. Doesn't mean you need to monopolize the conversation. It is an open space for all ideas. So here's the reset, right? We talked about whether or not the QB position is a great opportunity at CU. It was a close call, but people generally agreed. we said based on what we saw spring game and otherwise from the current roster of QBs, if you were a QB that decides to go to CU, is this a great opportunity? Almost unanimously, everybody agreed. But now I go back to the topic of the video, which everybody can see is every time they think Colorado is down, we pop right back up, because that was based on the fact that Omarion had transferred out, and all the attention gets paid when people transfer out, but nobody talks about transferring in. So taking the QB room now, are we up or down in your opinion? Even though it's a very stable room, people are not in and out. Looking at that roster, are we up as a team in the QB room? Are we down? And then Harry B, you can do your thing and take us around the horn.
Yes, sir. Tennis Channel, Willie, we're starting with you. Your opinion. Willie, are you still here?
Next.
Who?
All right, Wild Dog.
Hold on. I was muted. No, next
Well,
one. I was muted. Hold
it's
on. Y'all
late
put me
wherever
on
Willie
mute.
is.
Willie
It's late.
dozed off.
Oh.
No, y'all told me to mute. I muted it. I'm sorry.
Old man Willie.
Y'all told me to
Oh,
mute.
go
I muted.
go ahead, Willie.
I think we're kind of I think we'll be down maybe. I'm not quite sure if Saab can handle it. I've been fooled before, but I'm looking for either Saab or Taylor to come through. Now the guy that scares me would be our guy that's in the Wade guy. He can move up really, really quickly. But that would be my take on it, you know.
All right. So
So that's a slight down in the QB room. Am I right, Willie?
Yeah, slight down.
All right.
All right. Wild Dog is on you.
Again, it's like we spoke about the other day. It's like I'm just disappointed, right? I was expecting Staub to have way more competition. You know, he really, Wade is over there kind of quiet. Taylor was trying to make a splash, but it's like, every time he made an improvement in his game, Staub was also making improvement in his game. So that's what it's about. That's why I'm, loving the portal, and I'm hoping that QBs are still going to come. High school and portal transfers will come and compete, so we can elevate the QB room. Because right now, with there not being a real legitimate battle for QB2, that's not good. That's not a good look.
So we're down?
Yes.
All right. Surfer Boy 3000 says no, Harry, development is not tape, it's growth and positional coaching expertise, and what has that coach helped produce on that team, and how many of his players transition to the NFL and as players. So we're gonna stand on business, and I agree with what Tennis Channel said earlier. What Willie said, that development is eventually into your tape. How well you are developed, how well your coaches, your position coaches help you to develop your skill set, your mentality, your play, your footwork, your arms, and everything ends up on your tape. So that's tape. Development
and you use your tape to develop and tweak your technique. I mean, I get where Surf was coming from, but yeah, tape is all part of process in development.
Yeah,
you watch tape. Yeah.
At the end of the day, development ends up on your tape. Development should show on your tape. Like, this player was well developed. This player, they helped him. Like, if you're watching tape, if you watch Buffed in Prime and they're watching your tape, like, they can tell whether you were well developed, if your footwork, if you're in the wrong gap, and if you're standing too tall, or you're well squared. Development is overall is tape. It has to end up on your tape, or it's not. Then it's tape. Him is your time.
They don't need perfect tape. I don't
want to spend too much time. I don't want to spend too much time.
They want to see your progression, and they want to see that you're coachable. Because you can be hella talented, but not coachable, and that's not going to work.
Exactly. So okay. So him is. Do you want us to repeat the question that's on the board, or do you understand it? I think he's muted right now. He muted himself. He's doing something.
You talking to me, Warren G?
I was saying him, H-I-M.
Oh, okay.
Everybody
All
on
right.
the panel probably think they're him, but there's an actual him on the panel. Just to let y'all know.
I
If you
think he
consider
fell, I
yourself
think he
a
fell
him,
asleep. Him fell
we
asleep.
have an actual him on the panel. Just to let people know. Nate Lassick, the microphone is yours. Do you want the question again, or do you understand what the question is?
I understand the question, and dog put it in perspective, took the words right out of my mouth, so I'll go right with him.
All right. So that we're down. Okay. JR Boxing, what are your thoughts on the quarterbacks?
I mean, I won't even bring up the word again, but it's an 11-letter word, starts with a D, ends with a T, and I think we're down. Outside of our number 2, S2, who's a great quarterback, but I believe the QB room is down.
Okay, JR Boxing, I'm gonna fight you after the show, man. You killing me tonight, bro. All right, Dre.
That man is Stephen A.
We're
Smith,
gonna
bro.
have to catch the fade. We're catching the fade after the show, bro. Meet me in Brooklyn, son.
No, yeah.
Yes, sir, Harry B. Man, you know I support your show, man. I just got a different perspective
Meet
tonight.
me
That's
in
all.
Brooklyn, bro. Meet me on Atlantic Avenue. We catching the fade. I'm joking. All right, Dre. What are your
Yeah.
thoughts?
Yeah, I would say down as well because I just feel like we have a bunch of game managers and not game changers on that roster. So yeah. So I think outside of Shador, even if you go with Ryan Staub, I think he can manage the game, but I don't think no one fears Ryan Staub. So I just think he can manage the game, but I don't think we have any game changers outside of Shador.
All right, and Warren G, you got your turn.
Oh man, I'm glad you came to me. We up.
You wanna support your upvote?
I got my offensive line. I'm not taking 56 sacks. We know how tough Shador is. I mean, the man was an Iron Man. If I know that those sacks are eliminated, we up. I'm just saying this because ain't nobody coming to Colorado that's a QB that with Shador still got time left. I mean, come on, let's just be real. I'm not going to Colorado to play this year or get a chance, knowing that I'm not going to get a chance because I know Shador. The only way I know I might go if I know that he's going to be sitting out third and fourth quarter.
All right,
That's my
Coach
argument.
thank you for supporting your argument. Thank you, Surfer Boy said, Harry, I agree. It encompasses all those things, including tape. So thank you for adjusting to that. All right, Coach McKinney, let's get this, and then I'll have a final after we get the tally from my co-host 614. Then I want to switch gears so that we can end the show on a different topic. Coach McKinney, what are your thoughts?
I'm going with my man. I think we're up, and I'm gonna say why. When you look at all the college teams, no one has a solid or outstanding number 2. I mean, look what happened to Florida State when they lost their number 1. They didn't even make the playoffs, even though they had a acceptable number 2. Colorado looks bad because of how bad the line play was. If you give me a solid offense and defensive line, which we hope they have this year, it won't matter who, as far as Stubb, Wade, or Taylor, who's better as a number 2. Because even in the NFL, your number 2s are not all that great. You just need someone to manage the game and get you through it if your starting quarterback gets hurt. That's all you need. If you got talent around him, your number 2 does not have to be an all-star. So I'm gonna say it's right in the middle or it's up because I don't think it's down as long as they got a good offensive line and defensive line. They're gonna be okay.
I'll say it's up. So if we can sway the vote, if I can sway the vote a little bit, I'm on the side of saying it's up. And I would say the data is there. I think I agree with the fact that we have a better O line, and Ryan Stubb actually behind what we call the sucky O line. Ryan Stubb played pretty well when he was in the game, and there were some elements there where we switched up and we made the line honest. You see what I'm saying? So we made them honest, and we ran the ball because I don't know if it call it necessity, right? Because we didn't think that Ryan Stubb could throw the ball, so out of that we ran the ball, which then gave room for Ryan Stubb to be able to throw just a little bit. So there is room there for us to kind of see if Colorado can be a well-rounded team. We weren't really necessarily a well-rounded team, because we were just one aspect. We were one dimensional. That's everybody figured this out after the third game, and then they started pounding us. So now I feel like if two goes to the NFL, and now we don't have such a dynamic quarterback with that arm and the accuracy, and we're like, oh, let's go ahead and kind of figure this out, and let's play regular round the football. I think Colorado's going to be just as good as a lot of the teams in that Big 12. And especially if you know the data that we know around here about the Big 12 quarterbacks, they are not great. I'm telling you, the Big 12 quarterbacks are good, solid, I would say blue collar quarterbacks, but they're not great. Okay, by no stretch of the imagination, they are not great. They are interception prone. Okay, and the Big 12 is heavy on the run, at least this year from my research. So I'm saying we're up. If any quarterback wants to come here, you are coming. You're walking into a situation that's going to benefit you and not hurt you.
All right, real
so
quick on the poll. Yeah, 2-1 we're down in the quarterback room. But, we got the 12th man in the chat. And the 12th man is saying, we don't know what the hell we're talking about. There's no such thing as a stacked QB room. Why are we even talking about number twos on the team, et cetera, et cetera? So 2-1, we're saying that the room is down, but the chat doesn't agree with us. So that was the result of that conversation.
But you got to keep in mind now, the chat is heavy Colorado, so they don't even want to hear anything negative. All right, so we got to consider that as well. All right, it better be positive, or we're not having it. So just keep that in mind too. We may have a few kind of like, we may have a few people who may not, we got the trolls, and then we got the guys that would think differently. But anyways, Dre, you are there, but you got to connect your devices. If you hear me, Dre, please go ahead and connect your devices, and I will come to you.
Can you hear me?
Dre, welcome. Yes, I can hear you. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, so I'm about to change the conversation a little bit because it's we're about to end. But do you want to weigh in a thought that you had before what brought you to the conversation?
Oh no, I was already in the conversation. I was a part of it.
Oh, you were part of it. Do you want to? Did you answer the last question? Are we up or down?
Yeah, I said we're down. But I said I don't think any school. Oregon, they has like a really solid backup quarterback. But other than that, yeah, I think we're down.
All right, guys. So I'm gonna do this. I got this thing now. I'm calling the Spygates are open. All right, and we're gonna go around, and we're gonna if anybody has information, guys, the Spygates are open. I'm gonna start off the Spygate conversation with saying, if we're looking at our schedule, Colorado is going to be playing Nebraska on September 9th. All right. And the Spygate's open. Anybody got any new information about Colorado's chances with Nebraska? In my Spygate using the Spycam, this TRP Spycam, I would say Nebraska's that Ravioli kid, that kid looked really good in their spring game. All right, he looked really good. He looks like QB number 1, and their line looked like some NFL players. I don't know if my eyes were deceiving me, and I'm like, what's happening? Is this Nebraska from last year, or is this what is going on here? And I was sort of stunned to see how Nebraska looked. So I have this new segment called the Spygate. So we got this TLP Spy guy on the screen. We got the Spy Cam. So what I noticed about Nebraska, I'm just bringing this. If you notice anything that you saw out there, whether it was one of the teams that we're playing, whether it's Dylan Edwards going to K-State, I want to go around the panel for you to kind of put on your spy guy for you to snitch on the other team. What did you see out there this weekend, or have you seen so far that says Colorado is going to have a tough competition when it comes to any of these teams that we're playing? I'm going to start with Willie. Willie, if you didn't see anything, if you didn't notice anything, just pass the mic, and we'll move along to somebody who did. But here's our schedule. I'm starting with the Spygate and saying I saw Nebraska, and they're looking pretty nice. I'm still on the win column with them with us against Nebraska, but that kid Dylan Raiola, he looked pretty nice, and that's what I'm providing for the Spy Cam and for the Spygate. The Spygates are open. Willie, we're starting with you. If you didn't see nothing, pass the mic.
Yeah, I didn't do my due diligence. I still need to go and check the teams out, but I'm gonna pass on that one.
All right, well, Wild Dog, did you see anybody from any of these teams? Have you been watching any YouTube videos or anybody's Spy Cam? Did you see anything from anywhere that says one of these teams on this thing is gonna give us a problem?
Right. I'm behind right now, but what I can say from what I have been able to see so far, I'm concerned about the trenches when we go up against CSU and against Texas Tech. So
was there anything specific that you saw from CSU that's giving you the chills?
There are trenches on both sides, so that's why I said trenches. It's the offensive line, the defensive line. Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
From what they've been able to develop and brought up from within the team, and then what strategic pieces they brought in from the portal, the trenches have been upgraded for both CSU and Texas Tech.
Who did CSU bring in?
That's September 14th. All right, September 14th, according to Wild Dog on the Spy
both
Cam.
sides of the ball. That's why I said trenches, offensive line and defensive line. So players coming up and.
All right, so the Spy Gates are open. Him, are you there? Him. Him is muted. He's self-muted. 614. Let me. If you're not here, I'm gonna respectfully remove you from the chat. Come back on when you are ready. I think I may have somebody that's trying to come in here. So 614. The Spy Gates are open. The Spy Cam is on you. Let me know if there's anything you spotted while you were, doing your normal thing, and on CU schedule, anything you saw out there that has you concerned a little bit about that team and that competition.
Yeah. So I think my biggest fear besides, all of the team players, my biggest fear is Dylan Edwards at K-State. I feel like he has an opportunity to have a 30 for 30 moment.
Oh, shoot.
I think he has an opportunity to have a 30 for 30 moment in that game, meaning the most memorable game of his college career could be when CU goes to Kansas State. Now, here's my Spygate, all right? I'm going deep into Spygate now.
All right, the Spy Cam's on you.
Yeah. Kansas State's uniform is purple like TCU. They're going to be playing at home. Colorado is going to be on the road in white. It's the reverse in the Spygate. And I see Dylan Edwards potentially having his best career game. TCU's game is already out of this world. That is my biggest fear in the Spygate for this season.
It's the opposite. KU got to come to Colorado.
Yeah, I thought Kansas State was there.
Yeah,
yes, sir. Yes, they got to go home. They got to come to our home. They got to come in our home.
You better tell Dylan to
forget
watch
all
out
of that.
for
He still is going to
Shiloh.
have a 30 for 30 moment. That's my biggest fear.
But don't pretend like
Shiloh.
we don't all know Dylan Edwards. I've got Dylan Edwards getting a 1,000 plus all-purpose yards this year, with or without us. So, yeah.
All right, so we play them October 12th. October 12th, we get Dylan Edwards and his K-State. Are they known as the Wildcats?
Yeah.
Is that their mascot?
For homecoming too. That's a homecoming game.
No, Baylor's homecoming.
Baylor is homecoming.
So why is this schedule wrong?
We switched it up.
It was updated.
We switched it up, and they put out an update. They put out an update. So
Yeah, they switched it up.
There was an update. They did switch it up.
Baylor's a better option for homecoming.
Yeah, they did. We now that Dylan is over there, I could not be homecoming. Trust me. All right, so the Spy Cam is now on. Who's the Spy Cam on? The Spy Cam is on Nate Lassick. Did you see anything out there? Did you hear anything for our competition, or you want to pass the mic?
Yeah, I'll pass the mic.
All right, JR Boxing. The spy cam is on you. The spy gates are open. Did you see anything out there that puts a little bit of concern in your blood on our competition this year?
You know, Harry and panel, I was out there doing my best Michigan impression this past weekend and over the last few weeks, just watching a few spring games. Word on the street is old Ravioli boy. I mean, he was okay, but a lot of short dink and dunk passes, so nothing to be like totally impressed by. And he threw an interception, so you can take that with a grain of salt. Same thing, UCF, which I'll actually be at that game. So salute to my wife for getting me some tickets for that. But UCF, KJ Jefferson still looked the same. He looked like the same quarterback that was at Arkansas, relying solely on his feet compared to his mind and his arm. So not really worried about UCF or Nebraska. I think that's a win for CU.
Okay, so you got two in there. You're with me. You saw the Nebraska thing,
yep,
and then you're adding UCF to that. Thank you for adding to this new segment I got here on this Spygate. The Spygate is open and the Spy Cam is on JR Boxing. Did you see anything out there that you want to tell the fan base about? We should be concerned about, or you want to pass the mic? The Spy Cam is on you. JR Boxing, are you there?
I think he already did it.
I just answered, Harry.
He just did it.
Was that JR Boxing or Nate?
That was JR Boxing, Harry.
Oh, I thought I thought I said Nate. Maybe
No, you said JR Boxing.
Oh, Nate, did you go yet?
I passed.
No, he passed.
Oh, you passed. Oh, my bad.
Harry, we just remind everybody that Nebraska's
let me
is a true freshman.
let me regulate all this up for y'all. Regulators, mount up. You know what I'm saying? But listen.
The Spy Cam is on you, Warren G. The
Spy
Cam
yes,
is
sir.
on you.
I'm all on it. I'm all in it. Listen, Nebraska defense is trash. They corners was getting burnt in spring practice. They trash. And my Bubba Dub boys trash. It's trash. Now that's the Spygate. So that's not going to even be a competition right there. We in the, the only thing that I'm worried about in Nebraska is the crowd getting them pumped up. Other than that, that's it.
That's the
That's
crowd.
it.
Okay,
let me talk about
Harry B, we got to come with data. The pundits have Nebraska's defense is top 10 going into the season, right?
They had a good defense last year, man.
And I was
going into the season. That was going into the season.
And I was just trying to confirm that the quarterback is a true freshman. He's unpredictable. We're not going to have any he's going to make mistakes, but we don't have any real quantifiable tape on him other than high school. So he's coming into the season.
So
you agree with
on
him?
how he's going to
Yeah, you agree with him.
All right, so let me finish up.
Let me finish.
I'll give it back to
let
you.
me finish on my Spygate, man.
Let me handle some business.
Okay.
Please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, William Berry, for the super chat. 614 startups. Don't forget that goes both ways with Dylan. CU players going to be running for him because he. Hold up, you're jumping the business here. I'm trying to give William Berry his due for giving up some money, man. This is important. CU players gonna be gunning for him because he built out. Shiloh and company gonna be on him. You want to answer that? 614. You was bigging him up. You was like, yo, but see that headache gang is gonna give him a problem. What do you think about that? He did unfollow him. They did unfollow him, so when he come back over here, it's gonna be war.
If there has been any transfer that makes me worry, is Dylan Edwards, and he happens to transfer to a school that they have to play. Listen, the football gods are undefeated. They have to give us a game to remember when Dylan comes. Is he coming back? Yeah, when he comes back to see that. I'm praying for that. Because I enjoy football. I enjoy the football storyline as well as the game. So that's why when he transferred and he put on that Kansas State jersey, something in my stomach said, okay, we got to get ready for something special. That's why I made that statement.
But we,
So you
but
like
we
that?
know Dylan
Could I,
Edwards. We
could
know
I,
what he brings to the table.
All
We're
right, let
gonna
me
be
get in there,
prepared
Harry. I didn't get
for
my
Guys,
spy
we
cam.
know
could
him
I,
very
could I
well.
get in the
hey,
spot? I didn't even
Everybody's
finish.
talking at once. Let's clean house. Let's. I got you
Now,
guys.
Harry
You're
B,
gonna get. You'll
I,
get your
I
chance.
gifted a membership and you missed it. It went to Prime Effect 101.
Oh, I didn't miss it. I put it on the screen, but everybody was talking, and I'm sorry. I did put it on the screen, and I didn't get to acknowledge it openly. So I'm sorry. And Prime Effect 101 is now a member. Okay. Put some
Yeah,
respect on Prime 101's name. Okay. Hey, TLP
Hewitt.
Sports Club, you're on something brand. Brand that TLP Spy Cam. oh, word. So yeah, I mean, thank God, we will be going around the panel and talking about this spy cam because everybody's everywhere. So I like this little segment here. People giving us some insight on what they're seeing out there. I like this segment. So yeah, that's the TLP spy cam. Okay, who's up? Who was up? I'm sorry. Who
It
was
was
that?
me. Let me tie my little knot. So the
Who was
spy
that? Who was
cam, I've
me?
been calling it Spygate. Thanks for correcting me. I didn't catch it last time. But listen, spy cam. Don't forget, you guys, CSU. So this is a notice for CSU. We got the block bully coming in, commanding a double team. We got the flapjack just coming in. Yeah. And don't forget, you better not sleep on Andrew Charlotte, what is it, Charleby? Bill Charleby? He might be joining flapjack. You better get ready. It's on and popping.
Okay, all
I'm
right.
out with that one.
Coach McKinney, you're on. The mic is yours. Did you spy anything out there on the spy cam? Are you ready to give us some spy information to help us out on this on our competition, or do you want to pass the mic?
now I got a little bit. So from Colorado State, after they lost that one kid, the Kamara kid, to the NFL draft, they have yet brought in another top flight D lineman in there to replace that young man. And then, they also lost a couple of their offensive linemen. So I think that game is going to be interesting because one thing about it, no one has spoke about this. They did a lot of dirty hitting in that game last year at Colorado. So now they at Colorado State, and I think it's going to be the same kind of setup. It's going to be a lot of illegal hitting. I think the biggest thing Coach Prime will have to deal with is keeping his kids under control because that offensive line is going to do their best to protect Shador. Somebody going to want to swing because it's going to get nasty and dirty.
yeah.
And that kid that put the cheap shot on Travis Hunter, they haven't forgot about him. Somebody going to catch him slipping.
He's in
One
a
of them,
that yeah.
one of them
Hey,
linemen
hey,
will catch him slip. One of them linemen
hey,
will catch him slipping.
Hold on,
hey,
Wild Dog.
hey, coach at
Hold
CSU.
on, Wild Dog. Let him finish his thought.
And then
I was trying to help his
game,
argument. I'm just,
Come
yeah.
on.
You
Oh
can
yeah, I got you.
help. Let him finish.
Yeah. Well, let me throw this in. And then the other team that I'm with everybody on is the Kansas State game. I worry about Dylan Edwards, but the one thing that brings me happiness is no matter what they do with Dylan Edwards, we got a young man named Travis Hunter on that defensive side, and Dylan Edwards cannot mess with Travis Hunter. Travis can lock Dylan Edwards down on the defense from a defensive standpoint. And that's probably what Colorado's going to do. They're probably going to assign Travis to Dylan. If they put Dylan out on the field, they're going to assign Travis to Dylan. And Dylan know he can't outplay Travis. There's no way. So those
right.
are my takes.
All right. Wild Dog, what was your what did you want to help him with?
Yeah, coach was saying they hadn't, replaced the rating level of the guy that dinged up, the player that dinged up Shador in the CSU game, and he's went on. But there's been a heavy fight for his position internally, and those guys are just as it's going to be double. It's going to be twice as bad. I would rather deal with the one guy than the guys that fought Doug and tooth and nail to fight to fill his shoes. And yeah.
That's
Can I get
okay.
my
We got
spicy
dogs to
man?
cover that. We got
So they don't
dogs
have
now.
they don't have the name Brandon, but them guys are going to be ready.
No,
All right,
and
guys.
we
So
ain't
I
got
just
to,
want to
And they're going to be healthy game 3.
I just want to remind everybody that this segment is called the Spy Cam, the TLP Spy Cam. The Spy Gates are open. We are looking around the league, the college football league, and on our schedule. If anybody saw anything that they can share with the crowd, with the chat or on the panel, that can speak a little bit on our competition. So this is the spy cam. The spy cam is now on Dre. Dre,
Yeah.
did you see anything around the league? Hear anything about our competition in 2024 that you want
Oh
to
yeah.
share with us? The spy cam is on you, brother.
Oh yeah. I'm surprised no one picked up on this, but Arizona, man, that wide receiver quarterback duo, man, that's that it's gonna be tough to stop that wide receiver. He's a dog. No, that's a real dog right there. That quarterback wide receiver duo, that's gonna be tough to stop right there. He killed us last year too. It's gonna
It's
be
the
tough to
Fafita,
stop.
right? You talking about Fafita?
That's the quarterback. I'm more worried about the receiver.
Yeah, we know
Because
them.
Yeah, but
We know
what's the
them
name?
already.
Was it Hunter was out, right?
no, Hunter played Arizona. Yeah, he played Arizona.
No,
He
he
just
played.
got
You
back,
talking
right?
about McMillan?
Yeah,
McMillan
McMillan.
was
He's a
McMillan was
real
the
dog.
guy. He's a
He's a
good
real
one.
dog. He's like 6'4" too. So that I saw like in one of their, I think their spring game, he threw a beautiful ball to him. Beautiful ball. Like that's gonna be tough to stop right there.
Mm.
So yeah, that
No, it's not. No, it's not because
was.
we're gonna be getting after the quarterback this year.
I
We got
hope
him.
so. If
Yeah,
not,
yeah. The block bully commands double team. So
Oh
what you
yeah.
think that means for the linebackers?
Hey, you trying to give us an update on the other wide receiver. Appreciate it. Thanks for giving us the update on the other wide receiver, brother. That's the spy cam. Yeah.
That's a
who's that,
spy
bro?
cam. What
You
was
know.
that?
I was just thanking
Okay.
the brother for the update on that one wide receiver. We know the quarterback. You know, even one of our own guys went over there, Solomon, right? From last spring ball, he went over there. So we're familiar with Arizona, but thanking him for the update on the other wide receiver. I mean, that's the spirit of the spy cam.
So keep in mind, guys, we do have a new O-line, a new somewhat of a new defensive line with new guys and new spirit, new blood. Now, hopefully, whatever your assessments are on that, with the new guys. Not necessarily like thinking about what we did last year, but also how can you use your assessment on the new guys and how that's going to affect the game and how that's going to affect our chances. So yeah, so okay, so do y'all like this? Let me just do y'all like this segment? Should we keep this segment going? Is this something we can use? Y'all like that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, keep it
Yeah.
going. Keep it going.
Yeah,
All right,
because
so we're
it
gonna
forces research, right? Because if you have to
Yeah.
come on here and you have to make predictions or you really have to do your work, right? So you have to go watch tape. You got to study
Yeah,
these players before you come out and talk about them. So I like it.
yeah, I
Right.
like
all
it,
right,
Harry,
Absolutely.
because
cool.
you basically
Yeah, that's good.
involving the BWBs. Because me, it's like I can only watch so much tape, and then if I'm only going to watch it once or twice, I'm a lineman, so I'm focusing on the trenches, right?
Mm-hmm.
But somebody else can see the same footage, but be focused elsewhere. But not everybody has time to watch it 2 or 3 or 4 times to do a full
Right.
analysis on everything. So yeah, I
And
love it.
hopefully chat, hopefully y'all saw something out there that y'all can help out in the chat as well when we come out, when the segment comes on, when the spy cam comes on, you can help us out if you saw something out there, because not everybody here is just for Colorado. You have your home team. A lot of people are Alabama constituents, but you may be a Pac-12 guy. A Big 12 guy or a Big 12 gal, right? And you may see something from one of these teams, and you can help us out in the chat. So the spy cam, that was our spy cam, guys. Thank you so much for this. I appreciate you, and hopefully the spy cam will continue to go. Tennis Channel, let's get your final thoughts. Let's get up out of here. It's 10:37. This has been a great show, man. I enjoyed it. Tennis Channel, what are your final thoughts, please?
Oh, we're gonna have the after show.
Not tonight. Not on Monday nights because it's late. And I'll be bugging my folks when they're trying to sleep in the studio. They'll be like, "Shh, be quiet so we can go to sleep tomorrow's school day." So no.
Okay. Well, listen, man. Once again, it was a great show, man. Thank you guys for being on here. We're here pretty much, regularly, and I enjoy the pushback and the information that I get, from you brothers, man. It's like I was telling Harry, um, it's kind of like therapy for me, man, because you know some people ain't so lovable, and we got a guy that's leading this thing that everything he's trying to do, everything he's doing, he's just trying to win. he gets more pushback. And you guys been reading about it and stuff. He gets more pushback than anything. I don't know if I could take all of that. But we got somebody there, brother, that's doing it in spite of what's going on. You know, everybody hates. He's kind of like what's that? Everybody hates Chris. Everybody hates Coach Prime. Not everybody, but just a few people out there. So Harry, I'm gonna just toss this in here, you know, because I know that's what we're all about. It's just to, you know, I mean, let's really pray for the guy. I'm gonna just say that just like that. Okay.
For sure. For sure. All right, Wild Dog, it's your microphone. What are your final thoughts on today's show?
Hey, you know, it's a roller coaster ride. You know, sometimes it's going to appear like we're way up. Then it's going to appear like we're way down. It's a roller coaster ride, all a part of the process. It's just been one full year. You know what I'm saying? Breathe, embrace yourself. And then I want to give welcome and thanks to 614 Startups as the co-host.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're being official or unofficial, Harry, but you know.
Yeah. Let's talk offline on that, Mr. 614, my Liberian brother.
So I was like, hey, I always call to Harry. I'm gonna call on 614. You know, hey, help us out, bro. You know what I'm saying? You know,
hang around, man.
We always got to work to stabilize it. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times, panelists are trying to keep me in my place. You know what I'm saying? Because I've been having Harry's back, but I'm just happy in the chat as being on the panel. And then also, I want to give welcome and congratulations again. When anyone gifts a membership, it's random. You know what I'm saying? So Prime Effects was calling me out like I like things I like. so when I hit that gift, I was so happy that she got it so she could get off my back. Blessings, everyone. Blessings.
yo, man, the show is growing, man. The show is starting to form its identity, man. Like, so I'm excited, man. 614, welcome to the family, brother. It's your microphone. What's your final thoughts, man?
Yeah, man, I appreciate it a lot. Again, one of the things I mentioned was that this is not a platform, and I've been observing it for a little while, where everybody drinks the Kool-Aid. You can come on here, you can give your opinion. Harry B and the rest of the panelists are ready for the smoke. So I really enjoy it, man. But I like conversation where I could walk away from it and say, you know what, those are guys I want to have a drink with. Those are guys I want to watch the game with. And the chat is just hilarious, man. So you know I'm gonna be back, man. I got this dude calling. It's just ridiculous. So let's talk offline. I want to come back, you know, if you guys will have me. But I appreciate every single person on the panel.
We definitely want to have you back on I had a vote on it. And I do have my vote is pretty heavy. So yeah, man. Nate Lassick, man, is your final thought, man. You can include anything you want to include.
Oh man, 614, you in there, man. You know what I mean? And I enjoy everyone on the panel, man. You know what I mean? It's good conversation. Everybody has their points and gives good views. So, you know, I really like this show. This is like my third time on here. I got on here a little late, but you know, I appreciate you guys, and I'm definitely, every time I get an opportunity, I'm gonna definitely jump in here.
For sure, man. I appreciate you appreciating that, man. Thank you. JR Boxing, we catching that fade in Brooklyn or in the Bronx, man? Cayuga Avenue, what's up?
Bro, that's Stephen A. That's Stephen A. Boxing.
Harry, you already know, man. Hey, salute to you in the show, man. I love what you're doing with the show, man. I haven't been on your panel in a while, but I have been in your comments, you know, sparingly when I can. Love the dynamic between you and the guy 614, man. Hey, y'all got something cooking right there. So I would love to see that more in the future. And what I will say is that I like the direction that CU is going. Even though I had some pushback this afternoon, I'm still a supporter of Coach Prime and CU. I like the direction of the program. I like the way they hit on key pieces in this portal. They got a lot of good guys with measurables. Let's just make sure they can hit that 11-letter word that starts with a D, ends with a T. That's all I want to say.
Hey, yo, 614 is getting a lot of love in the chat, bro. Everybody wants you to be that co-host, brother. We definitely got to talk offline, bro. Who that was? Mr. Warren G. I know you're in the singer, but you got a note for me on the last.
It's tricky to rock around the clock. It's tricky. It's tricky. Yeah, that part. Yeah. We in there old school, right? Listen.
Yes, sir.
I want y'all to like, share, subscribe to this channel. You guys have been wonderful. Thank you, Harry, for allowing me to even be on the panel, man. Because I know it can be difficult to bring in different people. 614, man. I'm drinking the Kool-Aid, man. It's called Prime Aid. Get ready for it, baby. This year's 10-2. What? I'm out
All
with
right,
that
man.
one.
Listen, I'm gonna push you on why you say that. So we'll come back and talk about it.
Yeah, hold me to that. I'm drinking the Kool-Aid, baby. I'm all in there. It's good Kool-Aid too. Got sweet tea in there and all that.
That ain't
Even a
Kool-Aid
little
then.
moonshine every now and
He
then.
said that ain't Kool-Aid.
Be
You
careful.
changing
You
the
might
drink.
get that diabetes, man. You might get that diabetes. We don't need to drink too much Kool-Aid and sweet tea now.
I know, right? There's a bunch of black men on here. You know how high we go.
Oh,
We
oh
high on
yeah.
that diabetes chart there. Be careful, guy. All right, so we got Coach McKinney, man. You coming back after a while, man. What are your final thoughts on today's show?
Man, it's a blessing and a pleasure to be back. Um, it's a great opportunity for me to escape. I've been dealing with some personal stuff, so to just kind of talk sports, man, and just kind of not dwell on the bad things that go on in this world, man. I love CU. I love football in general, man. I love the fundamentals of football and coaching and everything. I like what Coach Prime is doing. I love all you guys' different opinions and personalities. Y'all funny as all, man. Y'all gotta stay on me about my cussing, man. I always let one slip out, man. So I'm working on it, Harry. I'm working on it.
You were 30 seconds in, coach, and let it go. I was like,
I
I
God.
I,
know.
I get excited. I get excited.
Yo, I want the kids to watch this show. That's all. You know what I'm
I
saying? Like,
got you. I totally get
yeah,
it. I totally get it, Harry.
I
Yeah,
want
I
the
get it.
families to watch the show, man. So that's important that we get the
Yeah.
families in there. You know,
Well,
everybody
yeah,
can watch it and put it on without having to worry about any words.
right.
You feel
I
me?
appreciate it though, for real though.
No doubt, no doubt. Thank you. Dre, I think you're the last one. What's your final thoughts on today's show? Thank you for coming on.
No, yeah, hey, yeah. Thanks for having me, man. It was a blast. So no, man. Let's end it on some optimism, man. I'm very optimistic about that offensive line. Like I did have my doubts early on because I thought we was kind of in the same position as far as like our starters, and then like that that too deep was so steep. But I feel like with the guys that are coming in, it's going to create a lot of competition and a lot of hurt feelings. And so, but competition breeds success. And so I'm very optimistic. And if we land as other offensive linemen, uh, that's the competition you need in order to be successful in this league. And I think, we're going in the right direction. I'm optimistic. So let's get it on. Let's go. Let's trust the process.
Yeah, I think a lot of people I think a lot of people forget that the process is still happening.
Yeah.
The process is happening, and it's easy to judge the cake when you're putting the ingredients together and say,
It's
"Oh my God, it's not
not
gonna
even
look
baked
good."
yet. It ain't
Yeah, it's
baked
not
yet.
even baked yet. Coach Prime is really going to be baking soon. Like,
Yeah.
please look at all of the elements. Please look at every single angle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When Coach Prime, like when people say Coach Prime ain't gonna do this, he does it. Coach Prime is a natural winner. People don't understand a natural winner. And a natural winner is going to find ways to win because that's all they know is winning. You know what I'm saying? Like we forget those elements. Like a natural winner is going to find natural ways to win because they don't think like a loser.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? They don't sit there and lick their chops every single time something goes wrong, or they don't know how to navigate the media, or when negativity is hitting them on every corner, they don't know how to navigate their way out of bad stuff. Coach Prime he says you know what I'm saying, he's made for this level. This light, he's been living in this light for so long. It's been bright on him for so long, and he knows how to, what's the word, ravel in this light. He knows how to live in this light,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
and he knows
He,
how to work this light.
he
Everybody
has a
understands
plethora of ways to survive in this life.
SAT words. I mean,
Yes,
plethora. We use
sir.
words like plethora on this show. Like, come on, bro. Like, stop playing with me, man. So yeah.
Yes,
All right,
sir.
kids,
I
instead
understand
of hearing
plethora.
cuss words, they can hear words like plethora
plethora,
and go check the
plethora.
SATs and
You
say,
know,
you know,
you had it.
plethora
You
means
already had a chance to get them. That day is over with. It's over with. It's a wrap. He said, "You better get
man.
me now. You better get me now, cause this is it. You better get me while you can, cause this is it. It's a wrap."
Well, William Barry's with the $5. Harry, see you going a minimum 10-0. Here we go. Don't do this to me, man. The show's over. Why are you starting problems? I see it a mile away. My evaluation skills marry my words. William Barry, what evaluation skills that shows you 10-0? 10-2.
Man,
Look
that's
like
crazy.
10-1.
10-2. I mean, so he said 10-2.
Oh.
William, oh man, listen, William, you're gonna have to like give me some data on what you. I got 8-4. I can put the schedule up. All right, we got a few seconds. We can deal with William Barry. All right, we got a few more minutes. All right, William Barry, where you seeing 10 wins at? where are you seeing 10 wins, William?
Well, I'm in support with him. I see 10.
I got
that
9.
Warren?
I got
Yes,
9.
sir.
I got 9-3.
Warren, give me your 10.
So I got the first two. I got definitely CSU because that's going. We had some issues last year that we want to deal with.
So that's the first three.
Right.
You can just throw BU in there, I think, because they're the bottom
Definitely.
of the Big 12. They're the bottom at the Big 12. Then it
So
starts getting hard.
the
It starts getting
UCF
hard
game,
right here.
the UCF game is going to be a shootout, but we got more weapons. We got more weapons. Hear me out. We got more weapons. I think we go to them. So we got more weapons. It's
Hey,
going to be a
William Barry, hold
fair
on,
study.
hold on, Warren G. William Barry.
Fans and
Hold on,
celebrities. So
Warren G, hold on. William Barry, because you put your money where your record was. We're helping you out right here. This is for William. We're doing this for William G. For William Barry. Go ahead, Warren G. Help.
So I got UCF. So that's my first 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Kansas come home to us. We got. We know we're not gonna lose. Coach ain't gonna let us lose to a player that transferred, especially Edwards. So we win in that game.
Now it's personal again.
No. I'm just, we personal on that. Yeah, we going personal. That's what coach said. We gotta take this.
Okay,
Don't let them come
got the
back in the
first
house and
6.
steal this game. So they can talk about it. Yeah. So we
Hold on,
personal.
Warren G. Are we ranked at this point? If you got us going 6-0 in the season, we're ranked, right? Are we ranked or no?
Yeah, I said 6-0. So I'm
asking you a question. Do you see us ranked at this point? Because Coach Prime, he won 3 games last year and he was ranked 17th. Do you see us being ranked going 6-0 in the beginning of the season?
Yes. Oh, for sure. Now, what that rank is, I'm not sure because I'm not that good with that.
We could be 19 or 21.
Arizona, that's with them. So I'm going. Arizona is a game that we lose.
Okay, so that's one. So you just got. So you got one more. Pick out your next lost game. Pick out your next lost game because that's we only.
Okay, then my next lost game would be Oklahoma. If I had to.
So the last game, we're losing the last game of the season.
We might lose that one. That's the 2 that I see right now.
Wow.
Cincinnati ain't gonna do nothing with us. Jayhawks ain't gonna do nothing with us. Man, we top heavy on offense. We top heavy. We got 8, 10 receivers that's gonna be there.
Got some nervous people out here, man. Y'all got Hey, William Barry and Warren G. You got some nervous people. 614, help these people out. Do you see it differently?
Yeah, I see it differently, but I'm not as, you using big words over there, Harry B. I'm going to join you in the big word gang and just be like, I am not as clairvoyant to predict where the losses are going to be.
Okay.
But I think this is an 8-4 team.
Are you at least flamboyant?
So this is a 8-4 team, and here's why. This is football at the end of the day. Football is not a individual sport, it's a team sport. In order to go 10-2, you need players who have never played together in a 5-month period to completely become a single unit on both offense and defense. I don't think, and I haven't seen it happen that quick. One of the reasons why you get these traditional schools, they're perennially good, is because these guys have played together for a very long time. That's the only reason I don't give them a 10+ season. Right.
That's
That is my
I agree.
reasoning,
That makes
not
sense.
just a jump to conclusion. I say
I
8-4 is best result.
Okay,
I got
so
some pushback
so
on that.
so you use the keyword traditional. We're not traditional. We got all NFL coaching that been playing at the highest level, know what it's like, and know what to do in those times. And we got players this time to match the energy that we're looking for. That's the difference. Last year we didn't have the front line. Listen, we only lost 3, 4 games by 1 point difference, either due to coaching or either due to our talent that we had on the field. That has upgraded like 10 times more than what we had last year. And we going to a Big 12 that's a run heavy team. I mean, run heavy. There's really no
Conference.
quarterback that's out there other than Arizona,
Yeah, sure.
and maybe other that's gonna really compete with us on those levels. We got the top. We got one of the best receiving core in NCCA. I mean NAAC's whatever. Yeah,
See that
you
way.
know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Thank you for correct.
Hey,
Somebody correct me.
no, I
Yeah,
agree,
I'm getting
man.
excited. Yeah.
I
One of them is for black people, and the other is sports. But I think
yeah.
I know where you're going with this.
No, I think no, I think like the main
NAACP.
difference between last year and this year. So if you think like last year, I feel like everyone was just like new. You was getting guys in June and just they were just coming and going. But I think this year, like the foundation as far as like all the guys who are going to be there. Let's take the wide receiver core. No, they're just missing like a couple guys who actually going to get some playing time, I would say. But for the most part, those guys have been there gelling, trying to get it right. The offensive line gelling, trying to get it right. The defensive line, they got Big Warren Sapp there gelling, trying to get it together. And it's a good thing that they all are there in January. And so now the defense, the base of the defense. So now when you come back, it should be all grind mode to get ready for the season. And I think that's the biggest difference. And I think there's a lot more togetherness than there were last year.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what are you saying? What I mean, you said that was all cute, but what do you say? You agree with the 10-2? Like
No,
you
no,
gotta
no.
let it out there. Are you
Yeah.
on
No,
the
I'm not gonna.
affirmative?
No.
Are you arguing the affirmative?
No. I'm saying 8-4-9-3, 8-4-9-3. Either one of those.
Oh, it sounded like you was arguing the affirmative
No,
for a
no.
second. You was like, "Oh yeah, they're gonna be good. We 10-2."
And I'm
All
just
right,
saying.
so,
I'm saying we're building the togetherness, man. I think it's there. It's getting there.
okay. So you think by August, the togetherness is gonna be there, so
Yeah,
we
you
don't
got
have
to.
to worry about that synergy people keep talking about.
Yeah, I'm saying, but because if you think about it, last year, you know, it wasn't people were just in and out. Like the whole team left, and after April, after the spring game, so you had guys coming in May, then guys coming in June. Those guys still, Carmoney didn't get there till June. So now, like I say, how many pieces are going to come in June? I mean, you're not going to have that many pieces still coming, like viable pieces. So now I feel like all the guys that are going to play have been there. Like the whole offensive line have been there. So I think that they're very well up than where they were last year.
Okay, so synergy is like to you is the synergy is not going to be a big issue to cost us actual games. They're just
It's,
going to be little growing pains. Is
it's
that
yeah,
what you're
it should.
saying?
I think growing pains. I think Jordan Seaton have some growing pains, but as far as like the whole offensive line getting on the same page, I think it started in January and it should continue. I think Shador said they're going to be training in the off season. After school get out, and they all going to be training offensive line, quarterback, receivers. So like that's building it right there.
Yeah.
So are we? I asked a question today in the DMVR Buffs podcast, and I almost
I
lost
saw
my
that.
life.
I saw that.
I almost lost my life.
Yeah,
Are
you
we?
was on there.
Are we still bullish on the Jordan Seaton after this spring game? And are we still bullish on him being the protector of Shador's left side, his weak side? I mean, and the reason why I asked that question, the reason why I asked that question, it was because that is the position where we need Shador the most to be protected, and the showing from Jordan Seaton and the time that we still have left, is he going to be ready to be in that position, or should we move him down and put somebody who's a little bit more
Well,
polished and ready? It
that
wasn't
depends.
an indictment against Jordan Seaton. It was a question for our strength on our team.
That's what I was saying, Harry. That's why I'm excited about like the guys that are coming in now. If we're able to land this Arkansas linebacker, now he, like I say, he was the SEC Freshman of the Year. Like he's going to put a lot of pressure on Jordan Seaton to get it right, because if he's committed, he's going to be right there, so he can play. He was the SEC, he played in the SEC, so that's competition, man. Now Jordan's going to have to step his game up if he's not up to par, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I like right there. That's going to get it right.
Hey guys,
I don't mind him moving to a different position. I'm not saying don't play the young man. Let him get that experience. But hey, actually, the question was like, I almost got my toes chopped off, and my toes are like,
Well, I mean, when you say let him,
here,
when you say let him play a different position, what are you saying? Putting him at guard? I mean, I don't think.
Maybe move him to a
Bro,
guard
you
position.
can't make toes jokes in a CU on a CU show, bro. No chopping off toes jokes. You gotta know where you at.
But if you do that, you're
I know, right?
That's wild.
I gotta read my audience. I forgot. My bad. We got our head coach.
Harry, but Harry, you know how I feel about true freshmen. You cannot require. Again, I'm using the word require a true freshman to start. Earn a starting spot as they develop and get settled in, but you cannot. I don't believe in requiring a true freshman to start. It's too much.
But that's the thing. That right.
Talent level, it's too much. It's not traditional. It's not new school. It's not nothing. The fact that we have to require a 5-star plus true freshman to start is dysfunction. It's like we're almost there.
What about Dylan Raiola at Nebraska?
And then fans want to take the scrimmage and be like, "Oh, he's not looking so good. He's a true freshman. He's a pre-true freshman." Okay, it's not even a fall yet. He's a pre-true freshman. But
hey guys, I think about time. By the time the season's over, we got 5 months. I think he's gonna be pretty good. But that old line, when I see those guys, man, they're very serious about not letting anybody touch Shedeur. And if you think you're gonna touch him, then look at this. We're gonna have a couple.
I got pushback. Willie, you dreaming right now? I got pushback. I got heavy pushback, bro. I'm gonna tell you right now. What I saw during the spring game, Willie, Shedeur got sacked at least 4 times during the spring game. Because keep in mind, it can't hit him.
You can't do that, though. You can't judge it on the spring game. Spring game, just a spring game. It's just another practice.
Well, what do you mean I can't judge it against the spring game? What else we got? Listen to what I'm saying.
He gets sacked.
That was first string against the second string.
Yeah.
So listen. Willie, listen. I saw Shedeur. I counted 4 sacks on Shedeur. You cannot touch him. All right? But people was getting up in there. And if y'all not ready for this conversation... If y'all not ready for this conversation, I won't have it. But if y'all let me know when y'all are ready for this, maybe not. Maybe y'all not ready for this conversation.
Only thing I'm gonna say, Harry. Only thing I'm gonna say is wait till the game starts. Wait till they get in the real trenches. When the things don't, when the game's on
that's
the
that's the thing with an analysis show, with an analytical show like ours. What we're doing, we're not waiting for this thing to start. We're saying, hey, I see some stuff that needs to be corrected, and I'm not gonna wait to see because I want to win now. I'm not waiting to see. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to wait to see. I want to see adjustments before.
Harry, I'll say it, Harry. The second string defensive line looks better than the first string offensive line.
What?
The second string defensive line looks better than the first string offensive line.
Do you recall who was on that line? Who was on second string?
They're not ready to talk about that.
The point is that the offensive line is still shaking itself out. You got FCS All-American Tyler Johnson on the second string. Everybody had him on the first string.
Yeah,
everybody counted out. I'm about to finish. Try to be quick. Everybody counted out All-American FCS Tyler Brown. The offensive line is not even settled yet. It's a whole bunch of dust and squabbling and fighting going on there because dudes are fighting for position.
Right. That's the competition you need.
We're overanalyzing a pre-true freshman. No, the second string defensive line has got together more than the first string offensive line. It is what it is, and I said what I said. Thank you.
So
Harry.
if we're not ready, and listen, if we're not ready, we still want to bash in the spring game. I mean, the spring weekend. I'll back off. This is just the after party. We didn't have time for it, but I made a little bit of time for it. I'll back off and let. I understand the fan
Harry,
base
you
ain't
something
ready.
else, boy.
We want to enjoy ourselves. Let's go ahead and enjoy ourselves. But there's going to come a time where we're going to have these hard conversations, because in the spirit of TLP Sports Club, it is these hard conversations that make us sleep well. All right. So if y'all, we sleep pretty well here at TLP Sports Club, because our record shows that we have conversations here that kind of leads the conversation. If you understand what I'm saying, we talk about it here, it happens out there. So if we're not ready for the line is not ready conversation, like Prime Effect 101 is saying, that old line is not ready, it's just April. I get it, and I'll back off. I'll concede to the group. We ain't ready. Y'all not ready for that smoke? It's okay. All right, I'll leave it alone.
No. You're not gonna be ready in April for games in August. So you're good. You got time.
No, not ready for the. I'm not saying they're gonna be. They're ready for the game. I'm saying the conversation to start thinking about where players are going to be playing, because we did do a whole. We did a whole show. Do y'all remember this show that we did? Let me show y'all. Y'all remember this show where we had this thing up? Y'all remember this right here? We might have to revisit this show right here, where
I think it's time to revisit.
Yeah, it might be time to revisit this show right here, so that people can get a glimpse of, hey, what we looking at, because we are a fan base, guys. You got to keep in mind, like, I know, sometimes you don't want to hear certain things, but fan bases talk about all this stuff. Every fan base talk about, oh my gosh, we need new receivers. Oh my gosh, we need a better running back. Like,
because the tight end we had pencils, he's not even on. He didn't hit the portal.
I got an idea, Harry. Why don't we do it in July?
Say he was coming with that smoke.
Why don't we do it in July? July, the first game is in August, right? If they're not ready in July, they ain't gonna be ready.
But how would you tell if they're going to be ready in July, though? Like, I mean, there's no game.
Do it in July, because I need to know. I need to keep us honest, because I feel like they listen to us.
Next month we got our first game.
Willie, you don't understand.
Next month, no.
I mean, July. July.
Willie,
August.
Willie, listen.
Willie, go to sleep.
Willie, listen. I need to have that conversation a lot sooner, because I feel like they listen to TLP. I'm just saying. They listen to us. We've said a lot of things here that have happened out there. So I think if we give it an honest go ahead, and people are not too, we're not right now. I'm just saying we're gonna give it a little bit of space. We need to get space to settle in with Shador opening up for his favorite rap star, Lil Wayne. We need to give a little space with Ryan Garcia. Go ahead, get that out of your system. I get it. But we're going to talk about this. You already know. You know I ain't shying away from no conversations. We're going to talk about this. We're going to have that conversation. But I'm seeing some things where I'm like, I'm seeing last year. I'm seeing last year, and we need to we need to take it. I'm not going in. I'm telling you,
Harry,
if we say
they was missing clean blocks last year, they wasn't even blocking nobody last year. I ain't see that. I didn't see that in the spring game.
No, but you're talking about the actual games. You're talking about, I mean, but the line. Remember, we all of y'all are on the line sucked, and I'm gonna give y'all that, because I can't win this argument by myself. I'm on an island all by myself, and I can't take on the whole CU freaking. I can't take on the whole CU fan base with the line doesn't suck. Okay. And I've had to come to an agreement with myself and say, Harry B, leave that argument alone.
Yeah, please, Harry.
Disagree to disagree.
You're going to just die on that sword, man.
Leave it alone.
Yeah, I'm telling you, like, you don't think I'm petty enough to be sitting back and trying to win this argument by myself and seeing where can I get a leverage? I can't find a leverage unless I dig into if I go into the spirit realm and find things, then maybe, but I can't. I don't live in that spirit realm, and I can't do it. But I did rightfully predict that in week number 3, that there was a shakeup in that locker room, and the grown-ups were not getting along. I brought that to y'all, and I said, if the grown-ups are not getting along, then that's going to affect play, because there's going to be people that are thinking about their next move already. There's going to be people that are thinking about where they're going to land next year and how they're playing. They're recruiting internally, and that person might give up. If y'all don't want to have that talk, it's important. So the shake-up, the breakup, everything happens for a reason. We can't come out and beat the defending natty guys who took an L to Georgia. We can't beat them. Come back and beat and win number 2, come back and win number 3, and then get ranked. And you saying all of a sudden the line is the reason why we're not winning no more games. It had to do with other elements, but y'all don't want to listen to that. I would have that argument by myself. I stand in my mirror and then I play both sides. I said, see you fans, I put your photos right next to my mirror, and I said, I'm gonna get these suckers. They're not ready for me.
Hey, that sounds like witchcraft right there, man. You mean
that's not witchcraft?
You gonna put the mirror up there? Don't use the mirror, man.
That's not witchcraft. I'm having a fair argument, a discussion,
and
I'm
called guile.
You put that image up. What? You put that image up there?
And I'm like, yo, I said, wait, first of all, if Sean Lewis was looking for a job, what time did he have to call the right place? And then I gave myself a score. And then I argued the other side. I'm telling y'all think I'm crazy, but yeah, that is kind of crazy. Anyways,
I think it would be good to revisit.
You do all that by
yourself. That's just debating exercises, Harry. That's your schooling coming in.
Oh yeah, I do that so I can get ready for y'all. But I just can't find any angle to win that argument because y'all not ready for me.
Hey Harry, it was a UCLA game where dudes came in full speed untouched. That's what it was. Yeah. After that, I mean, I know the offensive line was average, but then they suffered. They got banged up, and we didn't have the depth. Yeah. And then by that UCLA game, man, the tape don't lie. Dudes running full speed untouched, not even a breath on them. It's a losing.
Then I got a movie reference. Why do I got a movie reference?
Just take the L. Just take the L, Harry, because all they're gonna do is bring up the UCLA tape. Just take the L, dog. Just take the L, dog. I got nothing about the UCLA game, dog.
All right, listen. I give you UCLA and I give you Denzel and Remember the Titans. Okay, I'm telling you, I got to use my movie references. I give you UCLA and I give you Denzel and Remember the Titans. You remember when they said, I'm not playing for you? Guess what they're going to do? They're going to let a guy in. Hey. Okay? If they stop playing for you, they're no longer on your side. They're going to let somebody slide.
When Shador had a dinner, and they, of course, the camera's around, and I was like, man, this is the third string guys, dog. Where the, you know what I'm saying? Where the hogs at?
Where the hogs at?
When I saw that dinner and all the hogs weren't there, I was like, oh, because my quarterback could call a meeting to fix his flat tire. I'm there. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. So you're not lying, Harry, but I'm just like, the basis for the argument is just, I'm just saying, man, just let it go, Harry. Just let it go, man. We done lost enough hair already, dog. Let it go,
I know. I can see it, but I didn't concede by myself. When I have an argument by myself,
I'm a lineman, Harry. I'm gonna tell you, I'm a lineman, Harry. It's this bad, Harry. When I'm in sleep having my football dreams, Stanford gives me a nightmare. But that UCLA game had me waking up from having to bit my tongue.
It was god awful.
I'm just being as real with you as I can, Harry. I'm just being as real with you as I can, brother. Let's let it go, man.
I win this argument by myself all the time, but I can't win it with y'all, and I can see that.
You and I can have a discussion, and we can do that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just being real with you. Even the haters and the lovers are like, don't bring up Stanford, don't bring up UCLA, and we all right. You know what I'm saying?
Don't bring it up. No,
I could see. Listen, y'all get that argument, but you know what's gonna hurt y'all argument? The IF is coming. IF is on his way. 2024 IF is coming. If if that daggone old line that I've been lining y'all up. Y'all don't even know I've been lining y'all up. IF is coming. If that old line does not perform like the way y'all been bigging them up, then y'all gonna have to swallow your tongue. You're gonna have to eat something. Because
Never.
now you can't go back and you can't double
Never.
back and say,
Harry. Hey, Harry. I
Never.
don't
I'm
think.
just saying, if it's
I'm,
coming,
no, I'm
if
not
it's
bigging them
coming,
up. It just seemed like they
IF is
actually.
coming. I
No,
want
no,
y'all on. I want y'all
no.
on record.
I'm gonna build
I
them
It's
want
up.
not.
y'all
I'm gonna
on
build
record.
them up.
Y'all
It's
saying we
not.
have the old line this year.
I'm gonna
We don't
build
know. I
them
mean,
up.
we don't. We'll
We
see.
don't
Run the
know
gameplay.
yet.
Oh,
We
I'm
now
don't
gonna
you're
know.
build them up
now y'all
now.
want to out. Y'all
I'm gonna build
speaking
them up.
out
I'm not
statements.
backing up. You know me.
Oh,
I ain't
y'all
backing
are
up.
speaking out
We build them
statements
up
now.
now. I'm gonna build them
No,
up
We
no,
don't
no,
now.
know
no,
I
yet.
no,
like
no,
what we got.
no.
Harry, so are you saying we don't have the offensive line right now? Is that what you're saying? Now I'm going to put you on the spot.
I'm saying we got
Get
better.
them.
Yeah, that's what
However,
I'm saying. I'm saying
I
we
gotta
got better.
use a, I don't know if this is called a conjunction word or conjunction phrase, whatever it's
Conjecture.
not. Okay. I said we got better.
Yeah.
However, but if you're not, I'm telling you, people are not ready for this conversation. It's a deeper conversation, but people are not ready for it. And if
We're
you want
having
to
it right
win,
now, Harry. We're having it.
well, no, we're not going in. I can go in.
Go ahead.
I'm on the
Harry,
outskirts. I'm afraid of
Harry,
No,
y'all.
I'm not. I'm not.
what I will say to that, Harry, is that CU has gotten tremendously better just off of measurables alone. Because
Right.
if Jack Bailey was 6'5", 275 soaking wet, come on now. Like what we doing with that at the guard position?
Boy,
Now,
that boy was
Right.
6'3". That boy was
Right.
so
But
6'3".
okay. Okay. Let me
so
go
we're
in.
already
Let
tremendously
me bake
better with
for a second.
measurables.
Let me bake for a second. If CU got better, this is a hypothetical for y'all. Okay. If CU got better on CU's measuring sticks, right? If CU got better based on CU's measurement stick, right? And we go into another team and they were already good, but they got better. What makes you think that CU's measurement sticks is going to measure up to their stick? Pause.
But aren't you using
It
an
ain't.
if though?
Yeah.
Isn't that the
Yeah,
big
but I
if?
said
And that's
hypothetical,
the
right?
if.
Didn't I start with that?
But we're
Yeah, I'm
not
saying,
supposed.
We're staying all the way hypothetical. If you want to go there, then you got to consider that. But we don't want our brains to even enter that realm, that dimension. It's a whole nother dimension that you got to consider. If we're saying we got better based on our metrics, right?
Yeah.
Based on how terrible we were last year, we got better. But we're not considering.
No.
No. So what?
No,
So
no.
if they've gotten better, okay, how much better did they get? If we've gotten better, how much better
What was their
did we
measurement
get?
stick? What was their barometer? What
I
were
don't
they
even
being measured
care what their
against?
Well,
measurement stick is. I care
Oh,
about
let me put up the schedule
ours.
again.
what
Let
I,
me put up
what
the
I
schedule
would
so
what
you
I
can
would say
understand.
is
If you don't
that
care, I'm gonna tell you what to care about. Hold on. I'm gonna tell you what to care about. If you don't care, you better care about this. Utah, OSU, Kansas. You better care about Cincinnati, Arizona, K-State, UCF.
what
You
I
better
would
care
say
about Dylan Raiola. Yo,
I would say
all right,
our
like I said, if
trenches
we're not ready, I'm good. I'm
our
fine with it.
trenches
We gonna pull
our
you up.
trenches are able to sit at the big boy table now.
Yeah.
That's what we
Yes, sir.
can
Yes,
say as
sir.
fans. We can say our trenches can sit at the big boy table now. We couldn't say that last year, Harry, but we
Okay.
can say
All
that
right. So
now.
okay. So on the record, let's put this on the record. You're agreeing that our trenches give us the opportunity to compete with the teams that I just put up
Abs-
here.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I would
Absolutely.
stand by that 100%. You can bookmark that. You can thumb
Okay.
that. You can do whatever you want.
Okay.
So
That
let
is
me let me
important.
let me
But
just jump
No,
in.
Harry. No, Harry. We
You
are
put that
average
up there
again.
again.
614 got you beat, Wild Dog. He got in there before you.
Okay.
My bad, Wild Dog. Listen, all right.
Are you
So
good?
again, it's about what we know, right? We haven't seen them play as a unit. So offensive line, they're a unit. They're not a bunch of individuals. Again, they have to play together, right? Especially with an experienced center directing traffic. Now, one of the things that they were able to acquire is game experience. You can't duplicate game experience.
Right.
All
that's
of these
true.
linemen had opportunities to go to other schools. It's not like they got the scraps in the portal. right? These were sought after linemen because they had experience. So you could go from Khalil Benson,
Yep.
Tyler Johnson,
Philip Houston.
Tyler Johnson left, right?
No, he's still there, but I
he's
think
still
he'll
there.
leave. I think he'll leave though.
Okay,
I
but
think
what I'm
Tyler
saying,
Johnson left, guys.
When?
I think Tyler Johnson is gone.
Really?
No,
let's
no,
look
Yeah, I
that
think
up.
Tyler
When?
Johnson is gone, bro. Tyler
When?
Johnson left.
Can
When?
somebody
Today?
confirm
He was
that in
at,
the
he was
chat?
at the game
No,
Saturday.
Tyler Johnson left like with the first group. He's gone.
No,
No,
not
no, no,
No,
no,
today.
no,
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 no.
no. He's at the game. He was suited up. He's 74.
Yeah.
Word?
Yeah, he played yesterday. He played in the spring game. He's 74.
He's second
still there.
string, Harry. Like I said,
Yeah.
we expected him to be first string. A lot. Well, most people
No.
expect
What
him to
Johnson
be.
left? Hold on. There was a Johnson that left. Hold on, Wild Dog. There was a Johnson that left.
But it wasn't Tyler Johnson. It wasn't a
No.
lineman.
I'm telling you,
Man, Harry, there's so much
According
going
to-
on. You might have a player from a different.
According to 74 right there on the screen. Sorry.
Yeah, no,
There's so much going on, Harry. No
Hey, where you
problem.
get that at?
There's so much going on, man.
There was a Johnson that left. I don't know if it was a tight end. There was a Johnson. There was a tight end that left. I think it's a tight end.
Look. Even Colorado fans get Tyler Brown and Tyler Johnson mixed up. So
No, I'm talking about somebody that left. I'm talking about
I
somebody.
know. I'm just saying, Harry. I'm just out. I don't
But
want
I
nobody
think-
coming down on you because it's a lot going on.
Yeah, but Tyler Johnson, I think, he's been hurt. So, I think he's still battling injury. So, that's probably the reason why he's on second string, but he hasn't looked good all spring. So, I think he's just been hurt.
No, and there's a lot of competition.
Also didn't play.
He's just been hurt. He's been hurt. He's been hurt. He can't do nothing if he's been hurt.
Is the block bully hurt? He didn't play either.
But
he was hurt.
He hurt.
But look,
he hurt.
listen to me now.
Upper body injury.
Listen to me now. Because even most folks were expecting Walker to start at center.
Yeah.
But he hasn't been first string center.
Right. That's competition.
It's a lot of battling going on, and some of these walk-ons and 3-stars don't care about your rankings. Okay, so I don't know if it's so we have to wait and figure out is like, are these other guys really stepping up, or are the guys we counted on and brought in not as good as we thought? We don't know yet. But it is what it is.
Who penciled? Like, I think that's the issue. Like, your people are penciling people in when they have no idea. Like, people just instantly pencil Yakiri Walker in. It's a competition, Hank played well last year. It's a competition. Don't just pencil him in. They literally told you there's no starters.
Yep.
You're gonna earn it.
But
there's still no starters. It's just like it's projected people. That's what I'm saying. You're gonna figure this out as the competition increases.
And that's where the optimism comes in as far as the measurables. Because if you see Nebraska's O-line and you can say, well, boy, they look like NFL O-linemen, but we don't know how they're going to play together. But the optimism of, well, they look the part. So our trenches now look the part. So that puts us in a better space to be more optimistic to what the season could look like.
Yeah,
you guys are defending pretty well. I like what y'all are saying. Y'all defending pretty well, and I'm happy that y'all are saying that about your team. I like to challenge y'all, but when I challenge y'all know how to navigate your way out of that without getting upset. So that makes us an intellectual panel. That helps me out to.
Hey, Harry,
it gives me good warm and fuzzies.
Let me say this. So, like, I'm a true bandwagon buff. Like, I'm not like my team. I live in Bloomington, Indiana. Like, I'm an IU fan, Indiana University. That's my team. I just want to see Colorado do well with basically for pride. But like I said, no hard feelings for me. My team is Indiana University, so it's like no hard feelings at all.
That's good. I like the fact that you guys can break it down like that because it helps people. Because listen, whether people want to know, whether they want to even speak anything negative. When somebody can give you a reason why you're going to be okay, it makes you sleep better. Trust me, because most of these fans are doing exactly what I just did. What it's just like, but people are saying these guys are good too. So what is that going to do for us? And that's why I'm like, when we test each other here, it helps. It gives that conversation. It gives that person that may be feeling that way. It gives them a little bit of hope to say, oh, okay, so all right, that puts me at ease because I heard that one analyst and he was saying Nebraska is looking good. Or Harry B made a video that said Nebraska is their defense is gonna be ranked pretty high this year. And now my panel is able to say well, these optics are looking a little different, but they got to play just like we got to play. That makes me happy that we're servicing, we're providing information for the fans for them to be able to sleep well. That's good for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I
Is it
mean, at
just
the end of
me,
the day,
or is it just me, or does everyone else see that defensive line and those defensive backs and the linebackers and the different scheme that this defensive coordinator has put in, and working with Warren Sapp up front, man, they look incredibly good to me.
Yes, they
That's
did.
why
It's
they
not
beat them
just
on
you.
the day.
I think I
I
called it
concur.
out. I called that out doing the live stream. I
Yeah.
said the defense was looking way better than the offense.
Woo!
I
Yes,
said
they
that the
are.
defense.
Yeah.
But just to be
If any
honest,
one group impressed me was the defense.
Hmm.
defensive chemistry is quicker, is a shorter curve
True.
than on the
That
offensive
is
side.
true. Yep.
True.
Okay, good.
I mean, the
Terminology
playbook is not
shorter.
even really a playbook. It's scheme. I mean, I can learn the
Yep.
defense in one afternoon. You
Yep.
know,
But
you know.
Charles,
Oh no,
but
but
Kelly,
no, well, dog,
but
just that
but
part of it is not. I don't think that's what you see though. It's not about just learning to play. I think it's about how you perform it on the field, and what I saw on the field, whether they just caught it quicker. I just feel like they were more polished. You know
Yeah.
what
well,
I'm saying?
well, Harry, the scheme is different this year. Kelly had a very difficult defense and very difficult
Yeah.
scheme.
Really
This guy
complex
kind of put
scheme.
these guys in positions and let them, maximize their talent.
I
Yeah.
wouldn't. I wouldn't say it was complex, man, because I heard Cameron Summit Craig is saying like I think with that defense that is basically Alabama's defense, what they run, it
True.
takes like 2 years to get up to speed with it. But I think the defense now, it's all about hey, we're going to put you in the right spot, and now it's up to you to go and make that make that
Make the
play.
play. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think
That's
Yeah,
yeah. Yeah. So
Yeah,
now I
but
simplifying
think
your
simplifying
it,
things
job.
in a
this scheme
positional
was a little
emphasis.
different. You had gaps to cover and everything.
Yeah,
These guys, trust me, I'm a Bama fan, roll tide all day, and I wanted to see Dion win.
yeah.
So, and I know when Kelly was there, I know how difficult that scheme is. And you're right, it takes a couple of years to get. They was only 1 year in. That's why they looked at so.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I agree.
and
But
what
I think the
Livingston is doing
linebackers.
now
I
is
think the
saying,
linebackers shot the gaps really well, though. I think, if you're
Yeah.
going to play in that defense, you got to be able to go through that and get off those blocks. And I thought Jeremiah Brown and also
Absolutely.
Wester, I was really
Jeremiah
impressed
yeah,
Brown
Sometimes,
with
was
he's
them.
really amazing.
I mean,
so
what as
so
well?
So
Because
why do I want to make a point and then 614 you've been trying to talk for a minute? Why do I say your point and then let 614 come in? Why
no, I
do?
just want to reiterate that, Livingston is saying, okay, what do you do well? Okay, then that's going to be your job. And then he's working the personnel and the scheme around exactly that. So it's a matter of, so then you'll know exactly when you're needed and what your job is, and it's simple as that. Now you got to perform, but that's a much simpler approach and way, and that's what Coach Prime and the team needed. No knock on Kelly, he did us a solid, but moving forward, that's what's needed.
All right,
but
614. Go ahead.
the point I was trying to make that's interesting is everybody is making their points, and to go back to who was the guy who predicted the 10-2
Oh, that was William Berry.
William Berry. All right,
Yeah.
I might help William Berry out and say, based on what everybody is saying here, we might be building a 10-2 defense with an 8-4 offense.
That.
All
Yep.
right, to go 10
Now,
and 2, you need 10 and 2 on both sides of the ball,
yeah.
right? So if the spring game is a predictor of how both sides of the ball are going to progress, what we might have as a surprise is not an offensive powerhouse in the fall, but a defense that you can't score on. Right now, the defense might make us a 10-2 team, and I'd like to discuss that because if we're not quite sure about the line and we're singing the praises of the defense this early on, we might have a 10-2 defense on our hands.
Oh yeah,
Well, I mean,
the defense is. I don't know. I liked given all the elements because some people are saying, well, it was a raining day and blah 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 blah. But I liked what I saw from the rainy defense. They looked pretty nice and. And from my research and what I'm seeing and what I hear about I'm in rooms. I'm talking. I mean, like the writers' room when they have their shows about the Big 12. So I'm listening into the writers' room when they talk about the different teams. And what I hear from them and what I glean from that is that CU's defense is going to be pretty nice. Like we're gonna compete this year, and
Yeah.
I'm bullish. I'm bullish on our defense. I'm a little bit not so concerned about our offense. I don't want to say the wrong thing right now.
I'm bullish on the offense, man. I'm bullish on the offense.
I'm
I
bullish
think
on the defense. So far, I'm bullish on the defense. I can say I'm like downright bullish on the defense, and I like Livingston. I like this thing that he's doing. I told y'all that I changed my mind. Like as soon as I heard him talk, and I said, "Oh, wait a minute." He just said that he's going to put these guys in a position. He's going to learn their positive, their negatives, and then he's going to use that to build a defense around that. And he's not just going to stop there. He's not even doing that for every game. He's doing it per game.
Yeah.
So if you were good for game number 1, but you're not good for game number 2, based on what I learned about them, then I'm not playing you on that position. I'm gonna play you on I'm gonna put you in a different scenario. And bro, he won me over like that. I was like, yeah, yo, I like Livingston. I'm telling you, man, Livingston is about to do something for CU defense, man. Y'all better pay attention.
Yeah, but I think what he's talking about is just like scouting per team. You're just seeing like, what is the scouting report saying for this week, and utilizing like our best guys who fit that scheme for what they want to do. And like I say, what I take from that is that a guy who truly understands, like, okay, we want to put our best 11 out there, as he said, but we also want to match it to like what we're going up against. And and I think with Kelly, it was just like, okay, this is our scheme. This is what we're gonna do. You guys go out there, and we didn't have the depth to like continually rotate, and I think we're gonna have that depth up front. Like I say, remember, there's more guys coming for the defensive line. And so we're going to have that depth to where people, like I say, let's get after that quarterback, man. Like, you got to get after him.
Yep.
And Ryder Brian Howell and what's
roster.
the name? Mustard Tiger, they said, he came in with that Alabama. If it worked at Alabama, then definitely it'll work for CU. But then they said, well, if he can come in here and figure out CU, because it worked for Alabama, maybe they had the pieces to work at Alabama. So if CU doesn't have the pieces, then you
Right.
try to make sure that you get something that works for CU's personnel, and
Exactly.
that makes so much sense to me.
Bama got 35-star defensive players. Like, come on.
Yeah. And they can get after the quarterback, so that helps.
That's what I'm saying. So yeah, whatever scheme you're putting up, it could work for Bama, but maybe CU doesn't have that personnel, and you got to dial into the strength of the guys that you do have. If you dial into their strengths, they could give you some wins. But if you just keep pressuring them and saying, well, I did this with Alabama, so you should be able to get it too, then you may not be as lucky. You may go, you may lose 8 games.
No knock to the guys last year, but they just were not a talented bunch on defense.
But no knock.
Yeah,
tell
no
that to the girl you're trying to date.
No knock.
No knock on you,
knock.
but you just don't look good enough for me to date.
No knock to those guys, but they just were not very talented.
And
it showed on the field.
I just think they were undersized.
It showed on the field. They just were not as talented.
Girl, you're too short
to put it together.
Sometimes you just don't say nothing,
But no knock on you, baby. But you too short for me. You just not good enough. No knock. So.
No, Harry. It's not you. It's me. It's not you.
It's not you.
That's just how it
goes,
man.
Hey guys, y'all go to sleep. Hey, we gotta let Willie go to sleep. It is 11:30 in New York City.
Hey.
I'm picking on you, man. I needed somebody to pick on, so I needed to sleep to get off the mic. So I always pick the old guy.
I am so used to it, man. Keep it going.
Willie's Bengay is running out. We gotta go. Let's let Willie go to sleep so that his Bengay can work,
baby. Extra strength.
All right, Harry B. Fellas.
All right,
All right,
guys. Time to take the bedtime meds.
All right, y'all be easy, man. Have a good night.
Hey, 614, I'll email you, brother.
All right, appreciate you.
Blessing.
Have a good night.
All right, guys.
Good night,
Good
guys.
night, everyone. Good night.